competitive intensity is going up. The reality is it's only going up in the accounts, from which captive logistics are coming out, and there are really only 3 large captive logistics arms in India. The rest of the market continues to be served by third-party players.
All right. Now, when we...
All right. Well, that's it on this very exciting first 1 hour 15 minutes of the markets and 2.5 hours of India market open, but it promises to be a good day. And well, India is charting a different course versus the rest of the Asian pack, which is actually a really good piece of news.
Indian IT companies are charting a different course. The rest of the Indian markets are figuring out what's happening. It's very sector and stock specific. That's all the time from Neeraj and I and the team that put the show together on India Market Open. But stay tuned. Ask Profit up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा, आप अपना देख लो।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned into Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin near the $63,000 mark on macro uncertainties ahead of Fed meet. Russia passes the first comprehensive crypto law. FATF crypto travel rule adoption is rising. India's CBDT, there is a detailed guidance note on crypto. The Bitcoin is near the $63,000 mark on macro uncertainties ahead of Fed meet decision. Remember the upcoming Federal Reserve policy decision on July 29 and the subsequent passage of the US Senate Crypto Clarity Act remains a key trigger. Lighter positions are being made ahead of these key macro events. Russia's new framework, which is effective from 1st September this year, has created the country's first full legal regime for crypto alongside the digital ruble rollout. Now, the Bank of Russia gains broad oversight of licensed exchanges, brokers, asset managers, custodians and service providers, which of course gives more secure licenses during a transition window. This gives a significant recognition for the crypto ecosystem. Well, the Financial Task Force says more jurisdictions are putting crypto rules into the law. The global watchdog reported 83% of surveyed jurisdictions have passed the legislation to implement the travel rule. That is up almost 73% last year, and the travel rule is one of the most important compliance standards in crypto. And lastly, India's Central Board of Direct Taxes has come out with a detailed guidance note explaining how crypto exchanges and other virtual digital asset providers must comply with their reporting obligations with the Income Tax Department. Now, this move operationalizes the OECD's crypto asset framework to improve tax transparency. Now, the industry players believe the latest guidance is an important milestone, even though it does not introduce any new taxes or regulate the crypto assets. And before we wrap, here's a quick check to the crypto prices over the last 24 hours, and largely we see a sell-off coming in across most of the cryptos, especially if you look at Bitcoin, Ethereum. That's where the sell-off is happening. Between almost 3 to 5% is the downfall coming in. And of course, the demand and supply, the support resistance range for Bitcoin, that ranges between that $61,000 to $65,000 mark. But there's a pause happening, and this is of course on macro events. Well, time now to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day, and here's what's there to keep in mind. Overall, the market outlook is showing a very cautious consolidation, but remember, keep your trading positions light because be cautious ahead of the Fed FOMC meet, which is happening in the next 48 hours, and Clarity Act that becomes an important trigger for technicals in the first week of August. The Bitcoin support range on the lower side will be between that $61,000 to $63,000 mark. Now, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25।
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock-related queries. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me today is Soumit Sarkar. And over the next hour, we'll try and get to all your stock-related queries. A quick check before doing all of that of the markets as well, because today as well, you know, it's an important day for the markets. We've seen a very, very flattish kind of a start and that move continuing. But
Yesterday's last hour trading gash, essentially led by lower crude prices, has been a positive for the markets as we go into the next month of expiry, of course. So today, Tuesday, is the Nifty expiry, and hence last Tuesday of the month, not seeing too much of wild moves as of now. In terms of the heat map, also, if we can pull those up for the Nifty 50 as well. Some key stocks like Infosys were doing well at the start of the trading session. TCS as well as HCL Tech Mahindra, Infosys all doing well. A little bit and a lot of credit for that goes to Coforge, the earnings as well as the commentary that has come through for the management as well. HUL post results is down 3.5%. We'll get you some more perspective during the day on the same. While BL is the other counter where you've seen a slightly weaker picture coming through yesterday, and hence stocks down almost 3% right now. It's been a very, very long time post which BL has come back below that 400 mark. The order book is strong, but yes, those are some of the key factors that are driving in trade today. Let's look at the Coforge stock today as well, and that has risen through, gone through, done well as well in terms of in terms of the stock price performance, up 9% now. A very, very secular growth that we've seen. On the other hand, in terms of what we've seen in terms of the overall sectoral impact too, let's pull that up also. So Nifty IT started off with an up move of 2%. That has built on to its gains, now up almost 3.4%, while there has been a 2% downtick on the India defense and probably VL contributing there as well. Advanced decline is the other key factor before we speak to the next key management we also have in focus today. The declines have actually staggered through and then seen a very big spurt. So right now almost 1650 stocks as of now that are declining in trade today, and we'll get to more stock specific queries as well. But let me go across to Sanjay Kulshetra, who is joining us. He's the chairman and managing director of HUTCO now. Sanjay ji, a very good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. Just in terms of what we see in this quarterly results as well, Q1 saw a strong momentum that you had seen. Are you expecting that to continue in Q2 as well?
Definitely, it will be complete. It will be going through, and as you see that a lot of requirement is there, capital requirement is there in the urban infrastructure. So I think the business of the company will go on, and the way we are closing our deals, be it the loan sanctions or the pipelines of the borrowing. So I am very sure that the pace will be continuing, looking at the need of the states, looking at the need of the sectors.
Any number you could share with us for disbursement growth, sanctions growth? What is the kind of growth that you're looking for the full financial year?
So in Q1, we had already achieved more than 16,000 crores. So we generally plan our disbursement across the quarters so that it will impact our bottom line. So we are looking at around 65,000 crores kind of figure. And that's how we are planning our borrowing plans as well.
Mr. Sanjay, we've seen actually that NIMs across the board for financial firms have actually come down, and that's largely something that most analysts were working with as well. For you specifically, it's at 2.72. Do you expect that that level to be maintained now as we go through the year? Is this where you're seeing NIM largely bottoming out?
I think NIMs will be improving from this number. This is the bottom number, and this has a arithmetic reaction also. If you see the disbursement in last 4 quarters, it was very accelerated, and the loan book was growing and at the pace of around 25%, which has put pressure on the NIMs. At the same time, the cost of borrowing has also increased to some extent, and we had replaced our short-term loans to the long-term loans to have that ALM kind of matching. At the same time, RBI has came out with the swap window, and we are taking that facility in true and spirit, and we are taking a lot of advantage of that. So I am very sure that this is the bottom figure, and we will be resting around 3% in a long-term kind of time.
Okay. When it comes to the accounts under NCLT resolution, I believe the amount stands at close to 1100 crore rupees. I know that 100% of the same has been provided, but any recoveries that we could expect for the remaining part of the financial year?
100%.
100 crore rupees. I know that 100% of the same has been provided, but any recoveries that we could expect for the remaining part of the financial year?
100%. We are too aggressive than you can even think to resolve these kind of assets, because we understand this is the capital which is hidden. And we are very, very aggressive working with the consortium partner, working with the NCLTs and the COCs. And I am very sure a resolution.
So, sir, we've seen over the last couple of years, starting FY24, you've given some color as well in terms of your book, loan book, as well as the diversification towards urban infrastructure is a very big point. I think right now the percentage is almost 75%. Do you feel that this is probably the higher end of things, that you will probably stabilize at that 75 to 80% mark, with the other factor coming in from affordable housing? Or how should we look at this number? Because of course the urban infra part, more higher yields as well. So could you give us some perspective of what should we expect this number to be, maybe this year, maybe in the next year too?
If you see the number, we are responsible for housing, we are responsible for urban development and urban infrastructure. At the same time, we are supporting PMAY 1. We are also supporting PMAY 2. Here under PMAY 2, the counterpart requirement of the states can be requested from HUDCO. Presently, not too many states has came forward to take that advantage, and they are managing their funds very well. So in case of any housing requirement under PMAY counterpart funding, then only the housing portfolio will be increased. But at the same time, I think we are more focused now towards the other part, that is the urban ecosystem. Because if you see the mandate of the Government of India and the commitment of the Government of India, maybe it is SASTI or Urban Challenge Fund or the Financial Commission grants. So everything is pointed towards creation of good urban infrastructure, the improvement in the service level index, be it the waste, water, drainage, sewerage, roads. I think a lot of infrastructure is required. And at the same time, you have seen that how the industrial corridors are being created, how this big semiconductor mission is being so fruitful and so successful. All these things have seen that how the industrial corridors are being created, how this big semiconductor mission is being so fruitful and so successful. All these things will create a lot of requirement for urban infrastructure. Because these are very, very big kind of conglomerates. The way airports are coming, the ports are coming, the expressways, the ring roads. So everything is pointing towards the more capital towards the urban infrastructure side, which is creating a lot of GDP for the country as well. So the company focus will be towards housing, affordable housing in case any state requires. And at the same time, the priority will be to have that kind of ecosystem for Viksit Bharat under the urban infrastructure.
Well, got that, sir. Thank you so much for joining in and giving us your views across your portfolio. Many congratulations, of course, yet again on a strong set of numbers. But let me welcome in our guest now, Swati Hodkar, AVP Technical Research at Nirmal Bang, Tapan Doshi, Research Analyst at CA Tapan, joining in now. Both of you, thanks so much for joining in. Very good morning to you. Tapan, a very quick view first, if we could, on HUDCO as well. A decent set of numbers from the company. What's your view on the stock now?
The valuations are okay, Puneet. First of all, good morning. And if you see the loan book is growing strong, affordable housing demand will be there, and infrastructure financing is growing overall. I think the interest rate hike will not be happening soon, so that will be good for the company. Asset quality is stable, so at this valuation it looks okay. Even healthy net interest margin profile is there, so I think one can hold this stock for a little bit longer.
Alright, we'll just take a very quick break, come back with a lot more stock related queries with Tapan and Swati. Stay tuned, a lot more action on the other side.
स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे, गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा, आप अपना देख लो।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit, and if you haven't already done so, do start sending in your queries on numbers that are flashing on the top of your screen. Also call us for stock related queries as well. But let's go across and start with Sanjay from Bengaluru. He's holding on to Samvardhana Motherson at almost 110 rupees per share, so he's doing well in profits as well. Swati, he wants to know if he should still continue to hold on for the next 6 months. So good morning to you. What's your opinion?
Good morning to you as well as all the panelists. Definitely the view is positive. The counter is trading in upward rising channel, well placed above the important moving average. I believe the trend still remains positive as long as the counter maintains the strong support of 142 levels. So by keeping that as stop loss, you can definitely hold on the long position. The immediate target I'm looking forward towards at least 155 to 160 levels.
Queries from Suman from Kolkata. It's on UPL. Holding around 31 shares, bought at an average price of 610. Should he buy more or hold? Any view on this, Tapan?
Yes, you can hold, but I will not recommend to buy more. The reason is, no, still the working capital intensity is there, no, that is putting pressure on the margin. And if you see the raw material price volatility is there, weather related demand risk is also there. However, on the positive side, specialties portfolio is going up and new product launches are there. So that is good. And debt reduction continues. I think, but at this valuation, I think one can hold the stock, don't add currently.
Don't add. Got that view, but the next one, and this one's from Satyan. He wants to know about Fractal, if it can be averaged now. So he has been holding on to this counter since the IPO, which was around 900 rupees. So currently sitting at a loss. Wants to know about this one. Tapan, so his question being about Fractal as well as Moschip. It's a counter that has been a lot in focus. Either both of them or one of them. What's your preference?
The preference will be Moschip because that fundamental is quite strong and everything. But yes, valuation is on a higher side. So because the demand will be there for AI, for Moschip in future and semiconductor, yeah, I think that is well placed. So yes, he can average, maybe buy on dips category. For Fractal, I think demand will be stronger. But here the competition is on quite extensive, and my take is that Fractal don't add buy on dips category. For Fractal, I think demand will be stronger. But here the competition is on quite extensive, and my take is that Fractal don't add now. See the quarterly result, then only add. But Moschip and dips you can buy.
Next query is from Vijay from Chennai. It's on Indian Bank. He wants to know the short-term target for this counter. Swati, any view?
As of now, my view is definitely positive in this particular stock. I believe the short-term target will be at around 860 to 865 levels. So you can hold on the long positions.
Got that view, Swati. But the next question, it's on Gland Pharma, and Swati is staying with you. He's holding shares at 2,285 rupees per share. So currently sitting on some profits. Wants to know if it's a good time to book it or should he continue to hold, Swati? What's your opinion?
I will suggest to hold on this particular stock because it's trading in a high tops, high bottom formations. Continuously, it's taking a very good support nearby 2350 levels, and again, it's making a new high. So the trend still remains positive. Momentum indicators such as the RSI showing a very positive crossover from the downside levels. I believe for a short period of time, my immediate target will be 2550 levels, and beyond that 2600 levels can be seen. So definitely you can hold on this particular counter if you want to keep any kind of a profit stop loss. 2380 is acting as a crucial support levels from the last few trading session. So by maintaining that as a stop loss, you can hold on the long positions for immediate target of 2550.
Queries for you, Swati. Again, it's from Padma from Bangalore. Vatek Wabag is the stock. She wants to know whether is it a good entry. What is a good entry price for this counter? Any view here?
My view is a little bit cautious for a short period of time because already we have seen a very spike rally from almost 1400 to 2200. So after such kind of a rally, we can't deny the profit booking, and the same structure we are witnessing at the current levels. I believe if you're looking for a fresh long positions, any dips towards to 1800 to 1700, those 100 points range will definitely be utilized to build up the long positions. As of now, the selling pressure is likely to be seen in the near term future. So any dips towards to the 1750, 1700, you can definitely take a long position, and thereafter the bounce back rally can be witnessed up to the 2250 to 2200 levels on the high side.
Got that view, Swati. But the next question is on BEL, and today definitely the stock was under pressure at the start of the trading session on the back of its results. And after a really long time seeing that stock under pressure, post results, as I mentioned. So Nagababu from Andhra Pradesh is owning the stock at 414. Wants to know if the long-term thesis remains intact. And Tapan, the important question is what he's asking, if it's a good time to average now as well. Firstly, what's your fine print on the results, and would you recommend averaging for Nagababu, who's already holding the stock right now?
See, Puneet, we can see the no pressure on margins as such in this quarter. And again, of course, the revenue was good. Overall, the order book is almost more than 75,000 crores. So no problem in that part. But how will be the execution and whether they're able to sustain the margin? That is the main point. Now, I think valuation is on a higher side. It is on premium. So at this level, I'll not tell him to average. I think around 370 or 365 something it comes. Then I think he can average, but long-term thesis is valid. I think it will go up, but it will take some time.
Right. The next is a caller query coming in from Sambhaji Nagar. Shubhakar, you can go ahead and ask your query.
I have 350 shares of Bharat Gears.
Okay.
At 119. I can hold it for 1 year.
Okay. Tapan, any view on Bharat Gears?
See, if you see the results and all that, it's been okay. Now, if you see the PAT has little turned to profitability now, and in future auto demand is improving, and the defense opportunity for this company is that export order is also there. I think things are now getting into turnaround for this company. So yes, please hold this stock currently.
Well, let's now start with the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. Swati as well as Tapan, you know the drill. First questions on PFC. Amit is holding on to the shares at 340. Tapan is holding on to 11,000 shares. Should he continue to hold?
Yeah, currently hold.
The next query is for you, Swati. It's on Iris Clothing. The viewer has around 500 shares bought at a price of 37 rupees. Can he hold it for short term, 3 to 6 months?
Definitely, he can hold on the long positions for immediate target of 50 to 52 levels on the high side. Maintain the stop loss of 47 rupees on downside.
The next one's on IDFC First. Now, had a really strong reaction on Monday, Swati, post results. Lalita is holding these shares at almost 75 rupees. Would you recommend her to ride the wave? Is the fundamentals visible on the charts too?
Yes, as of now the trend is positive. You can hold on to long positions. Downside, it has a very crucial support at around 84 levels, that is the gap support as well. So by maintaining a stop loss of 84, you can ride this rally for immediate target of 88 to 90 rupees.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on NTPC. Monica from Delhi is holding around 100 shares of NTPC, bought at a price of 413 rupees, which is sitting on a loss. Should she average with 100 more shares, hold to this 100 shares, or sell? What is your view?
Average at this level.
Coal India, bought by Anjani at 320. Wants to know a long-term outlook, Tapan.
Currently pressure will be there, so if he wants to add around 380 something, he can add.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Gravita India. Prakesh from Kerala wants to know whether should he buy Gravita India now after the fall that we have seen post numbers?
No, not now. Wait for some time.
Next one's Container Corp. Our viewer Mohit is holding shares at 512. He's holding 200 shares. Tapan wants a 1 year view on the counter.
Stock is good, but it will be slow moving. Better to move out from the stock, and other better stocks are available.
The next query is for you, Swati. It's on Siemens Energy. Naresh is holding few shares, bought at a price of 3,400. Should he hold, average, or exit?
I would say just book the partial profit at the current levels because the counter is trading at a very resistance level. So book the partial profits. Remaining partial you can hold on for 3,800 rupees target.
Also, Swati, on Birla Soft, our viewers holding shares at 290. What's the short-term view?
Short-term view is positive, looking for a target of 320 rupees. You can hold on by maintaining a stop loss of 300 rupees on the downside.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on GE Vernova. Uma from Bangalore has around 15 shares, bought at a price of 4,388. Is it good to hold, buy more or sell?
Good to hold and average around 3,800.
But hopefully Kaushik that answers your question too. But the next one's from Satish on HUL. Tapan, we just had the results about an hour back. I don't know if you got a chance, but what's your view on the stock now?
Well, I am not too much positive on HUL, so it will be avoid from me.
The next query is for you, Swati. It's on HDFC. The viewer has around 750 shares, bought at a price of 782. Should he buy more or continue to hold?
I will suggest to hold on this particular long position. Immediate target will be 800 to 820 for a short period of time.
The next one coming in, it's on from Rohit Jain on Inox Wind. He wants to hold it for the next 1 year and wants to buy 500 shares. Tapan, would you recommend?
Yeah, stock is good. Around if he getting around 74, 70, he can add it.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Tata Power. Subrata Mukherjee from Kolkata wants to know whether should he buy Tata Power from long-term investment perspective.
Yeah, he can.
On Whirlpool India, PS Rao wants to buy for the long term. Tapan, this counter has been underperforming for a while. Would you recommend that, or should he buy something else?
No, avoid from my side.
The next query is for you, Swati. It's on FDC. Rakesh Kumar has bought around 700 shares at a price of 400 rupees. Should he continue to hold or exit?
Yes, you can hold on by maintaining a stop loss of 410. Positive momentum can be witnessed above 420 and the immediate target will be 430 to 440.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the first round of the rapid fire on this edition of the show. But stay tuned. A lot more stock related queries on the other side after this very short break.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन।
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit, and as we go through the next set of stock-related queries, a very quick check because the Nifty IT continues to power through in today's trading session on a day where we're largely seeing flattish moves come through on the benchmarks, almost 3.7% up now on the Nifty IT. Look at the constituents too; those are the other key gainers. You're of course seeing Coforge leading that pack today. But you're also seeing that on other, the rub-off effect coming in on Persistent, also on Emphasis, HCA Tech as well as Oracle Financial are some of the other key gainers today. TCS also, if you can pull up the 1 month chart, has given low double-digit returns, and that move continues from the lows, at least on this counter as of now. So all of those counters continue to doing well. Let's look at the 1 month move of TCS too. Of course, a lot of those coming in for Persistent too, but almost a 14.5% up move that we've seen on TCS from those lows of sub 2200. But the next question, and this one's also something that we've spoken about quite a bit on MTAR Tech. Radha Krishna from Bengaluru actually asked this question, and Swati, largely like a reminder, right? I think every week we're probably picking this up with you. He's been holding shares at 7,000 odd rupees, but does your cautious view continue on MTAR Tech? We've seen another rally go to 6,000 and then fizzle out. Does your cautious stance continue?
Yes, because the counter is just making a low news at such new lows on the downside, and it is continuously facing a very strong pressure at around 20 DMA as well. Now the interesting fact that the immediate support level lies at 5450 levels, that is acting as a crucial cluster support level. If it's break those levels, then more selling pressure is likely to be seen, and my target in this particular counter is lies at around 5300. So I will suggest to hold on. Don't create a major long positions at the current market price. Let the stock find a support nearby 5300, then we will witness some sort of a turnaround. So wait for some more time. My view is a little bit cautious on this particular stock.
Got that view, Swati. And the next one is a caller from Hyderabad. Ajay has a stock query for us. Ajay, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, hi team. I'm holding Upspace Solutions for 305 and 1000 shares.
Okay.
At 305 cost. So can you please tell me fundamentals and technicals? Is this a stock to be held for me? Every time I'm asking technical and fundamental, but you guys are not.
Ajay, we do get a lot of stock related queries, hence one of you at a time. But let me go across to Tapan first on office. Tapan, how are you looking at this counter? You've seen a few listings come through in this space over the last 2 years. What's your view now?
There is a pressure on this counter now. If you see, of course, the valuation is still on a premium side now, and corporate hiring is little bit slowed down. Competition is increasing, but I think the overall slowly and gradual flexible workspace demand is going up. So we have to see that how this company is able to deliver the margins and the revenue. I think this company will be in a pressure, even though cash generation is there. I think demand is on a lower side. So my take is don't enter at this level. In future, if it comes up now, I think better to get out from this.
The next query is from Sankana Naran and Tapan, it's for you actually. He was holding around 100 shares of Power Grid at a price of 340. So far the shares have not given him much return. He's a long-term investor. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this stock or should he change it to PFC?
Well, I think PFC may
have not given him much return. He's a long-term investor. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this stock or should he change it to PFC?
Well, I think PFC may do a little bit better, but I think Power Grid, why I prefer Power Grid, one type of monopoly in transmission, and we know that what type of demand will be there. So it will be slow and steady. No, it will provide you a return over the time. Again, if you see the transmission pipeline is quite strong and almost 30 to 40% deficit is there in transmission. If we can stay, I think better to stay with Power Grid. I think from here, things will be better for Power Grid. That is what I feel.
Got that view, Tapan. But the next one, and this one's from Khurshid from Delhi. It's on Bank of Baroda. Let's look at the 1 month chart of this counter as well, because post that announcement of that settlement, that 5,800 crore hit that we saw in this quarter, stocks largely been range bound in this range of what we have seen. So the 13% downtake coming in because of that big hit coming in from that settlement. But Tapan, his buying price is 270. Wants to know if it's a good time to add more into this chip. What would you recommend? Because the earnings largely could be affected, right, for this year. So more of a longer 2 year story on this one. What's your view?
Well, yes, there will be impact, and net interest margin also pressure will be there. If you see deposit competition is intensifying now because most of the deposit is going to the market actually. And if you see the PSU valuation discount will be there, but credit growth for the BOB will be around 13% odd, and retail loan mix is improving. I think if you see gross NPA and net NPA are in control, dividend yield is around 3 to 4%. So if he wants to enter, I think 220 will be a good level to enter, not at this, just wait for maybe 8 to 10% correction.
Okay. The next query is on Anantraj. Soumyan Mukherjee from Kolkata has around 100 shares of Anantraj, bought at a price of 534. He wants to know, should he continue to hold this counter from long-term perspective? Tapan, any view?
Yeah, hopefully so. And if you see the data center, that is what I heard, that they are going to have a separate demerger of data center. If it happens, that is a value unlocking. And if you see the rental income will be rising, and we have to see how the DC execution will be there. Currently, it's like a real estate company only, and high capex requirement is there. So we have to see the working capital pressure on the margins and all that. But at this level, I think he can hold on, give 1 or 2 quarter more. It's a cash generating company. Hopefully things will be better and more clarity on data center point of view.
Got that view, Tapan. But the next one, and it's on Cinema SGS. It's been another very, very interesting counter because of the structural up move that we saw, and then some selling from that 1400 odd level. Now, this has been noted by our viewer as well, who's Ajay Kapoor. Wants to know if it's a good time to enter now at the current transaction. Swati, he's looking for an entry price. Is this it, or should he wait for that 1250, 1200 odd mark and then enter?
I would suggest to wait at the current momentum because this particular counter is under the profit booking session as such. I believe it will find out a good support nearby 1200 to 1180 levels that are the previous swings low supports. The RSI showing the negative crossovers from the higher side. So we might witness more selling pressure in this particular counter. Fresh positions can be add up any dips towards to 1180 to 1200 level. Those are the attractive level, but the risk reward ratio will be also favorable, and probably at that point of time, the counter will also enter into the oversold zone. From there, after, we are looking for a target of at least a bounce back rally can be witnessed to 1330 to 1300 levels on the higher side. So wait for some more time.
The next query is from Aarti from Bangalore. She is holding few shares of Wipro, bought at a price of 205. Should she hold or sell? Swati, any view on this?
I will suggest to hold on the long positions because already it's a bitten down counter. The risk reward ratio is really favorable. Momentum indicators such as RSI showing a positive crossovers from the oversold zone. So this is the good price to take long positions for the longer term horizons. Definitely this kind of a bounce back rally or the pullback rally can be extended towards to 200 rupees. So definitely you can hold on to long positions.
Got that view, Swati. But the next one is from Dr. Zeenat. She wants to invest between either of these counters, Swati, either CG Power or Eon Exchange. From the short to medium terms, are either of those or one of those recommended?
CG Power is recommended, but not at the current market price. I will suggest to wait for some more time. If you're getting any dips towards to 800 levels at the good level to take the long position. So my preference will be a CG Power, but any dips towards to 800 rupees will be the good levels to take a long position, and thereafter we will look for a target of 900 rupees. Okay,
the next query is from Lilavati from Hyderabad. She is holding 80 shares of DMart at a price of 2,555. She wants to exit this and buy L&T. Tapan, would you recommend this move?
Yeah, please do it because I honestly, Avenue Supermarket is okay, even though the profitability and all that is coming, but the valuation is too high. And from here, I think e-commerce competition will be intensifying, discount and all that, and that is where putting pressure of margin of demand. Comparatively, yes, L&T is much better option. I think much better scale, and in future looks bright as the Middle East demand is picking up. So yes, please move to L&T.
Big results also of L&T today, so something to watch out for. But let's go across to Hyderabad now. Kiran is dialing in for a stock related query. Kiran, good morning. What's your query?
Good morning, and good morning to all the panelists also. I am a regular viewer of NDTV, and it is my privilege that I talk to you, and I have a query regarding HFCL Limited.
Okay.
And I got 807 number of HFCL shares with 212 rupees.
Okay. And this one was bought from a long-term view, Kiran, or a short-term view?
Short-term view.
Short-term view. Okay, got it. Well, firstly, Kiran, thanks so much for joining in and being a regular viewer of the show too. Do keep calling in. But Swati on HFCL, he's bought it at 212. What's your opinion on the stock now?
At the current levels, definitely we was a little bit cautious because from the last 3 months we have already seen a huge rally and which has taken a counter from almost 80 to 230 levels. So the profit booking is likely to be seen and which we are witnessing right now. I will suggest you to exit the long positions at the CMP. Any dips towards to 160 level, you can definitely re-enter into this particular counter. But at CMP, you should exit this particular stock because more selling pressure is likely to be witnessed, which will take a counter towards to 160 to 165 levels.
Anil Kulkarni from Mumbai is holding 8,700 shares of GAIL India, bought at a price of 175.6 rupees. Should he hold or sell? Swati, any short-term view on this counter?
Short-term view is positive because the counter has given a cluster resistance breakout of 172 and today the volumes are really doing very well along with the price momentums. So whenever such kind of a structures forms, I believe the positive move is likely to be extended towards to 185 levels. So you can definitely hold on the long position. If you want to keep any kind of a stop loss, 169 will act as a crucial support level. So by maintaining that as a stop loss, you can hold on the long positions for a 185 rupees target.
Got the view, Swati. But viewers, time for another quick break. Come back in the last stretch of the show. We also have the rapid fire round. Do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Welcome back to Ask Profit. Last stretch of the show, so do start sending in your queries if you haven't done so already. But the next query is from Pune. Rohit is having a query on Neel Kamal. He's holding these shares at 1,390 rupees per share, so sitting on substantial gains. Tapan sitting on 5 lakh rupees of gains. Would you recommend him to book partially or maybe continue to hold? What's your opinion?
First of all, congratulations to him. Yes, book partial, because revenue growth and profit growth is decent for this company, and in future also demand will be there. But we know this cycle, no, it may anytime turn around. Of course, their competition is also increasing. Raw material cost risk is there. If anything happened to real estate department, then also this stock will be hit. And again, the stock has gone up a lot. So yes, please book at least 40-50% of profitability, and I think then you can hold the stock.
Next query is from Venkat Ramani from Bangalore. He's holding 300 shares of Tata Power, bought at a price of 274 rupees. He wants to know whether should he add more for a period of next 6 months. Swati, any view?
I will not suggest to add more at the CMP. Any dips towards to 350, 340 levels are the good levels to take a long position. Positive move can be witnessed above 390, 394 rupees only towards a target of 420.
Got that view. But the next question, and this one's from Prashant. He wants to know about either of those counters between Paytm or Varun Beverages. Swati, do you like either to enter the counter right now? What's your view?
Paytm and Varun Beverages, as if we do the comparative analysis between two, I believe Paytm looks interesting because already we have witnessed a sharp sell-off, then we are witnessing the trend change which has taken a counter into the upward rising channel. But not at the CMP, any dips towards to 1200 or something like that, you can definitely enter into the Paytm. The long-term target, I believe that it has a strong potential to reach up to 1600 to 1700. So any dips towards to 1200 or so, definitely you can add on the long positions.
The next query is from Venkatesh. He wants to know the best time to enter Axis Bank. Swati, any view here?
Yes, I'm positive on the banking sector. Axis Bank at the current level also you can take at least 30-40% long positions. The short immediate target is coming at around 1300, which is the 20-day moving average. Up to that level, the stock is likely to enter. And just keep some more capital to add on if you are getting any dips towards to 1180 or 1160 levels. My view is positive on this particular counter. If you don't want to miss out the rally, 30-40% are recommended at the C.
Got that view. But the next one, and Amit has been looking at the screen today because this question, and who's from Chennai, is on the IT pack. Now he's seeing a positive rally on the sector as we've highlighted as well. Wants to know, Tapan, if he should consider any particular stock for the long term. What would your preference be? Would it be in the larger pack, in the mid cap space, or even in the small caps? Tapan, what do you like?
Honestly, I don't like IT sector from last 1.5 years, but even though, because I think still it may go up, I'm not saying 10-20%, but for long term, it should be a sustainable gain, correct? And that is what I cannot see currently. We don't know who will be the winner. But then also, if you forcefully ask me, then I'll go for Coforge or Persistent. These are the two pick that is much more safer compared to larger IT. Larger IT is completely ignored. It may go up recently because of this rally, but again, result may not come, then it can go down. So if Coforge and Persistent are the two, if they want to.
Okay, the next query is on Eternal. Ravi from Hyderabad wants to know whether it's a good time to buy Eternal from short-term perspective. Swati, any view here?
Yes, you can take a long position at the CMP as well, but you have to maintain a strict stop loss of 290. The immediate target I'm looking forward at least 330 rupees. So definitely you can go for a long position at CMP.
Got that view, Swati. But the next one, and we actually have a couple of queries on the fundamental and technical side on Rubicon. So let me ask both of you. So the fundamental query is from Bharat, who's from Andhra Pradesh. Tapan, a view on Rubicon. I'll come to you, Swati, as well.
Well, Rubicon, I think if you see the results and all that, that is overall okay. I think still the pressure is there on the margin and all that. In future, I think the guidance looks okay, but I think one should wait. Don't enter at this level.
On Rubicon as well, Lavanya, who's from Illuru, wanted a target as well as stop loss. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Tapan. The view is little bit cautious because we have already seen a very huge rally from last 3 to 4 months. And from last few trading sessions, I'm witnessing a negative divergence in this particular counter. So we might witness some sort of a profit booking. Any dips towards to 1450, 1400 are the good levels to take the fresh long position. So at the CMP, wait for some more rally from last 3 to 4 months. And from last few trading sessions, I'm witnessing a negative divergence in this particular counter. So we might witness some sort of a profit booking. Any dips towards time, let the stock correct and find out a good support at a lower levels, and you can re-enter into this particular stock.
Next query is from Sairam from Andhra Pradesh. He wants to know whether can he buy Vinati Organics and PI Industries at current price. Tapan, any view on both the counters?
No, currently no. I'm not too much bullish currently. Still, I think demand sluggishness is there and margin pressure is there. We have to see next 1 or 2 quarter how the results will be. I think the pressure will sustain for next 1 or 2 quarters. So currently no for both the stock.
Got it. Got the view. Tapan, next one is on Canara Robeco. Actually, we had a good set of numbers from the company, and we saw the stock react too. Swati, our viewer Shailendra is actually holding these shares at 260 odd. Wants a short-term view. Is there any visibility? Because I know it's a very recent listing, so not too much historical data. But we saw the rally fizzle out very, very quickly. Anything on the chart that suggests the same?
See, as of now, definitely we are witnessing some sort of a selling pressure, but it has a very good support nearby. I believe that the 255 will act as a good support levels. So maintain the stop loss of 255. A bounce back rally can be witnessed once the stock manages to give the breakout of 267 to 68 levels on the closing basis. If it's break that level, then 280 is the likely target in near term. So hold this particular counter, but maintain the strict stop loss on the downside.
Right. The next query is on Tata Chemicals. Maqsood from Hyderabad wants to know, he's holding around 25 shares, bought at a price of 900. He wants to know your view, Tapan, on Tata Chemicals. Should he continue to hold?
Well, I think it will be sell on rise. Now, this stock has been underperforming for long. Again, soda ash prices, weakness is there, global oversupply, margin pressure, weak global demand, and also commodity price volatility is there. And India demand is improved, but it will take some time. So my take is now, once it comes up, better to move out from the stock.
Got it. Got the view, Tapan. But the next one, and this one's on Thangamayal, Jay Krishnan, who's from Kerala, has bought these shares at 7,320. So he's bought it at elevated levels. Just seen a look at the 1 year chart. It's been a very, very strong move on Thangamayal. Swati wants to know if he should still continue to hold on, because the up move that we've seen on this counter has been very strong. What's your view now?
See, my view is positive, but can you please let me know the buying price of this particular stock?
He bought it at 7,320, 7,320.
Oh, at a very high levels he bought it. I will suggest to hold on, but maintain the strict stop loss of 7,200 rupees on a downside, because the counter is facing a very strong resistance level on the higher side towards its 52-week high. So I believe we might witness some sort of a selling pressure. So maintain the stop loss of 7,200. If it's break that level, then we might witness some sort of a selling pressure or the profit booking, which will take a counter towards to 7,000 rupees on a downside. So hold, but maintain the strict stop loss on downside.
Got it. Well, let's now start the rapid fire round in this edition of the show. The first question is coming in from Manju. How are you on KC International, if she can buy the current price? Tapan?
Yeah, on SIP, man.
Next query is for you, Swati. Sushila from Baleri wants to know whether should she continue to hold the shares of Cupid. She has around 1,600 shares, bought at a price of 136. Any targets here?
Yes, target is 240 to 245 levels. Definitely can hold on the longs.
We took a view on BEL from Tapan, but Swati, anything on the charts that you suggest that it's a good time to buy or no?
No, not at the CMP. Any dips towards to 380 levels, you can go for a long position.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Suzlon. Bhaskar from Hyderabad is holding 900 shares, bought at an average price of 58. Should he hold, add more at current levels?
Yeah, I can add more.
The next one's on Tenneco India. Swati, a viewer, Sai Karthik wants a 3 to 6 month view on the counter. Has seen some run up since listing, again a recent one. But what's your opinion now?
My view is a little bit cautious. Any rise towards to at least 540, 550 levels, you try to exit the long position. I am not much positive on this particular stock.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on SG Mart. Asta Sabarwal is holding few shares, bought at a price of 614. Should she sell or hold?
Sell on rise.
Also, Tapan, on time, Technoplast, because Sainath is holding shares at 158. He's holding almost 2,500 shares. What's your view on the stock now?
Currently hold.
Next query is for you, Swati. It's on JNK Bank. Kiran wants to know whether should she buy at current levels.
Not fresh long positions are recommended at the CMP. Any dips towards to 165 to 160 levels are the good level to take a fresh long position, and then the immediate target will be a 180 to 190.
Next one's on Clean Science. Swati, our viewer has bought these shares at 790, and this is Praveen. Wants to know about a 6 to 9 month view on the stock.
My view is little bit cautious, but those levels are the attractive levels to build up for the long positions. For a short period of time, we might witness a pullback rally towards to 760, 770 levels.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Nuvama Wealth. Madhav from Hyderabad is holding 60 shares, bought at a price of 1,230. What's the long-term view on this?
Yeah, stock is good, so you can hold on.
IDFC first took a technical view from Swati, but Tapan, R. Pillai is bought these shares at 53, so he's sitting on good gains now. Should he ride the wave?
Yeah, ride the wave.
The next query is for you, Swati. It's on CG Power. The viewer is holding few shares, wants to know whether should he buy more at current levels.
No, not at the current market price. Any dips towards to 800, you can definitely think about it.
The next one, it's on Hindustan Copper. Our viewer wants to know if he can enter now for the long term. Tapan, would you recommend that?
No, at least 10% down for me.
The next query is for you, Swati. It's on Swiggy. Ganesh wants to know whether can he buy Swiggy for short term.
Not at the current market price, but definitely any dips towards to 255, you can add on. Target will be 280 rupees on the upside.
Murthy is holding on to Balu Forge, bought at 480. Currently sitting on a loss, Tapan, but should he average down?
Yeah, he can.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Balaji Amines or Alkyl Amines. Venkatesh wants to know what is a better bet here.
Balaji.
On Tata Elxsi, our viewers holding shares is Tara at 3,800. We got Tapan's view on the sector, but Swati, what should she do? Should she continue to hold?
Yes, definitely you can hold on. Positive divergence are witnessing. Looking for a short-term target of 3,800 and beyond that 4,000 levels can be seen.
The next query is for you, Tapan. Abhijit from Pune is holding 102 shares of KPIT Tech at a price of 770. Should he hold, average more or exit?
Exit on rise.
Next one, Swati, on NoSil. Dhaval wants to know if he can buy into this counter for the short term.
Not at the current market price. Wait for some more time. Any dips towards to 150 level, you can review this particular stock.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Zenza Tech. Rajiv from Bangalore has bought around 1,000 shares bought at a price of 485 rupees. Should he continue to hold this counter or exit?
Currently hold.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the rapid fire as well as this edition of Fast Profit. Tapan as well as Swati, thank you so much for helping us solve 56 queries that we have in the last 1 hour. A lot of queries today on CG Power, a lot of queries on BL as well, but thank you so much for your opinions and your views. Viewers, out of time, stay tuned, a lot more action on the other side.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Sit. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings.
Welcome to KYC, and you're watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. A very interesting show, I get you, and also at times you get recently listed companies to understand what's their story. And today also I have got a very recently listed company. But before that, try to guess the stock, what I'm talking about. The first hint I would like to give you is it's the only listed domestic ocean cruise player in India. I'm sure a lot of you must have guessed it by now, but the ones who haven't, I have more hints for you. The board recently approved a share split. And remember, the IPO listing just happened this month itself. So many corporate actions are happening. We'll try to understand why. Also, another hint I would like to give you, apart from this, is a strong recovery of 30% from the recent lows have also come. Interesting name, right? And I'm sure on a weekend or a long weekend or maybe even a 7-day trip, you must have taken it or your friends must have taken it on Cordelia Cruises. But the company's name is Waterway Leisure Tourism. That is where the brand of Cordelia Cruise also comes in. But we try to understand why are we calling this company and is this recently listed? What's the story? Everybody's talking about it. What's the actual business model? Has Dalal Seat actually understood how to value a company like this? What should we look? What we should not look? It's a first time for us. It's first time for you. Secondly, let's look at the second question. What would it be? And that is the elevated cruise prices. Is it going to impact the fuel cost or the other expenses going ahead as well? And we'll try to understand more about the progress of onboarding 2 new vessels. Currently, the company is just having 1 new vessel. So this is very much important trigger. Also, let's move on to the next question. Is the rationale behind the share split? Is it to gain the retail participation? What happens next? But Street is concerned. Concerns comes on the debt reduction plans. What are the levels to look at, or does this industry command higher debt? We try to understand that as well. And the FY27 top line and margin guidance, any forward-looking statement which the company can give. And yes, company has come out with its numbers, so it's not in a silent period. So we'll try to ask the management any numbers are there or not, any new routes which are planned in the coming quarters to expand, because India's coastline is huge. So these are the key questions we'll try to understand from the management. But let's try to understand what's the key details for the company. And of course, one of the most important thing is it's India's only listed domestic ocean cruise service. Also, let's pull out the second point. It was recently listed in July 1st, 2026. Now, let's get into the details about it. There was a fresh issue. It was mainly funded for vessel expansion and not debt reduction. And that is where the question mark comes for me. What happens to that debt? It has just 1 ship. It's called MV Empress. Around 55,700 guests sailed in the first quarter itself. Also, looking at that, company has 7 ports in India. That is where they operate.
We delivered this performance in a volatile environment through competitive modes built over time. First, our global supply chain network, R&D agility and manufacturing capability ensured continuity of supplies and faster response to market demand. This helped us to maintain service levels during this period of supply crisis as well. Second, our resilient portfolio straddling across price benefit pyramid and strength of our brands enabled us to implement calibrated pricing actions while preserving the consumer franchise. Third, despite the cost pressures, we continued to invest behind brands by stepping up absolute A&P spends to the highest level in the last 11 quarters. We further strengthened our omni-channel presence by growing distribution in general trade and continuing offline expansion of digital-first brands such as Minimalist and Simple. And finally, our financial agility enabled us to balance near-term pressures with long-term value creations. That brings me to the overall consolidated results. Our EBITDA margin at 23% was within the guided range. Our absolute EBITDA grew 8% year-on-year, while profit after tax before exceptional item grew 9% year-on-year. The reported profit after tax declined 2% on account of one-off tax credit in JQ25. The tax credit was to the extent of 337 crores. If you adjust for that, then the year-on-year reported underlying PAT has grown by 11%, which is same as profit before tax as well. This performance reflects the quality of our earnings, which means double-digit top line and double-digit bottom line growth and resilience of our business model. Moving to segment performance for the quarter, Home Care delivered 14% USG, driven by high single-digit UVG. This marks our strongest performance in 3 years. Both fabric wash and household care delivered double-digit volume-led growth. Within this, liquids continued its double-digit growth trajectory. We continue to see inflation in crude-linked derivatives and are taking calibrated price increases across the segment. Beauty and Wellbeing delivered 12% USG, driven by high single-digit UVG. Within this, hair care delivered another quarter of double-digit volume-led growth, driven by premium hair care. We further strengthened our market leadership during the quarter. Skin care and color cosmetics business grew in high single-digit, led by double-digit growth in premium skin care. Within this, Minimalist recorded double-digit growth and continued to expand aggressively in offline channels. Oziva saw a near-term softness. We continue to invest behind the portfolio and are confident of its long-term growth potential. Coming to personal care, the business delivered 4% USG driven by pricing as this segment continued to see palm oil inflation for the second consecutive year. Skin cleansing grew mid-single digit. Premium bars and body wash within that continued its double-digit growth trajectory led by volumes, which is outlining our premiumization strategy in personal care. Oral care delivered mid-single digit growth with premium innovations like Close-Up White Now continuing to gain traction. Foods delivered USG of 7%, which is again a step up of growth sequentially, driven by mid-single digit UVG. Premium tea within this reported low single digit UVG, while coffee delivered double-digit volume-led growth. Lifestyle nutrition, which is Horlicks and Boost, delivered double-digit growth in this quarter. This is its 5th consecutive quarter of positive UVG and a strong growth. During the quarter, Boost crossed the 1,000 crore annual turnover milestone, making it our 21st brand to be in the 1,000 crore club. Packaged foods delivered high single-digit growth. We expanded Kisan chutneys with 2 new variants during the quarter and continues to see step up as we move forward. As we continue to deliver the short-term performance and step up, we are investing ahead of the curve to build capabilities and remain future fit in marketplace. A powerful example of this commitment is the launch of Unilever Fragrance House in India. It brings together the science of fragrance creation with consumer insight and artificial intelligence closer to one of the world's fastest growing markets. Our liquid labs of the future in Mumbai is another such example. The lab can accelerate formulation development timelines by up to 6 times to respond with speed to consumer needs. In supply chain, our Haridwar and Sonipat factories were recognized by World Economic Forum's Global Lighthouse Network for supply chain resilience and sustainability categories respectively. HUL now holds 8 WEF Lighthouse designations across 6 sites, the highest for any company in India. And finally, we are embedding AI across our value chain. An example of this is our first digital distribution center in Vijayawada, where AI embedded real-time visibility creates a digitally orchestrated fulfillment ecosystem to serve consumers better. Taken together, these investments are building the foundations for long-term value creations along with many others. Now coming to our midterm outlook. The economy continues to be resilient and we expect the consumer demand, FMCG demand to remain stable. Having said that, we continue to monitor the progress of monsoon and evolving geopolitical developments. Backed by the actions that we have taken, we remain confident that fiscal year 27 will be better than fiscal year 26, which has been our guidance so far. And we expect the consolidated EBITDA margin to be around the current guided range, which has been our medium-term guidance. Our focus remains clear and unchanged. Drive competitive, volume-led growth anchored to our key strategic priorities. With this, I conclude our prepared remarks and will now take questions.
You were going to go first, right?
Good morning, Priya and Niranjan. If we see your EBITDA margin, the calculated margin is below 22%, it's 21.7%. So for this financial year, are you expecting to revise your EBITDA margin lower? If you're expecting to keep the EBITDA margin in the 22.5 to 23.5 range, what gives you the confidence? Is it the monsoon? Is it the consumer demand? That's one part of my question. My second question is, if we see volume, again, a bit subdued growth in the first quarter. So for the overall year, what's your outlook on your volumes, on the underlying volume growth? And the third question is, what's the outlook on raw material pricing, especially for commodities, tea, coffee?
Maybe I'll take the last part of the question first, and then Niranjan can add. So in terms of inflation, it remains a volatile environment. And we are closely monitoring, both the geopolitical situation, the monsoon conditions in the country. And we believe that in September quarter, we will see sequential inflation. This could be depending on how inflation pans out, between 2 to 5% sequentially for September quarter over June quarter. And we will take calibrated price increases as we have been taking in June quarter. The same we will do in September quarter, but really leverage all the lines of our P&L. So it remains volatile. Given our portfolio, which spans across and spreads across both categories and the depth of our portfolio across price architecture, we believe that we are in a good position to ensure that we navigate this.
And coming to your EBITDA margin, I would like to correct you that if you look at the consolidated EBITDA margin, which is what we report, it's actually 23%. And our EBITDA guidance is also on consolidated EBITDA margins, which is 22.5 to 23.5, and our margin reported for this quarter is 23%. So we are well within the guided range.
Hi, Priya. Hi, Niranjan. I think just the fact that, in the last so many quarters, volume growth has been on an uptick. I understand that this quarter there was also price hikes that has impacted the overall volume numbers. But you've mentioned that 2 to 5% is the inflation that you see sequentially as well. So when you say calibrated price hikes, is there a percentage set that you will be taking, in the next quarter or so? And do you think that for the whole year, the pricing pressure should be mostly done in the first half, and the second half is when you again start that volume growth trajectory coming in?
So I think, firstly, I'll repeat what I said. conditions continue to remain
Correct.
volatile.
Yeah.
So given the geopolitical challenges that we continue to see, we have to monitor this and we have to monitor what happens to commodities. The other is the monsoon conditions in India,
Correct.
and we need to monitor the El Nino impact of the monsoon. Now, given that overall agriculture, actually monsoon has become much more limited in terms of the impact of monsoon on irrigation is more important today.
Right.
But the issue really at hand is what happens with rural sentiment. And this is something we need to watch. But it depends. It depends on how monsoon pans out geographically and also the depth and extent of the monsoon challenge that we have, if we have one. So this is the two things we need to monitor in the country. Having said that, we feel very confident and comfortable with our equation between price. It's a very balanced equation between volume and price. With 5% volume and 5% price, this is a good balanced equation. We also are very competitive and continue to drive competitiveness in the quarter. So for us, this bodes well going forward.
And just on the fact that monsoon plus there's price hikes which has overall impacted rural demand, which was seeing a recovery last quarter. So what is your sense there in terms of rural demand versus urban demand going forward? What is it going to look like?
So firstly, we see rural demand continuing to be stable and robust in the quarter. So in the quarter that's gone by, June quarter, we see both urban and rural demand continuing to be stable in the quarter. So that's really our outlook going in. We have to keep watching, like I said, in terms of the monsoon and in terms of geopolitical impact on inflation. But given all the measures that have happened in the country, both in terms of the monetary measures, fiscal measures, the demand in the country remains consistent, remains stable. Niranjan, if you want to add.
No, I think just a couple of probably builds on that. Even on the volume point, even with the price hike of 5% UPG that you saw in the quarter, the volume has only come off from 6 to 5%. So really speaking, a 5% underlying volume growth with that kind of trajectory, again, actually is a strong evidence of our portfolio that straddles across the price benefit pyramid and our brand power, plus our broad-based growth. So the growth is not just coming from a category, it's coming from across, whether you look at a laundry or a dishwash or a hair care or a beauty or a foods or a Horlicks. So it's a very broad-based growth and not just a category which could be impacted by inflation.
Hi. So you called demand stable, but like we've seen, growth has improved. So do you see a progressive improvement in volumes going forward, or do you see them settling, or what's the normalized range that you're looking at? First is that, and secondly, also we said Boost has entered the 1,000 crore mark, and Horlicks Superfoods is also seeing the traction. So does this mean that category is now sort of turning around, and what's the roadmap to make that the growth engine and also the outlook on the personal care segment?
Yeah, so let me begin with our lifestyle nutrition category. Our lifestyle nutrition category has now seen 5 quarters successive continued good strong growth. And what's behind this is really what we've done behind the brands. So we've gone back to talking about the basic needs for nutrition. With the Horlicks Superfood launch, we've gone back to talking about the ingredient storytelling in Horlicks. This has done extremely well for us. Combined with the changes in pack price architecture, this is the reason we are continuing to see now a volume step up. With this, we've also entered into Horlicks with Horlicks Protein. This is a new entry we've recently made, and we remain confident of the opportunity that exists in India. There's a huge headroom in India for supplementation of health, and this is just an area which we're beginning to enter with the Horlicks Protein business. So that's really what I wanted to add. Niranjan, if you want to add.
Yeah, I mean, just building on, again, on this point, as far as volume is concerned, so you see one, demand being stable, our trajectory improving, which also is a function of our competitiveness improving. For instance, we have hit a new high on our laundry market shares, on our hair market shares. The market share improving as well, again as a consequence of all the actions that we have been taking so far. Yeah.
Would you see a similar stories with the personal care segment as well, with what's happening with nutrition?
Yeah, so the way we should look at our personal care business, I think it's a story of 2 parts for us. One is the category has seen 2 years back-to-back inflation, and therefore overall the category has seen a shrinkage in terms of volume as a result of 2 years back-to-back inflation. That is certainly affecting our mass business in soaps. Our premium business, on the other hand, is growing double digits, strong double digits, and we're continuing to have competitive performance in body wash. So we actually think this augurs extremely well as we go forward into the future, and this will continue to be our focus in personal care.
And lastly, just if there's a price hike, what will the quantum of it, given the input costs are not moving?
Yeah, again, like I said, it's a volatile situation in which we are. So we will take calibrated price increases in line with the inflation. We always look at it in a very calibrated manner, ensuring that we are giving the right amount of price to consumers, looking at all the elements of our P&L, savings, so that we are able to insulate consumers as much as possible.
So if you see, for instance, our June quarter inflation, which we had called out, was around 10%, but we passed on only 5% price increase because we are very conscious of the consumer, because we are obsessively focused on the consumer and therefore protecting the franchise. Therefore, we take all the other actions across the lines of P&L, and thereafter we are passing the calibrated price increases. So we're very conscious of that, and we'll continue to adopt the same strategy moving forward on sequential inflation.
If I could just add, I want to just reiterate what our focus is. Yeah. Our focus is we are obsessed with volume-led revenue growth. And I think that is our core focus, and you will continue to see us ensuring that we calibrate for that.
So volume-led over price.
Hello ma'am, hello sir. आपने जैसे कि कहा कि calibrated price hike होगी और volume-led growth देखने को मिलेगी. पिछले क्वार्टर में almost 6% की volume growth आई थी, इस क्वार्टर में 5% की. तो ये assume करना कि आने वाले 3 क्वार्टर में 5 to 6% volume growth normal रहेगी और जो revenue में growth दिखेगी वो ज़्यादा value driven होगी.
हम आगे की गाइडेंस नहीं देते हैं, मगर हमने ये गाइडेंस दिया है कि फुल ईयर 27, फुल ईयर 26 से बेहतर होगा. ये हमारा गाइडेंस है और ये हम गाइडेंस मेंटेन करते हैं. आगे जाके भी फुल ईयर 27 बेटर होगा फुल ईयर 26 से.
मैम आपने ये भी इंडिकेट किया कि प्रीमियम कैटेगरी आउट परफॉर्म कर रही है, डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ वहां पर देखने को मिल रही है. तो यहाँ पे कितना और स्कोप है मार्केट शेयर गेन करने का, क्योंकि कंपटीशन काफी है, एड स्पेंड्स यहाँ पे ज्यादा होते हैं, तो इस पर आपकी कमेंट.
जब आप HUL को देखो, जो हमारा अपॉर्चुनिटी ये है HUL में कि हमारी प्रीमियम कैटेगरीज ना सिर्फ मेट्रोज में और लार्ज टाउन में ग्रो हो रहे हैं, प्रीमियम कैटेगरीज रूरल में भी ग्रो हो रहे हैं, प्रीमियम कैटेगरीज टियर 3, टियर 4 टाउन्स में भी ग्रो होते हैं. तो पूरे कंट्री में जो होता है, हर कंज्यूमर को चाहिए कि थोड़ा बेहतर बाय करे फॉर द प्राइस दैट शी पेज. तो ये हो रहा है, एंड ये सबसे ज्यादा HUL का अपॉर्चुनिटी है, गिवन आवर पोर्टफोलियो, हमारा जो पोर्टफोलियो हमारा फॉर द प्राइस दैट शी पेज. तो ये हो रहा है, एंड ये सबसे ज्यादा HUL का अपॉर्चुनिटी है, गिवन आवर पोर्टफोलियो, हमारा जो पोर्टफोलियो, हमारा जो ब्रांड्स है पूरे कैटेगरीज में, ये सबसे बड़ा हमारा अपॉर्चुनिटी है.
मैम लास्ट क्वेश्चन, HUL पिछले कुछ समय में एक्विजिशंस भी किए, आने वाले समय में इनऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ M&A कुछ ऐसा प्लान है?
हम देखते रहते हैं कि जो हम कहते हैं बोल्ट ऑन एक्विजिशंस, ये हमारे प्लान में हमेशा रहता है कि हम देखते रहते हैं, मगर हमारा जो ग्रोथ का अपॉर्चुनिटी है वो फर्स्ट है कि हमारे जो ब्रांड्स हैं, एग्जिस्टिंग ब्रांड्स हैं, पहले हम उन ब्रांड्स को न्यू सेगमेंट्स में लेके आए. तो जैसे वैजलीन है, हमने वैजलीन को लॉन्च किया, वैजलीन क्लाउड सॉफ्ट में मॉइस्चराइजिंग सेगमेंट में. तो पहले जो है कि हमारे एग्जिस्टिंग जो ब्रांड्स है उनको नए सेगमेंट्स में लेके जाना. फिर हमारा सेकंड आइडिया होता है कि यूनिलीवर के जो ब्रांड्स हैं हम ले आए देश में, और यूनिलीवर के ब्रांड्स को हम और इंडिया में ले आए. और थर्ड हमारा होता है कि बोल्ट ऑन एक्विजिशन जो है जो हम कर पाते हैं, जो हमारे पोर्टफोलियो को कॉम्प्लीमेंट करे.
हाय.
पहले मैं एक बात बोलना चाहूंगी, फिर निरंजन को बोलूंगी वो ऐड करें. आई थिंक निरंजन ने बोला था ये कि हमारा जो पिछले क्वार्टर का इन्फ्लेशन था वो था 10%, और उसमें हमने सिर्फ 5% कंज्यूमर को प्राइस हाइक किया था। तो हम बहुत कैलिब्रेटेड हैं जो हम कंज्यूमर को पास ऑन करते हैं। दूसरा जो है हम सारा अपना P&L से सेविंग से निकालते हैं। सो दैट इज हाउ वी आर मेंटेनिंग आवर मार्जिन गाइडेंस इन दैट रेंज ऑफ 22.5 to 23.5. So that's the first thing I want to say. Niranjan, if you'd like to add.
और जहां तक ये वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस का सवाल है, देखिए ये बहुत ही वॉलेटाइल एनवायरनमेंट है, तो इसमें क्रूड अभी भी एलिवेटेड है, समटाइम्स इट कम्स डाउन, समटाइम्स गोज अप, बट वॉलेटाइल एनवायरनमेंट है। हमने जून क्वार्टर में वॉलेटिलिटी को अच्छे तरीके से मैनेज किया है, जो आपने देखा टॉप लाइन बॉटम लाइन बोथ, और हमारी वही स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी आगे जाकर भी। बट क्लियरली जो हमारी नंबर 1 प्रायोरिटी है वो है वॉल्यूम लेड ग्रोथ। एंड बाकी जो है हमारा जो स्केल ऑफ ऑपरेशंस इतना है, हमारी फाइनेंशियल एजिलिटी जो है, हमारी सप्लाई चेन है, हमारे सेविंग्स प्रोग्राम है, तो हम सारी लाइंस ऑफ P&L को हम लेवरेज करते हैं और वो आगे भी करते रहेंगे। इसीलिए हमने मीडियम टर्म गाइडेंस अभी भी सेम रखा है कि EBITDA मार्जिन विल बी रिमेनिंग विद इन द सेम गाइडेंस रेंज।
हाय, एकता फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। प्रिया, मैं ये पूछना चाहूंगी, आपने रिट्रेट किया है कि आप कैलिब्रेटेड अप्रोच लेंगी, तो मैं ये समझना चाहूंगी कि जिस तरह से वॉलेटाइल सिचुएशन चल रही है, रॉ मटेरियल के दाम भी उतने ही वॉलेटाइल हैं, तो आप किन प्रोडक्ट्स में चांसेस हैं कि प्राइस हाइक होगा और कितने % तक होगा? और दूसरा सवाल मैं ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि आपने एल नीनो की यहाँ बात की, तो जिस तरह से देश में मॉनसून हो रहा है, आप आने वाले फेस्टिव सीजन में उसका किस तरह से इम्पैक्ट देखते हैं, खास करके अगर हम रूरल इकोनॉमी से डिमांड की बात करें तो
जो वेस्ट एशिया का क्राइसिस है उसके बारे में मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगी फिर से कि बहुत वॉलेटाइल सिचुएशन है। तो हमने बोला है कि इन सितंबर क्वार्टर हम देखते हैं कि 2 to 5% सिक्वेंशियल इन्फ्लेशन होगा हमारे पोर्टफोलियो पे। डिपेंडिंग ऑन द कैटेगरी वो प्राइसिंग अलग होगी। जो कैटेगरीज में ज्यादा कमोडिटी लिंक्ड हैं उसमें थोड़ा ज्यादा प्राइसिंग होगा, बट ऑन एन एवरेज HUL में 2 to 5% इन्फ्लेशन होगा, उसमें हम कैलिब्रेटेड प्राइसिंग लेंगे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो PPF संभाल लेगा, आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage.
floodlights. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The Hook.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you.
Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar. Let's take it straight across to one particular management with the results commentary really coming in and good set of numbers when we talk about Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank. And Saili S. Nair, the MD and CEO, really joins in now, marginally under pressure in trade. But Mr. Nair, good to have you on NDTV Profit. Of course, the numbers stand out in terms of the NIM figures, where a lot of banks in this particular quarter have really struggled. Your bank has outperformed. What is the factor and the sustainability of the NIM figures?
See, on the NIM part, I think industry-wide there is a challenge on the deposits, as you rightly put it. There has been a hardening of the rates across the industry, and we are not immune to that. But what advantage we had in the quarter was the high-cost deposits that we had raised earlier in FY25 and FY26 sort of got repriced in the last two quarters, and that benefit we have got. If you look at our cost of deposit, it has come down from 5.71% to 5.68%. Now, that is contrary to the perception that, the cost of deposit is likely to harden. So that advantage we had on the deposit side. On the advances side, we were anticipating this, that our cost will move up as we go after more and more deposit to secure our resource base. So we tweaked our advances rate in a way to offset that, right? And that benefit, we actually got it in the current quarter. Our cost or yield on advances have moved up from 9.93% to 10.10%, a full 17 basis. So there was a reduction of 3 basis on the cost side and an increase of 17 basis on the yield side. Both together sort of supported us to deliver one of the highest, NIM in the history of the bank, 4.29%.
That's right, but these good numbers, and because of some of the factors that really came in, which gave you a kicker in NIM for this particular quarter, are those going to be sustainable in Q2? Give us a guidance on the NIM figure.
I don't think for the rest of the year we may be able to get to that, sustain that kind of a number. Like I said, deposit rates are hardening a bit, but all said and done, given the fact that I expect the yield on advances to sort of sustain and a bit of increase in the deposit cost, I think well over 4.4% is something very clearly we'll be able to defend for the rest of the year.
All right, and the other important aspect which can really impact the company's ECL transition, how much is provided for? A large part of provisioning has already been done as guided by the bank. Now, what's remaining requirement for this particular fiscal and its impact?
We every month, literally, we do a calculation on the ECL. Certainly, every quarter we do that. And 30th of June, when we did the calculation on the expected credit loss impact on the P&L, on the balance sheet itself, we came up with a number of 324 crores. In fact, we have disclosed it to the public also. Earlier, I've said it earlier also that we did have a 250 crores COVID provision that was lying with us. We have not returned it back. We have kept it as the ECL regime became firm. We have kept aside that to meet the requirement of the ECL. In addition to that, that's a 250 crores. In addition to that, during the quarter, proactively, we have also provided entirely, I repeat, entirely for the stressed non-fund based facilities. That's about 26 crores. And that's also one of the functions of the ECL. So both together, 250 crores existing and the addition that we did about 26 crores, we have a 276 crores kind of number already set aside to meet the ECL requirements. So our own calculations show that ECL requirements today on the 30th of June is 324 crores. So the gap is very, very little, and I'm sure in FY28 we'll take it in the stride, maybe in the first quarter and certainly within the year itself.
All right. So, Mr. Nair, you have also guided that there are two MSME accounts which have really caused the slippages to go up. The resolution is expected in the second quarter. What's the impact on the numbers expected and the asset quality picture in Q2 because of this factor?
Oh, these two accounts are not a very big account by industry standard. These are small accounts because our NPA number is so small. You know, it is just 0.69% of the gross NPA and the net NPA is 0.17%. The numbers are so small. So even a bit of a, couple of accounts with some, meat in it, slips, it makes an impact. So these two accounts, I think the slippage was about 37 crores in the MSME space. And two of the accounts contributed about 23 crores. And that will be resolved in this quarter. I think it is on the way to resolution and we expect that to be resolved. So to that extent, it will be pulled back. So, but from a larger perspective, the kind of numbers that we have put out, we have said very clearly that even in the year going forward, the two resolutions I just said will happen in quarter two. But going forward for the year as well, we will be well below the 1% mark as far as the GNPA is concerned.
All right, so slippages, that will be taken care of with the two MSME accounts, but you've also guided that your biggest growth driver is going to come in from the MSME accounts. Give us the factors at play and guidance on the numbers as well as the growth momentum.
Yes, I have repeatedly said through last year that we have done a lot of changes internally, modernized the assessment processes. We have put in place HR, skilled credit analysts, relationship managers for MSME, etc., are all aimed at driving the MSME growth. I think this is a mercantile bank. So our forte was MSME. We wanted to get back right into it, and that's something we saw through last year, the growth climbing. And this year, I am happy to say that the MSME growth crossed 20%. I think this momentum you will see continuing through the year. And significantly, I have stated that the overall advance number for the year would be in the 21-22% range when we close the year, and this will be substantially driven by the MSME.
All right, MSME-led growth of 21-22% overall advance growth for this fiscal. But give us an overall outlook for this present quarter of Q2 and also a word on loan growth when it comes to the gold financing.
Second question first, the gold loan, the prices have stabilized, and therefore the growth of gold loan portfolio is not going to be at the levels that we saw in the previous year. I think that will come down, but still there is a lot of demand in the market for the gold loan. So the growth will continue in the gold loan, but certainly not to the extent that we saw on the previous year. Like I said, I think that will more than be made up by our focus on MSME and the growth of MSME portfolio. As I just said earlier, the overall numbers for the year would be in, like as I mentioned, 21-22% range, and for the quarter it will be certainly higher than that.
All right, Mr. Nair, always a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining. All the best for the next quarter as well. And with that, take a look at that particular counter under slight bit of pressure, but the overall market momentum is also showing a little bit of pressure today. With that, we'll slip into a short breather, but come back and talk more about the market momentum and the corporate developments. Stay tuned to Markets at 12.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रिनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Welcome back. You're watching Markets at 12. And yes, market momentum is very tentative at the current moment, but Nifty 50 in the last few minutes of trade has shown a little bit of more resilience and away from the lowest point of the trading day also. So there has been a fair bit of recovery. When we talk about the IT sector, that is really outperforming the overall market, and that's what is aiding to the Nifty 50 contribution as well. But let's get chatting with Kashyap Zaveri, the fund manager and head of research at MK Investment Managers. Kashyap, welcome to the show. My first question, how do you see the listlessness and tentativeness of the market and also the factors weighing on it? You're on mute, Kashyap.
So if you look at broadly the market for last about now at least probably about 6 or 8 quarters, it's been sideways, but we have seen a lot of actions in markets beneath. If you look at just as top probably top 50 or 100 stocks by market cap, we have seen significant movements across some of the mid cap and small cap stocks, and rightly so, given the fact that if you look at last year as well as first quarter of this financial year, if you look at broadly the earnings growth.
Varun Beverages net profit of 1521 crore rupees, which is slightly above what the street was estimating. Let's just take a look at the numbers, because the stock is up by almost 0.7% in trade at the current moment. So that's the stock reaction, 0.7% up. Net profit at 1521 crore rupees, which is above the estimate of 1400 odd crore rupees. When we take a look at other numbers also, where the impact is really coming in and what's really aiding to the net profit figure, revenues at 8,651 crore rupees, and that is also quite a bit. So it's a beat when it comes to the revenue and a slight beat when it comes to the profit of the company on Varun Beverages. Take a look at that particular counter as well in terms of the performance of the stock backed by this. EBITDA at 2,343 crore rupees, and there is a spike seen in that particular counter as well at the the current moment because of the numbers. The numbers would be something that the stock price will really adjust to, but looking at the profitability figure and the picture on that one will be one of the biggest factors based on which the stock performance is going to really show up in this particular earnings momentum. So taking a look at the numbers at the current moment, it's from red zone, it has gone into the green. It is gaining in trade after the numbers, and above, so EBITDA is where the numbers need to be really seen into. So the operational performance wise, it has not beaten the estimates, while the net profit figure as well as revenue figures are beating the street estimates. So that needs to be seen, and we also have to take a look at the internals, that what is it that really boosted the net profit of the company. So 1,521 odd crore rupees when we talk about the Varun Beverages numbers in terms of net profit. So it is a slight beat over the estimates, 1.6% down in trade, and this particular downward movement on Varun Beverages is really coming in because of the operational performance not meeting the street estimates. So the EBITDA numbers are a miss from the street estimate, and that's why that particular stock is really taking a beating pretty fast point. It's 2% down in trade at the current moment. We'll also look out for the internals, that what is it that really boosted the revenue of the company as well as the net profit above the street estimates, but at the operational front it has really not met the required estimates and what the street was really estimating, almost 4% down. So it is really quickly losing momentum when we talk about Varun Beverages. EBITDA at 2,343 crore rupees, and it was almost 100 crores above that what the street was estimating. But the revenue as well as the net profit figure are the ones which were the headline numbers based on which the stock really tried to slip back into the green, but then soon after that the operational amount really coming in, and that really missing the street estimates. EBITDA margin is the picture we were looking at, 27.7% against the estimate of 29.5%. So almost a 2% miss on EBITDA margin is what is punishing this particular counter when we talk about Varun Beverages. 3.5% down in trade, and it is owing to the operational performance not meeting the street estimates. So that's a big theme really coming in. Kashyap, let's talk about the consumption stocks and the earnings momentum that they have shown. HUL is down, has taken a beating after the numbers really came out, not meeting the volume growth figures. And here on Varun Beverages, we see the miss coming in on the operational front. How do you assess the earnings momentum in this sector?
So I think, broadly there has been a bit of a polarization over there. So if you look at underlying volume growth for stocks like Tata Consumer or Marico, they have been in, high double digits. Some of them have declared numbers by now where we have seen a volume growth in low single digit also. So there has been quite a bit of, polarization in the earnings that we have seen. However, if I look at broadly the numbers which have come for the discretionary side, I think consumption growth is pretty much visible, whether it is the auto OEM numbers, whether if I look at broadly the payment indicators which are like UPI or credit card or electronic payment indicators. I think broadly discretionary consumption seems to be picking up. But yeah, I mean, there has been a bit of a polarization in number if you look at the listed companies' results until now.
All right, Kashyap, unfortunately the numbers came in and ate into our time with you, but we will chat more on the markets next time. Thank you so much for stopping by for NDTV Profit. All right, let's take it straight to, consumption-led, results, and the pressure that the market is seeing today is the biggest theme in the market. We're talking about HUL 5.7% down. It's been under pressure after posting a weak set of quarterly results today. The company will shortlist has already given a lot of details coming out from the management on what really transpired and what's the view going forward. Let's take it straight across to Mahima, my colleague, who is right there at the press conference of HUL, and really summing up what really came out of that. Mahima, is the management looking confident about the future growth, and what is really ailing the consumption stocks and the company's earnings like HUL?
Right, so yes, definitely. So a couple of things and takeaways from the press. I'm live here from the HUL headquarters itself. Before I take away with all the key takeaways from the press conference or the conversation that we had with the management, I think what is actually putting the pressure on the counter, it's firstly volume growth, which is below expectation versus what the street was expecting, 5% versus a range of 6 to 8% that analysts were expecting. The second one, I think, is on account of the volume being under pressure on account of price hikes. The third one is, in fact, the personal care segment, which has been a good driver for growth, has not done very well this quarter, and this is largely on account of the pricing pressure coming in. Now, going on to the key takeaways from the management, I think the first key takeaway in terms of the net profit that we're seeing, the overall net profit seeing a downtick of 2%, that was largely on account of a tax credit. Apart from that, overall net profit has seen a growth of around 11%. The second key takeaway with regards to the personal care segment that we were talking about was that the personal care segment, largely on account of premiumization, is seeing good growth, but the mass segment is where the real pressure is, and there's also a structural shift happening that from the mass segment they're moving more towards the premium segment, and that's why there is pressure coming in terms of where the volumes grow. Plus there's pricing pressure also playing its part. In terms of pricing pressure and margin guidance, they've maintained the margin guidance between that 22.5 to 23.5%. But I think for inflation, what they've said is that they will take calibrated price hikes going forward. This quarter, the inflation was around 10%, and they've taken a price hike of around 5%. The rest 5% in the top line growth of 10% was led by volumes. Next quarter, what they're saying is that they're expecting inflation anywhere between 2 to 5%, and according to that inflation, they will be taking calibrated price hikes. So I think this is the biggest takeaway coming in with regards to where price hikes go. Where demand stands, I think they've said that they see demand being resilient, and they're seeing demand being stable going forward as well. They've seen this quarter as well, despite of geopolitical disruptions, and it'll happen next quarters as well. So again, just one last statement from the management that they've reiterated is that going forward, being stable going forward as well. They've seen this quarter as well, despite of geopolitical disruptions, and it'll happen next quarters as well. So again, just one last statement from the management that they've reiterated is that going forward, volume-led growth is going to be the way forward.
All right, they're saying hikes have impacted the volume and more inflation. Whether they'll be able to push more price hikes at the cost of the demand and volume also needs to be seen very, very closely, and the stock is really impacting to that. Thank you, Mahima, for joining in right after that press briefing. We'll slip into a short breather on markets at 12, but more to discuss on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV.
Welcome back and focus on one particular counter. Delivery slightly under pressure today. In fact, we had an exclusive conversation with Sahil Barua, the founder of Delivery. Take a listen. Now, Sahil, when we look at your particular sector, there has been intense competition and a lot of e-commerce players have gone into their in-house delivery. With this particular base, and of course, you expanded your focus just from e-commerce to the larger play of being a logistics company across the board. But how much competition and a lot of e-commerce players have gone into their in-house delivery? With this particular base, and of course, you expanded your focus just from e-commerce to the larger going in-house in their logistics.
Yes, I've spoken about this before. Indian logistics is about $140 billion, in terms of market size, of which e-commerce parcel logistics is less than 10%. So first of all, Delivery's aim really is not just to be the largest and most efficient e-commerce logistics company, but really to be India's largest logistics company. And so from our perspective, we remain focused on building not just our parcel business, but our freight businesses, our warehousing business, and our technology businesses. When it comes to e-commerce specifically, we said this before, the great competitive advantage company. And so from our perspective, we remain focused on building not just our parcel business, but our freight businesses, our warehousing business, and our technology businesses. When it comes to e-commerce that Delivery has and that we've always focused on is that we are the lowest cost service provider in the market. And obviously we reach everywhere in India. And I think our costs cannot be matched by in-house logistics. This sort of has been proven time and again. I think companies operate in-house arms for reasons of their own choosing, of course. And maybe the reality is that half the market will continue to be served by in-house logistics. But our aim, of course, is that in the rest of the half, Delivery will be the single largest and most efficient player. There'll be thousands and thousands of companies selling online. And as more consumers come online, they're going to need reliable logistics services. And that's Delivery's job to provide.
Right, because the last mergers and acquisitions that was really done by the company of Ecom Express was basically because of one of these pain points where a large concentration client had really gone in-house. That's why, is this posing a competition in your sector and any impact going forward?
Not really, because in-house logistics arms are sort of uniquely suited to serve the needs of the companies they spring out of. And so at the end of the day, they're not really well suited to servicing, if you're servicing a very, very large marketplace or a very, very large retail arm, it's very difficult to then go and be able to serve an SME business who's selling online on a Shopify store. It's very difficult to design processes and systems to actually be able to serve their very unique and small needs. And that's why not just Delivery, but third-party logistics exists for that reason. So in that sense, while it may appear that competitive intensity is going up, the reality is it's only going up in the accounts, from which captive logistics are coming out. And there are really only 3 large captive logistics arms in India. The rest of the market continues to be served by third-party players.
All right. Now, when we talk about this particular sector and the incidence of crude oil price, how are you really navigating the challenges of crude oil prices being at elevated levels? And earlier we thought that was short-term in nature, but now probably we have to deal with it for a longer period of time.
Yeah, fuel obviously is a fairly major input cost in logistics. I think our approach has been pretty simple, which is how do we minimize our exposure to fuel cost inflation. The way we do it, one is by investing in significantly more fuel efficient trucks. And so since we run significantly larger line haul vehicles across the country, fuel has a sort of lower relative impact on Delivery's economics compared to people who are running smaller trucks. The second obviously is across our in-city logistics, we are increasingly trying to move to electric vehicles. So our fleets actually, I think we've grown maybe 5 or 6 times in the last 6 months alone since the fuel shocks began. And then obviously we have arrangements with our customers where at the end of the day, some amount of the impact of the shock has to be passed on in terms of inflationary pricing. But I think the long-term solution is electric vehicles, larger truck formats, shorter distances of travel, helping customers inventorize better, which is a part of another business that we run. And that's how we'll have to deal.
All right. With that, it's a wrap on Markets at 12. Thank you so much for joining in.
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉल मार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
पी मार्क द मस्टर्ड स्पेशलिस्ट सिंस 1933। बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks from NDTV Profit Suzlon Studio with me, Hiral Datia, and I have Sharad Dubey, who's standing at the market pit as always. But before we head across to Sharad, let me just quickly pull up a Swiggy and see what's happening with that counter. In fact, the stock was rallying in trade. You're seeing that dip that is coming in right now. And this is on the back of the news wherein the existing CEO of Swiggy Instamart has stepped down. In fact, Nandita Sinha will be becoming the new CEO from the 3rd of August. That's the latest that we're picking up with regards to where Swiggy is concerned. Amitesh Kumar Jha, he has resigned with immediate effect as the existing CEO, and you have Nandita who will be coming in as well. And this is a very interesting change that we are seeing, and this has been the wave as well when you talk about all of these quick commerce players where there has been a transition in terms of where the leadership goes. But currently, what they've said is that Amitesh Kumar Jha, who was the Chief Executive Officer of Instamart, has tendered his resignation to pursue opportunities and accordingly ceases to be the senior management personnel of the company. And the company places on record its appreciation for the valuable contributions and the guidance that was provided by Mr. Amitesh Kumar Jha during his association with the company. Further, Ms. Nandita Sinha has been appointed as CEO Instamart, and this will be with effect from the 3rd of August 2026 and will be categorized as SMP, which is senior management personnel of the company from the said date. That is what we're picking up so far. I mean, there has been no reasons. Clearly what they've said is
Instamart, which is India's pioneering quick commerce platform, has announced the appointment of Nandita Sinha as Chief Executive Officer, and she would succeed Amitesh Jha. You have the Managing Director and Group CEO of Swiggy who's come out and said that he is delighted to welcome Nandita Sinha as the CEO of Instamart, and Nandita is one of India's most accomplished consumer internet leaders. And Sriharsha Majety has said that I'm enthusiastic about the vision, customer obsession and operational rigor that she will bring to the team that they've built at Instamart. That's the quote I'm giving you in terms of from Sriharsha Majety, who's the Managing Director and Group CEO of Swiggy. In fact, he's also further added that Amitesh had provided valuable leadership to Instamart, guiding the platform through a pivotal era of growth, doubling down on Instamart's differentiation with launches like Noise and steadily improving their contribution margin journey. In fact, my colleague Mahima, who tracks this space pretty closely, joins in. Mahima, it's back-to-back news for you. We have HUL, which you've just finished. You have Varun Beverages numbers, which have just come in. And now, Instamart has appointed Nandita Sinha as the CEO of Instamart. What does this take you to?
Yeah. Yeah, so Hiral, interesting developments coming in the entire consumption space, and as you mentioned, the CEO of Instamart, Amitesh Jha, has put down his papers, and this is on account of him going and pursuing other career options. But Nandita Sinha has been appointed in place of him, and she'll become the new CEO from August 3rd. Just to give a brief of what she's been the former CEO of Myntra, so she comes from the background of e-commerce scaling, and she's worked with HUL as well as Britannia in the past, so she has the background being in consumption space as well, and she's also worked with Flipkart in the past, so she's had good hold in the e-commerce space. Now we'll have to see as to how she converts the quick commerce space as well. Just to give a brief to our viewers as to how things have panned out since the listing, because Swiggy has seen a slew of resignations since the listing. I had to just give that timeline. 17th February 25, they saw resignation of M. Sridhar, who was the company secretary and compliance officer. Then on 11th April 2025, Sahil Barua, the independent director, resigned. Then on 25th July, we saw resignation of Sumi Juneja and Anand Daniel, who resigned as nominee directors. Then April 26, we saw Lakshmi Nandan Reddy, who was the co-founder and whole-time director and head of innovation as well, did put down his papers. Then we also had Roger Clark as a nominee director in April 26, who put down the papers. And lastly, very recent one on 24th of June 2026, the Instamart COO, that is the Chief Operating Officer, Ankit Jain, and the Chief Business Officer of Hari Kumar did also quit. Both of them quit very recently. So, Hiral, the point is that the resignations that have come in the last 1.5 odd month are all happening in Instamart. First the CEO, the CBO, and now also the CEO. But the new CEO that has come in comes with a huge e-commerce experience. So we'll have to see as to how that pans out and how she is able to scale the quick commerce business for Swiggy.
Absolutely, this is going to be very interesting to watch out for as well. Thank you, Mahima, so much for getting in. In fact, Sharad is with me in the studio today. Sharad, anything that you want to say on this one? Because the change of guard which is coming in suddenly right now, and the whole host of leadership changes that have happened with regards to Swiggy. Exactly. That's what Mahima was just taking us through. What do you think is happening?
Well, there is a lot of, you could say, churn happening. We saw it in the banking names. Now we are seeing in the quick commerce space as well. And you never know, action can come from Zepto also. They are planning for their listing also. In that space also, there are some overhangs.
Yeah, and Zepto, the overhang is mainly in terms of valuations. Exactly. And that's what has already happened. But if you see in terms of Swiggy right now, that stock is making its way downwards, not at the day's highest levels, as corrected from the day's highs right now, but still trading in the positive. Let's get in Saumil Mehta, Head Retail Research at Mirae Asset Sharekhan as well. Saumil, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. Saumil, Swiggy and Zomato, both of these counters that have been having a good run. In fact, yesterday's session was also pretty strong. Today, that stock was seeing some good moves in terms of Swiggy, and on the back of news, there is a mild bit of correction that is coming in here. But what are charts indicating?
I think
Good afternoon to everyone. Between Eternal and Swiggy, I would definitely choose Eternal. The only reason is that Eternal has been in the uptrend for a very long time. Even in the longer term time frame, like monthly or quarterly charts, the trend is very much intact. And there are very crucial supports around 200 190 levels, and that has become a base for the stock now. From there, the stock has multiple times bounced back, and now it has already started making higher tops, higher bottom on the weekly charts. Great momentum, trading about 220 40 daily moving average. On the other side, Swiggy has been in the downtrend for a very long time. Lower top, lower bottom formations on the monthly, quarterly charts. Even in the short term, it has been struggling to go above 200 daily moving average or 20 40 daily moving average. So I'm not very convinced with any bounce in Swiggy till the time it does not give me a higher top, higher bottom formations on the monthly charts. So on the higher degree time frame, Swiggy has to sustain, and then only I think I'll be able to, have more confidence on Swiggy. But at this point of time, Eternal would be my pick.
That's with regards to where Swiggy goes, but let's shift focus to our rapid fire. We're going to skip the watch list in today's day because Swiggy has come in. But Gravita, the EBITDA margins are at 7.4% versus a 9.7%. That stock is under pressure as we speak today, down at the day's lowest levels. What are charts indicating, Somil?
Gravita, I'll be positive. I do understand that there is a sharp decline at this point of time. However, it has had a very good run from 1265 to 1850. I'll be expecting the stock to take support around 1500 or 1550 for the long term. I'm not expecting short-term targets or short-term trades here, but I'll be bullish, and the strategy should be to buy on declines.
That's to where Gravita goes. Godfrey Philip, PAT down 28%. Margins are also under pressure. That stock is also seeing cuts of little over 8%. Again, opportunity to buy or stay invested?
I think it's a hold for me. 1900, 1800 is a base, so I'll hold on for the stock.
Okay, the next one is Aeroflex Industries. Again, a good number in terms of profitability, and that's what is being reflected on the charts as well. What would you advise investors to do?
I think definitely hold. I'm bullish on the stock.
Okay, so hold, bullish on the stock. Sagar Cements, net loss at around 23 crores versus a profit, and that's what is being reflected, 3.5% downtick. However, the entire cement pack has not really been so bad. There have been a lot of green shoots that we've seen in terms of cement counters and the kind of surge that we've seen. But what would you do with the Sagar Cement?
Sagar Cement would be a hold for me. It's sideways to positive a view on the stock, but you can hold on to this one.
Okay, Tejas Networks, the company has reported a loss of over 200 crores versus 194 crores. There is some bit of a recovery from the day's lows, but down a little over 3%.
I think hold on to the stock. Crucial supports around 380, 375 levels.
Okay, what about a RR cable? Because the city has gone ahead and hiked the target price on this counter to a 2,650, to a 3,000 from a 2,650.
Hold on to this stock. For medium term traders, keep a stop loss around 2,300 or 2,250 levels.
Okay, Tilaknagar Industries, PAT down 64%. Margins have dipped. That stock, however, is seeing a correction, revision from the day's lowest levels. What would you do, Somil?
I would exit from the stock. You would be a little negative.
Okay, so that's with regards to Tilak. But thank you, Somil, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. We'll quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches of
Welcome back to Trending Stocks, and now let's focus on Tata Power. The company reported its first quarter results with a net profit rising nearly 11% and revenue growing over 5% on a year-on-year basis. Speaking to NDTV Profit, CEO and MD Praveer Sinha said the company remains confident of completing key approvals for its Mundra power plant by September. Let's listen in.
This is the first full quarter since Mundra's restart and the Section 11 mandate to run at the full capacity. How much did Mundra contribute to consolidated EBITDA and PAT this quarter?
The Mundra PAT was 20. Positive 20. It was positive 20 crores and EBITDA was positive 447 crores.
Okay, understood. And sir, continuing on this, what's the plan for Mundra once this extended mandate lapses on September 30th? Are you expecting another cycle of negotiation, or is it there a push to convert this into a long-term or permanent commercial arrangement?
We are in the final stages of agreeing on the SPPA. It is the same SPPA has been agreed with Gujarat. The same SPPA will be agreed with all the states, and it has to go through a process of government approval, cabinet approval. In 3 of the states, it's in very advanced stage, and I expect that in August we'll be able to conclude, and the last of the states will be able to do in the month of September. So we are confident that we will complete all these agreements within September with all the balance 4 states.
Understood. And so my last question would be on the transmission.
Agreements within September with all the balance 4 states.
Understood. And so my last question would be on become over the next 5 years.
So we have shared our plan earlier that in next 5 years, transmission business, and our transmission business have 2 components. One is the Mumbai transmission, and the other is the TBCB bids that we are doing. So we are expecting that we will conclude all these projects by 2030.
Well, that's the management of Tata Power, and of course the stock is on the lower side. It's down almost 1.5% and near the day's low levels as well. So there is a little bit of overhang for the Mundra as well. But an ancillary, you could say, for Power is Coal India also. The company remained a mixed brokerage call post its Q1 earnings, with Jefferies staying constructive on demand and coal prices, while on the other hand, JP Morgan has flagged cost pressures and soft growth. Let's get a detailed breakdown from Parth.
Yeah, that's right. So both of these brokerages have very conflicting views on the same company. If we start with the Jefferies note, then they have a buy rating on the company with a target price of 500 rupees per share, which implies an upside of almost 70% from the current prices. While on the other hand, JP Morgan has a neutral rating on Coal India, and they have actually cut their target price to 430 rupees after Coal India reported their Q1 numbers yesterday. Now moving on to the next point, Jefferies has said that the higher global coal prices will support their e-auction prices in the range of 3,000 to 3,200 rupees per ton, while on the other hand JP Morgan has said that the Indonesia supply risk because of increase of supply that might limit that coal price upside going ahead. In the next point, Jefferies has said that the power demand in India is recovering, and they expect a 5% yearly volume growth by Coal India. But on the other side, JP Morgan believes that production growth of the company has slowed down. We saw this in the first quarter as well, with the production declining 7% 10% year on year, and they expect only 4.4%, 4.5% growth in productions going forward. Now, Jefferies has an argument that the stock trades at an attractive 8.7 times its FY27 earnings, which is below the 9.2 times average. But JP Morgan says that lower e-auction prices will weaken that risk reward at the current valuations. And lastly, Jefferies is expecting a 6% EPS CAGR from FY26 to FY29, while on the other hand, JP Morgan has cut their EBITDA estimates for the same time period by 1 to 3%, citing cost pressure. So that's the entire view of both the brokerages combined on Coal India, and the stock has seen a downtick post they have announced the Q1 results. About the total analyst recommendations, 14 have a buy rating on the company with a return potential of 8.1%.
Thanks a lot, Path, for that. And joined in back by Somil. Somil, we are discussing two stocks, Tata Power and Coal India, both of them near the day's low level and selling pressure coming in. Out of these two stocks, if you had to pick, Somil, which would be a better risk-reward ratio? And you can give a positional call as well.
Tata Power, and the other stock was?
Coal India.
Coal India, I would go with Coal India definitely. Tata Power has been in the downtrend, and I think the next level on the downside for Tata Power would be 340, 330 levels. So I'll be bearish on that one. But Coal India, I definitely like from these levels. There would be short-term pain, maybe till 400 levels or maybe 390, 395 levels, but that will be a buying opportunity in the Coal India. So Coal India positive, Tata Power negative on the stock.
Okay, so that's as regards to where Coal India goes. But moving on, BEL, that's an interesting one to watch out for. If you have to pull up the stock on the screens as well, that stock is down a little over 3%. They've seen a revenue growth, which has mainly been aided by continued defense order execution in the first quarter. Margins, however, have remained under pressure. Parth, still with us to tell us what are the key highlights, what's not really worked, and what do brokerages make out of it? Are they seeing any revival in place in the coming quarters? Parth, over to you.
You're absolutely right. The revenue growth was led by continued defense execution. However, the pressure that they saw in margins was mainly because of this higher semiconductor cost that the company had to face during the quarter. And also for BEL, Q1 is seasonally weaker than Q4, so they also have that impact of negative operating leverage during this quarter. The order book of the company stands at around 72,000 crores as of now. Now moving on to the brokerages view, Jefferies has a buy rating on the company, but they have cut their target price from 585 rupees to 550 rupees right now. They are still confident that BEL will achieve that 15% revenue growth in for the overall FY27. Now moving on to the Macquarie report, they have maintained their outperform rating, and they have actually hiked their target price from 510 rupees to 550 rupees now. They have said that the order backlog is steady, and they expect overall FY27 intake to be around 55,000 crores. Now moving on to the Goldman, they have maintained a buy rating as well. They have also cut their target price from 475 rupees to 470 rupees per share. They have said that the large pipeline and exports, these two will remain the key triggers for BEL in the upcoming quarters. And lastly, JP Morgan, they have maintained an overweight rating with a target price of 525 rupees per share, and they have said that BEL remains their top pick for the India's defense sector. So that's the overall outlook on BEL's earnings and the brokerage views as well.
Okay, so that's with regards to where BEL goes. Somil,
the India's defense sector. So that's the overall outlook on BEL's earnings and the brokerage views as well.
Okay, so that's with regards to where BEL goes. Somil, BEL as well as your other defense names, are you seeing any value at this point in time in that space?
BEL definitely a very good long-term play, and there's no doubt about it. Long-term trend still remains positive. There is pain in the short term, and I can see that it's making low top, low bottom formations. A very crucial support around 398 has broken down now. However, in the very short term, there will be pain till probably 360 levels, which is a very crucial level for BEL. But that will be a buying opportunity for me. I think I'll be a buyer around 360. And in defense space, I would definitely like HAL. HAL is looking good overall. High top, high bottom formation, still trading about 20, 40, and 200 daily moving average. So HAL would be a good pick for me for investments.
Right, and HAL is actually trying to gain also from the day's low, but still slightly in the red. But we have been discussing most of the stocks have been impacted by the numbers and all in the red. And I think this trend will continue. HUL is under pressure after posting a weak set of quarterly results. Let's go across to my colleague Mahima, who is currently at the HUL headquarters to know what did not work for the company this quarter. The stock is down almost 6% right now. Mahima.
Right, so yes, definitely. So a couple of things and takeaways from the press. I'm live here from the HUL headquarters itself. Before I take away with all the key takeaways from the press conference or the conversation that we had with the management, I think what is actually putting the pressure on the counter, it's firstly volume growth, which is below expectation versus what the street was expecting, 5% versus a range of 6 to 8% that analysts were expecting. The second one, I think, is on account of the volume being under pressure on account of price hikes. The third one is in fact the personal care segment, which has been a good driver for growth, has not done very well this quarter, and this is largely on account of the pricing pressure coming in. Now going on to the key takeaways from the management, I think the first key takeaway in terms of the net profit that we're seeing, the overall net profit is seeing a downtick of 2%. That was largely on account of a tax credit. Apart from that, overall net profit has seen a growth of around 11%. The second key takeaway with regards to the personal care segment that we were talking about was that the personal care segment, largely on account of premiumization, is seeing good growth, but the mass segment is where the real pressure is, and there's also a structural shift happening that from the mass segment they're moving more towards the premium segment, and that's why there is pressure coming in terms of where the volumes grow. Plus there's pricing pressure also playing its part. In terms of pricing pressure and margin guidance, they've maintained the margin guidance between that 22.5 to 23.5%. But I think for inflation, what they've said is that they will take calibrated price hikes going forward. This quarter, the inflation was around 10%, and they've taken a price hike of around 5%. The rest 5% in the top line growth of 10% was led by volumes. Next quarter, what they're saying is that they're expecting inflation anywhere between 2 to 5%, and according to that inflation, they will be taking calibrated price hikes. So I think this is the biggest takeaway coming in with regards to where price hikes go. Where demand stands, expecting inflation anywhere between 2 to 5%, and according to that inflation, they will be taking calibrated price hikes. So I think this is the biggest takeaway coming in with regards to where pricing. They've said that they see demand being resilient, and they're seeing demand being stable going forward as well. They've seen this quarter as well, despite of geopolitical disruptions, and it'll happen next quarters as well. So again, just one last statement from the management that they've reiterated is that going forward, volume-led growth is going to be the way forward.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. A very busy day for you, tracking so many consumption stocks and getting it at the right time. But moving on, the stock is down almost 5.5%. Somil, overreaction coming in this counter. Is there a value buy at these levels, do you think? Or do you think there's more downtick? And if yes, any suggested stop loss levels for HUL?
Yeah, I think I'll be positive on HUL from these levels. I was positive even in the morning as well. I think the stock has taken support around 2000 and a little below 1980. That is a very crucial level to watch out for. It's forming a triangular pattern and on the monthly chart. So I'm not expecting the stock to go below 1900. That will be a little deeper stop loss. But I think once this triangular pattern is completed forming, I think we'll see a very good move on the upside. So I'll be positive. Buy on decline should be the strategy, but please do not trade in the short term or medium term.
Do not trade in the short term or medium term. Somil, a quick view in terms of markets as well right now. The problem is we're hitting the 24,000 mark but not able to sustain at those levels. What are the levels telling you in terms of Nifty 50 as well, and what should that strategy look like according to you?
Yeah, at this point of time, Nifty has been in a very broad range, 23,500 and 24,500, 1,000 points range. In between, last month, probably we were in a very small range between 24,300 and 23,800. So that was the range. Now I'll be expecting more range-bound movement, but we'll see a lot of opportunities like pharma. A defense is looking little all right. And also IT space is looking all right to me. So there will be a lot of opportunities, but index wise, I think it will still be in a broad range between 24,500 and 23,500. I'll be a little positive because I can see a lot of opportunities in a lot of sectors. So that's where my focus will be, not on the index. But yes, at this point of time, in the very short term, I'll be expecting 24,100, 24,200 on the upside.
Okay, so interesting levels to watch out for. But thank you so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you as well. Interesting levels that you're talking about, but Sharad, sustainability is becoming key. It is expiry. Anything that you would want to add?
Volatility. Actually, it's a very plain session for both Nifty Bank, IT sector. Remove that. There is a very narrow range of movement happening, so we can expect volatility at least in the last.
But you know what? I expected
minutes.
something like this yesterday as well. Did not happen.
It didn't happen.
Today's session happens or not is anything.
And I think the rollover number is something we should be focusing on
Absolutely.
as well.
So lots to watch out for, but completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending Stocks from Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform.
Benchmark struggled to defend gains with the Nifty managing to stay above 24,000. Sensex notches marginal gains as well. IT and realty remain resilient while defense and energy are on the back foot. And oil prices extend their losses after a pause in fighting between the US and Iran held raising hopes for a de-escalation in the Middle East conflict that has upended energy supplies as well. HUL meanwhile has reported a mixed first quarter set of numbers with net profit declining 4% on a year-on-year basis, missing street expectations. Revenue growth remains steady but higher input costs and continued inflationary pressures continue to bite. Bharat Electronics reports a 25% jump in revenue and an 8% rise in the profit for the first quarter, but lower than expected operating margins actually overshadow the strong top-line performance, keeping investors focused on profitability. And Swiggy Instamart has announced a leadership reshuffle at Instamart as well, with former Myntra CEO Nandita Sinha taking charge from August 3rd. Amitesh Jha has stepped down with immediate effect as the quick commerce business enters its next phase of growth. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup in terms of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, let's take a very quick look at the markets in terms of what they're up to right now. And when you talk about the market performance, actually, you do have Nifty 50 that's just about managing to cling on to those 24,000 levels. When you talk about Sensex as well, it's a little bit of a gain that you're seeing coming in, and I say little because it's just 30 odd points higher as well. Now, when you talk about the broader markets as well, you do have the mid cap that's just about also managing to clinch on to some gains. When you talk about small cap on the other side, on the flip side, that's on the back foot slightly, about 70 odd points lower as we speak. But let's also quickly talk about the sectoral picture as well. It's actually IT that is leading. A little bit of gain also coming in, 3.5% uptick coming in for some of your IT counters as well. And that sector is doing quite well for itself. Realty and auto also remaining resilient, but what's not doing so well right now is India Defence, FMCG, energy, as well as PSU Bank. So all of those sectors just about under some amount of pressure. Now, let's quickly talk about what's really doing well in a volatile market such as this one right now, because just a lot of counters that are managing to hold on to a little bit of gain. So it's actually Coforge that's doing quite well for itself. So a bunch of your IT counters, when you talk about the entire Nifty 50 pack as well, you can see TCS, Tech Mahindra, Eternal, Infosys, HCL Tech, Nestle, Titan, Cipla, as well as Wipro. So a lot of IT counters that really make it to this list, up anywhere between 1.5% to about 4.5% as well. What's not doing so well right now is HUL after reporting its numbers, and the guidance also in fact failed to impress the streets. 5.5% downtick coming in. Quite a gash on that particular counter. It's actually BEL that's also down after a mixed quarter set of numbers. And it's a bunch of things when you talk about BEL as well. It's actually the profitability that still remains quite the concern. 3.5% downtick coming in for that one as well, and DRL as well as ICICI Bank. So some of those heavyweights when you talk about banks also under pressure as well. And let's also quickly take a look at the entire commodity pack as well, because it's actually oil prices that are very much in focus, extending losses right now on easing tensions. Let's quickly pull up the chart for you in terms of Brent and WTI as well that remain under pressure amid some of those talks as well. So there you go, $86 coming in for Brent. And even when you talk about WTI, you're looking at very much below those $90 a barrel levels, $81 a barrel for WTI. and 86 for Brent as well. So let's quickly get in our expert Anuj Gupta as well to join in and talk to us a little bit about the entire picture here. Now, Mr. Gupta, a very good afternoon to you. It is not a good afternoon for oil. It's not a good afternoon for gold as well. Let's talk about why, in terms of the clear picture really coming in terms of the de-escalation as well. But do you also see it being sustainable then?
Hi, good afternoon. Actually, this is a very good note because crude oil prices corrected almost at $80, and this is a good for our economy. And we have seen due to this rupee appreciated a lot, so this is a good news for us. But however, on the other side, we have also noticed that gold, silver, and other metals are not moving higher side. They are on a stabilized form. So we are expecting that de-escalation impact on all the commodity market because the premium of the war is diluting from the commodity side. That's why we have seen a sharp correction in all the commodities.
And it's very interesting in terms of some of the factors that you're keeping an eye on also, Mr. Gupta. When you talk about the tanker traffic, that of course remains paramount right now in terms of importance. When you talk about some of those geopolitical risks as well, that is also in focus as well. But in the kind of levels on the de-escalation, where's the bottom of the barrel right now that you're looking at? Because the market is really hunting for cues when it comes to that as well.
Definitely, Diki. Currently, crude is trading around almost $80 per barrel, and in last 2 days we saw almost 20% correction in the crude oil prices. I'm talking about the WTI. So expecting that this de-escalation and the starting of Strait of Hormuz and shipping all on the page, I think that will be negative for the crude price. And expecting crude may test $72 to $75 per barrel in a very soon because US and Iran on a talking page, and they are expecting that they will come on some negotiation that will be negative for the crude prices. But altogether, I think that will be a positive for the metal because due to this, we can see we can see a demand of industrial metal and the precious metal.
No, absolutely. And, we'll have to leave gold, I think, out of that calculation right now because that also seems to be struggling just about managing to maintain those key support levels as well. But, like you pointed out in terms of oil prices as well, when you talk about the bottom of the barrel, it's quite important to understand if this is a knee-jerk reaction coming in right now. Are you looking at it as such, or do you think that there could be some sense of recovery also coming back to the crude market as well?
See, I'm not expecting any recovery because everybody is looking towards the Fed meeting. And before Fed meeting, I'm not expecting any escalation in US and Iran because they want to hold the interest rate because as per the Fed meter, the expectation of higher interest rate is almost 30%. It is, continuing on a downside from 70% to 30%. So I am expecting that market will be in range and they are, coming very soon towards the negotiation. But yes, definitely if there is any escalation of the war, then that will be supportive for the crude. Then we can see a sharp recovery in the crude prices. But yes, currently there is no escalation. There is escalation. So expecting that crude may test $72 to $75 per barrel.
No, absolutely. So it looks like that's what you're expecting for the next few months as well. Let's also quickly talk about gold as well in terms of that pressure really building ahead of the Fed decision, right? It's that hawkish stance that the market seems to be a little bit worried about right now.
Definitely, market is waiting and watching the result from the Fed meeting, and they are expecting that probably the interest rate will not increase. So that will be supportive for the gold and silver prices. However, the demand of gold and silver, we are seeing a very low demand of gold and silver. But yes, if they are not increasing the interest rate, and if there is any statement regarding to hold the interest rate or cut the interest rate, that will be providing the support to gold prices. So, and even in Indian terms, there is a festival season. So expecting a little bit demand from this for this festival sign. So that will also be positive. But yes, if they are not increase the interest rate, we can see some correction in dollar index, and that will be positive for the gold prices.
No, absolutely. And Mr. Gupta, I am tempted to ask you about the festive season in terms of fresh buys as well. But before I do that, let's just quickly understand in terms of the real yields as well, remaining the key driver when it comes to gold prices. Just a quick word in terms of whether you think the correlation is still very much in place as well.
Definitely, yields are increasing on a higher side. So that will be, work as a rod blocker for the gold prices. But if they are not increased interest rate or is any dovish statement from the Fed side, so that will, halt the higher yield, and that will be positive for the gold prices. So expecting if they are not increasing interest rate or any negative statement regarding the interest rate, so that will be, again, work as a supportive for the gold prices.
Very, very quick word also coming in terms of that fresh bias that I was asking you. Do you think that this is the time is ripe to also get into the market right now?
I think there is a time to accumulating gold and silver because we are expecting that prices are on our bottom side. That will provide some support and cushion to the investor or traders for the gold. I think there is a time to accumulate gold and silver in their portfolios.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go, that's the entire outlook coming in for oil as well as gold prices, and the fresh buys outlook also coming in. But with that, it's time for a very quick break. We'll come back with more news and updates on the other side.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉल मार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned in. Let's talk about Air India that has expanded its service to Amritsar now, making it the second airport to join the airline's hub and spoke network. In fact, Danish is joining in with some more details as well when it comes to this one. And Danish, it looks like good news for flyers who possibly used to take a couple of flights to get to Amritsar then.
Well, your next Air India international flight from Amritsar could be a seamless connectivity, as Amritsar Airport has now become the second airport in the country to feature Air India's hub and spoke model. Well, what is this hub and spoke model? If we talk about the current circumstances, if you are planning to fly to an international destination from, say, a tier 2 or a tier 3 city, then originally you were first supposed to take a domestic flight, and then either you reach Delhi or you reach Mumbai to continue your onward journey. And throughout this, you are also supposed to recheck in your baggage, and you are again supposed to go for a security check. But now, with this hub and spoke model in place, what Air India is trying to do is the fact that if you're planning to fly to an international destination and there is no direct international connectivity of that particular destination from the Amritsar International Airport, then what Air India is offering to its passengers now is this hub and spoke model, in which once you check in at the Amritsar International Airport, over here, your immigration, your customs, your baggage, everything will be taken over here. And when you reach Delhi or when you reach Mumbai to catch your original international flight, at that point in time, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about immigration because it will already be done at the Amritsar International Airport. You don't have to worry about security scanning of your luggage, as it will already be done at the Amritsar International Airport. So you just have to reach Delhi and you have to continue continue your onward journey to international destination. Well, the government's intention is that in the coming few years, the hub and spoke model will be brought down to at least 40 airports. Right now, it is only at Varanasi and Amritsar, and as per the airlines, it is only Air India that is offering this hub and spoke model. So all in all, if we see, this step has been taken by the airline and by the government to ensure that there is seamless connectivity for the passengers as India's aviation journey has just begun.
No, absolutely, and growing by leaps and bounds. Thank you so much, Danish, for joining us with all of those details. Let's also talk about the PM's tour as well. PM Modi is on a historic 2-day official visit to New Zealand as well, and the first by an Indian Prime Minister in 4 decades. With India and New Zealand advancing talks on a free trade agreement and exploring new avenues for economic cooperation, you do have Nimit Dixit joining in from New Zealand with all of the latest developments. Nimit.
Kia ora from New Zealand, and NDTV Profit is here in New Zealand to show you more than snow-capped mountains, more than big Bollywood mappings, and more than just Test cricket where India fails to beat the Black Caps in every time we come down here. We're here to show you what is going to be the outcome of the big free trade agreement that India and New Zealand have signed earlier this year. Now, Prime Minister Modi also just visited the country, and we're going to take you through some of the places that he went through, and also where we're standing today is a symbol of the connections between India and New Zealand. Why? Because we're in a living Maori village, Whake Rewa Rewa. Now the traditions here and the communal living is something that Indians also resonate to, and the FTA is simply a product of that cultural bond becoming a larger trade bond, an investment bond that brings these two nations together. Now from these geothermal springs, we're going to take you through large kiwi orchards and understand what exporters are looking at when they export that kiwi to India. We're going to take you to wool and sheep farms and understand what that market is looking at from this FTA that the two countries have signed together. We're going to be talking to Air New Zealand and looking at other tourism spots where Indians continue to dominate and continue to grow as New Zealand continues to become a larger tourism destination for India. Then we're also going to be talking to the policy makers responsible for the free trade agreement. We're going to go down to the capital, we're going to meet them and understand what they expect going down the line between India and New Zealand trade. And lastly, we're going to meet with one of the banks that funds a lot of this trade in ANZ. We're going to understand what it will take in terms of capital investment and finance to make the paperless workout of this trade a success.
Now, absolutely, and Nimit, it doesn't matter what the men in blue do and whether it's disappointed versus the Black Caps for them. It does look like it's a very power-packed lineup that you've got coming out of New Zealand as well, with all of those reports as well. Thank you so much for joining us with a preview of that. But with that, it's time for a very quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा, आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned in. Well, if Swiggy's quick commerce arm Instamart interests you, let's talk about the leadership reshuffle there as well. And you're looking at the stock doing quite resiliently for itself, with that 4% uptake also coming in. Just a little bit of a dip that you had coming in after this announcement was made. And the announcement in question is the CEO Amitesh Jha's resignation with immediate effect. The company's appointed former Myntra CEO Nandita Sinha also to take charge from August 3rd, and the move is coming in amid a series of high-profile exits at the company since its listing. In fact, Mahima is joining in with some more details when it comes to this one.
Interesting, developments coming in the entire consumption space. And as you mentioned, the CEO of Instamart, Amitesh Jha, has put down his papers, and this is on account of him, going and pursuing other career options. But Nandita Sinha has been appointed in place of him, and she'll become the new CEO from August 3rd. Just to give a brief of what she's been the former CEO of Myntra. So she comes from the background of e-commerce scaling. And she's worked with HUL as well as Britannia in the past, so she has the background being in consumption space as well, and she's also worked with Flipkart in the past, so she's had good hold in the e-commerce space. Now we'll have to see as to how she converts the quick commerce space as well. Just to give a brief to our viewers as to how things have panned out since the listing, because Swiggy has seen a slew of resignations since the listing. I had to just give that timeline. 17th February 25, they saw resignation of M. Sridhar, who was the company secretary and compliance officer. Then on 11th April 2025, Sahil Barua, the independent director, resigned. Then on 25th July, we saw resignation of Sumi Juneja and Anand Daniel, who resigned as nominee directors. Then April 26, we saw Lakshmi Nandan Reddy, who was the co-founder and whole-time director and head of innovation as well, did put down his papers. Then we also had Roger Clark as a nominee director in April 26, who put down the papers. And lastly, very recent one on 24th of June 2026, the Instamart COO, that is the Chief Operating Officer, Ankit Jain, and the Chief Business Officer of Hari Kumar did also quit. Both of them quit very recently. So, Hiral, the point is that the resignations that have come in the last 1.5 odd month are all happening in Instamart. First the CEO, the CBO, and now also the CEO. But the new CEO that has come in comes with a huge e-commerce experience. So we'll have to see as to how that pans out and how she is able to scale the quick commerce business for Swiggy.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Mahima, for getting us all of those details. And this is something that you've got that's new coming out in terms of Swiggy Instamart as well. But let's also talk about the world of work evolving along with education that must also keep pace at the sidelines of the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. Atlas Skill Tech University, in fact, talked about bridging the gap between academia and industry as well. And that's also something that's quite important to take a look at. But before we do that, let's talk about Tata Communications that is set to unveil a major AI-led strategic initiative with new leadership outlining their vision as well. Let's go across to Jasmeet, who's speaking to Tata Communications management right now.
Well, thank you for that. As rightly said, we are right now talking with Mr. Ganesh Narayanan, who is the MD CEO of Tata Communication. Alongside, we also have Mr. Harjeet Singh from Tata Tele, Mr. MD from Tata Tele. So now let's quickly understand the new product launch. Well, they have launched a new product in the AI space, more of the AI voiceover, AI voice agent for the SMB space. Let's really go across to them and understand what exactly is this product and how will this benefit the company going ahead.
Good morning.
Very good morning.
Yeah, so I think what we are launching today is the first product of the unified AI infrastructure. We both have been partnering to serve all the businesses in India for multiple years. We have been partnering in multiple technology era. We are excited to bring this partnership to the AI era. What we are launching today is the first of what we see as a product which can democratize the adoption of AI for SMBs. What we have launched today is a voice AI agent. Not your chat bots or voice bots. It's true enterprise grade AI agents which can democratize the adoption of AI for SMBs. It can help the SMBs in this country to scale their businesses not only within the country in multiple languages but across the globe as well, and really bridge the skill gap the SMBs have in this country.
Absolutely. As I was explaining to you earlier, we've been operating on the SME side for multiple years. We have thousands of customers out there. And we strongly believe that technology and AI can be a strong enabler for SMEs to really compete head on with the larger enterprises. And we've done enough number of deployments to now know that that really is the, technology and AI is really the enabler that can take SMEs through this disproportionate scale. So what we are presenting, while we have launched, a voice AI agent, there is a full stack which sort of is behind this agent, and we will speak to the common issues that SMEs face, whether it is of demand generation, or giving a consistent quality of service, and you will see more and more products in that area.
Well, got that point. I would like to ask you, Mr. Ganesh, about the overall AI space altogether. We do see a lot of projects converting from a pilot mode to the actual potential project mode. So how do you see that spanning out, given you already operate such huge data communication as a sector and you have been targeting a lot of digital business as well? So how do you see the AI spanning out a business for you all?
I think we have been learning a lot. We have been serving companies both in India, across the globe. AI is definitely moving from a pilot stage into production stage. The real value of AI for companies investing in this space is coming from how they best use the enterprise data as opposed to public data. That needs a different infrastructure, a secure infrastructure which can connect confidently, which can work with enterprise data, take real actions on based of enterprise data. I think that is where the real ROI is coming.
Alright then, that's all the time that we have on the show for now. Thank you so much for tuning in. More news and updates on the other side of that break.
शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Bazaars on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Varsha. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade either on the back of price or volume. Firstly, let's see what's happening in the market. Well, the Nifty is largely flat, not much of a movement that we are seeing in the benchmark. The index is down just 10 odd points. If you look at how the composition is working, it's the IT names which are actually holding the index up in trade. Other than that, all the other stocks are in deep red. If you look at some of the names like HUL, DMart, among the top F&O names, they are down more than 5% in trade. In fact, Varun Beverages is down 8%, Hindustan Unilever is down 6%, Avenue Supermarts is down nearly 5%. Weak set of numbers coming in from broadly all the names that have, and for Avenue Supermarts specifically, it's not weak set of numbers, but the weak store addition guidance that has come in. If you look at the sector indices, it's the Nifty IT index that's up nearly 3.5%, and it's Nifty Real Estate which is up 1.4%, largely on the back of Lodha, which had seen an upgrade coming in from Morgan Stanley. But on the losing side, we have FMCG down around 2%, Nifty Energy down 1.5%, Nifty PSU down 1.2% in trade. Only 3 sectoral indices are trading in green so far. It's Auto, Real Estate and Nifty IT. Even the Nifty Small Cap Index is largely flat to bit negative in trade. But Varsha, which are the key stocks here that are buzzing?
Well, I want to pull up charts when it comes to Asian Granito India, which is up 37% in the last 5 sessions. Today also the stock is gaining. Let's see what stock is doing. I think it's up almost 10 to 12%. You have Agrawal Industries also buzzing in trade. Infobeams Tech is also in focus. Agrawal is up almost 8.5%. Infobeams Tech is almost up 7%. You have Fairchem Organics also in focus on the back of volumes. On the loser side though, you have Indosolar, which is down 15% in last 5 sessions. This is post Q1 FY27 results, a peak set of results that the company has posted. Indosolar is down almost 4% in trade. You have Moltech Packaging also sulking in trade. Huhtamaki India, which is up 50% in the last 1 month, but if you see, the company is actually seeing, the stock is seeing profit booking post great set of numbers in Q1 that they gave. Huhtamaki India is also down. Moltech is down almost 4%. So all these stocks are actually in focus when it comes to small cap. But one stock which is in focus on the back of Q1 numbers is Balaji Amines. Good set of numbers on the back of realizations, I must say. But let's invite our management to speak on the Q1 numbers. You have Ram Reddy, who's Managing Director at Balaji Amines. Welcome, sir, at NDTV Profit. Pleasure to have you. There was a good show when it comes to revenue and margins, which rose sharply despite lower volumes. Just wanted to understand how were the realizations? Were the realizations only reason why you have seen a good set of numbers? Why I'm asking this is because you had expected almost 25 to 30% of volume growth, which is not being seen in Q1. Will Q2 and further quarters see that volume growth to to help or to fix that gap up?
Yeah, the volumes are down because of some obstacles in the inward and outward logistics internationally, and also geopolitical situation in the West Asia. And the good results because of some of the import substitute products like DMAC, DMAE, DAE, we have done very good, and also helped our integrated manufacturing facilities and also for the import substitute products. And going forward, we have recently commissioned that the DME, dimethyl ether, which is a substitute for the LPG, and also acetonitrile plant is under modification with a new technology, which is likely to come online from the next month. That is maybe around 20th of the August. It will be coming online, and also NMM, N-methyl morpholine, is also the plant will commission in the next month. And apart from this, at our subsidiary level, we have HTM, NaCN, PDA derivatives, and also brownfield new product modification, that is data, triethyl, triamine will be coming online. Looking into all these products coming online, definitely we are confident that coming quarters, as I said, 10 to 15% value growth will come. End of the year, the 27 March, you will see the volume growth 10 to 15% when you compare to the earlier years.
Okay, so sir, are you saying that in FY27 you're expecting almost 10 to 15% revenue growth? Am I right?
Yes, revenue growth as well as volume growth also should be there, subject to the prices should be stable.
Okay, right. Sir, no, why I'm asking this is because if I'm not wrong, in the last quarter you said you were expecting volume growth of 25 to 30%. Are you on track when it comes to this guidance?
Definitely, it should come because of these new plants coming into the online. End of the year, it should be 10 to 15%. If not 25%, definitely 15% should be volume growth should be there.
Okay, sir, just wanted to understand 25 to 30% of volume growth you're expecting, but only 10 to 15% of revenue growth. Any reason for that in FY27, or you're going to see that bump up growth in FY28? Just if you could clear that for the benefit of viewers.
I am saying volume growth 15 to 20%. And about the your revenue growth, subject to if the prices like this, if continues, it will be there.
Okay, so 10 to 15% of value growth if the current prices, sustain in FY27. Am I right?
You're right.
Okay, and so what about margins for FY27? EBITDA margins, where will what one should expect when it comes to EBITDA margins?
If you see the past quarter and current quarter, the sustainable 25% EBITDA margins you have seen. Maybe 1 or 2% here and there, we should be in a position to maintain the 20 to 23% of the EBITDA margins for this current financial year.
Sir, just wanted to check on the raw material prices. The investors are a bit concerned about the volatility that we are seeing when it comes to your RM prices. If anything on that front, if you could give us some color, how raw material prices have been through, what is your outlook for the rest of the FY27? If on that front, if you could give us some idea.
Definitely, yes. There was some volatility earlier, but we have seen last 1 week, we have seen the stabilizing the prices of the methanol and ammonia prices. They are coming to the, slowly coming to the stabilization. We can assume that if it goes continuously like this, it should go to the normal in coming months.
Okay, and sir, I also wanted to understand, on the first commercial scale up of almost 1 lakh TPA DME plant which has been commissioned, just wanted to understand about the commercial supplies and what revenue can DME contribute when it comes to FY27?
See, this year I cannot say because the first year generally it will take the time for the approval of the various customers. We already given the sampling is going on, but definitely in the next year I can with the various customers. We already given the sampling is going on, but definitely in the next year I can give at least about 150 to 200 crores revenue should come from the DME for the top line. DME for the top line.
Understood. And I also wanted to understand about the specialty chemical space, sir. 750 crore of capex is been expected. How much has been done? What is the capex expected for FY27, and how much revenue can this segment add to the total top line of in FY27 and of course going forward?
Yeah, see, as I said, there are the two episodes are happening. One is the brownfield modification, and second is the greenfield expansion. The greenfield expansion is in the track. There will be 2 to 3 plants will be coming online by last quarter. That is about December, January. You will see sodium cyanide and hydrogen cyanide. These 2 plants will come online. Even NDTV plant also may come online by end of this financial year. And since all the plants, all the products will be coming online by the end of the financial year, we can expect next financial year very good top line from this Balaji Specialty Chemicals.
Okay, and also I just want to understand about the realizations, sir. What's the outlook when it comes to the realizations, what you are expecting, and also on the ammonia prices as well? Just wanted to have a view on that.
We have almost come out of the prices. Currently, country is having the sufficient ammonia. We are getting our ammonia currently. Only prices are gone up, but it has started coming down now. So no problem on the ammonia side. And realizations also, we are coming into the realistic realizations for the last 1 month. We have seen the realistic figures.
Understood. Okay, well, thanks so much, sir, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, this was Balaji Ameen's expecting 10 to 15% of revenue growth in FY27 with almost 25% of EBITDA margins. But with that, let's also invite guests for the day, Gaurang Shah, who's Senior Vice President at Geojit Investments. Gaurang, you heard the management, Balaji Ameen's great set of numbers. What's your view when it comes to the overall Ameen space, and how will you read numbers when it comes to Balaji Ameen's of Q1?
Hi Varsha, thank you so much for having me on your show. Good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit, to you and to Somit as well. So, small disclosure, Varsha, as mandatory, that all recommendations that I'll be sharing with you on your show, they are part of our fundamental research team recommendation from a long-term point of view. Our company, Geojit, or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interest. So, we remain extremely positive at Geojit as far as specialty chemicals, agrochemicals, and we've a couple of investment ideas on the fundamental side over there. As I was listening to the management when you were in conversation with them, I think the company is well placed to take advantage of the product mix that they are going to launch going into the future. More importantly, the high margin products, Varsha, I think that's going to add to the profitability and the optimism and the kind of investment that the management has made and is going to make in the future. This tells us the kind of opportunity that lies for the company and the growth. So overall, it is one of the strong players in the specialty agrochemical space. Since we don't have any specific coverage on Balaji Amines, I won't give any specific. Remains to be seen as to the input cost and the availability of input, whether there is going to be any problem as we go into the future because of the geopolitical situation. Because as we all know, quite a bit of raw material that comes in from the sea route, that is from the Middle East, there was a little bit of scarcity, and if the raw material was available, it was available at a little bit of premium. So whether the margins have got contracted or not, that remains to be seen. But as of now, that is not visible. It's a strong player, and definitely the value addition is going to improve the earning visibility, Varsha, for Balaji Amines.
All right, got that view. Well, viewers, time for a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Welcome back. You are watching Small Cap Buzzers. The next management on the show is quite an interesting company. In the last 6 months, if you look at the share price move, it's nearly 236%. That's a Sigma Advanced System where the share prices have jumped nearly 236%. Recently, the company announced an order win of more than 1,000 crore rupees. To tell us more about the company and the way forward, we are joined by the CEO of Sigma Advanced System. Sir, firstly to start off with, given the fact that we don't often have this conversation and not many people know about your company, if you could just give us a brief of what does the company do and what do they plan to do going forward?
Firstly, thank you for having me. And so, as a company, we are we're a India headquartered global defense and aerospace platform spread across UK and India, with significant capabilities in aerospace and defense. We're a India headquartered, global defense and aerospace platform spread across UK and India, Hyderabad, and then we have aerospace manufacturing facilities in both Sri City and Bangalore. And in the UK, we have a significant manufacturing footprint spread across 6 different sites with almost about 3 decades of legacy and experience that we come with.
Okay. Also, sir, what changed for the company in the last 6 months? The share prices have jumped by nearly 236%. In the second half of FY26, you have started reporting solid revenues. In fact, in the fourth quarter, your revenues stood at close to 323 crore and PAT stood at close to 128 crore. What has changed for the company?
So we've undertaken a series of corporate actions, starting with last year, late in October, early November, we've closed our acquisition of Naismith, and then followed by our first consolidated quarterly reporting in Q3 of last year. And then Q4 also has been a very strong quarter for us. Last few weeks, we've closed the acquisition of Bromford Precision Solutions based out of the UK. And our defense exports business has been extremely robust and growing very well over the last few months. And in terms of the order, extremely robust and growing very well over the last few months. And in terms of the order book, we have very good coverage over the spread across the next 3 years. Over the next 3 years, and that's on the defense export side. And on the aerospace front, we have a clear order book visibility for the next 7 to 8 years.
The 1,000 crore order that you have won recently, if you could give us some more details, what is the kind of margin that one can expect from this order? What is the execution timeline? And are any such more orders in pipeline that we should expect to come in?
Sure. So the recent order that we've concluded or secured, there's been a lot of work done over the last 6 months, right, with our customers in North America. They believe in, they have a lot of confidence in our capabilities, and we've delivered. We've started delivering to them similar products, but these are this contract is more of extended range full bore artillery shells, which gives an additional 40 to 50% range over the regular M107 shells. So in terms of execution, we'll start deliveries in the next 6 to 8 months, spread across going all the way up to the end of next year.
Okay.
Hi sir, Varsha this side. Just wanted to understand our current facilities. I mean, the current facility can execute the order, the current order, the export order that you have, or you want to, or you might want to do capex to execute this order.
So our capabilities that we've already built for our defense and aerospace manufacturing platform, right, meet most of the requirements for the current order, right? And there will be a little bit of capex that we'll need to do, which is already planned and being implemented as we speak. So we're well positioned to deliver on the execution of this order and all the other the entire order book that we have in place.
And given that second half of this last financial year was the first time or one of the major times when you have started reporting revenue, what should investors expect from Sigma Advanced for FY27 and FY28 as well, if you could share?
So the next few quarters, including Q1, are very robust for us. We will deliver significant growth quarter-on-quarter basis. And this is all backed by the order book that we have in place across all our business segments, across all the verticals. And we have very good visibility on growth coming in from our current platform that we already have, and from M&A, the inorganic growth that we are looking at.
And also, does this order improve your chances of getting repeat business from this customer? And also, will this make an entry into other value-added products as well?
Absolutely. So this order gives us, puts us in a very good position for repeat orders from the same and similar customers. And we'll be one of the first few companies in the country to deliver base bleed extended range 155 mm shells. That puts us in a very unique position.
Understood. Right. Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time. Lovely. Thanks.
Well, Gaurang, what's your view when it comes to Sigma Advance, considering the order book that they have? And also the growth that you've seen is, of course, the acquisition led. But overall, what's your view when it comes to this counter?
So, Asha, first of all, I think any company which is associated with defense and aerospace, I think there is a huge opportunity because the government's policies and focus is now going to drive the positivities as far as these sectors are concerned, defense and aerospace, point number one. Point number two, as I was listening to the verbatim given by the management of Sigma Advance, present in India, UK, Europe, and US, and their capabilities are also equally spread across the globe. 3-year order book, if I heard right, in defense, and 7 to 8 years order book in aerospace. One thing that we have to remember, Varsha, is that the stock has rallied over the last 6 to 8 months to a great extent. Now that the value is there in the share, a lot will depend upon the capability of the company to execute the order book in terms of scalability of earnings up north. And remember one thing, Varsha, orders as far as defense and aerospace are concerned, these are very complex engineering products. They take time to come on stream. They have to possibly, if I understand this industry right, make a prototype, get it approved via various levels, and then the mass scale production starts. One miss here and there could possibly set back the production targets and the capabilities. So while the stock has rallied, the order book on both defense and aerospace is good for many years. Now it's the big question as far as execution is concerned. I'm sure the way management was giving the verbatim, they are capable of doing that and taking on any additional capacity in the existing facilities. I won't give specifics as far as Sigma Advance is concerned, but 2 points to note. The stock price has rallied to a great extent, and execution is something that we'll have to watch out.
Got that view. Well, thank you so much, Gaurang, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Always pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Varsha. Thank you.
Well, viewers, this is time to wrap this edition of Small Cap Bazaar. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock-related queries. But if you look at the markets today, they are reflecting to you that they've largely been flat. But there's one cohort that continues to do well, and that's IT. So while the Nifty 50 continues to be very bare bones at that 24,000 mark. The Nifty IT is up 3.5%. That's a big chunk of the Nifty 50. So you must be wondering, what is the other chunk that's not working? And that is the FMCG space. So pull up the heat map also for the Nifty 50. You'll see stocks like HUL that are not doing well in trade today, putting the index under pressure. You're also seeing pressure being put in on the other key counters that you have seen that are also outside the index. So barring HUL, you're seeing some pressure on the defense name too, led by BL earnings that were a miss. Also pull up the other key stocks like Varun Beverages as well. Those also came out with earnings. So did HUL during the day. And both those counters have largely led to a dampener on the sector as well. You've also seen, Varun Beverages now cracking down 6.5%. And it's a slightly more, well, the results were okay, largely in line. I think it's the volume growth for the India business that's putting in question as well. So it's a good time to put all of this into perspective. We are being joined by Abneesh Roy. He's the Executive Director at Nuvama Institutional Equity. He's now joining in. Mr. Roy, very good afternoon to you, sir. Thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. Let me first start off, with what started off the day with HUL, right? We saw that the volume growth estimates, and you can give us yours as well, of roughly 6 to 8% that the street was working with, coming in at 5%. Could you give us some perspective to start us off with the volume number of what your expectation was, and now going forward, what can the street expect?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. So yes, today we are seeing that whichever FMCG results or analyst meet of DMart happened, we are seeing stock reaction being adverse. So coming to your specific question on HUL, we were expecting around 6 to 7% volume growth. So yes, slightly below that. My sense is after the Nestle results and Tata Consumer strong numbers in the growth business and the Marico business update, there was an expectation that even in HUL there will be a good beat. Good beat was not there. If you see headline numbers of the sales EBITDA, it was in line with our end consensus. So stronger pricing growth was an expectation, but volume growth slightly weaker than expectation. So I think today there is an overreaction because, as you rightly said, except the IT index, most of the sectors or stocks where results are there, those have been weaker. But I would say that clearly this is also a 3-year high number for HUL. So I would say that from a medium long term, there is a good buying opportunity in HUL. The sharp reaction, I think, is an overreaction. But clearly, Q2, we would expect further acceleration in terms of revenue growth. Our topics are Nestle, Marico, we like Pidilite, Asian Paint. Those will be our topics. But in HUL, it's a mix of valuation comfort and reasonable growth. It is not the highest growth. So these are my quick thoughts on Hindustan Unilever.
Also, Abneesh, as you mentioned, it's a great day to get you because all across the consumption basket, you're seeing multiple key buzzers. So Varun Beverages is the other one that I want to come to now. The estimates that we are working with, almost 1,450 odd crores in terms of profits, that has come through, but stocks has still tanked down almost 6%. Now, the view on the street that the volume growth for the India business is slightly more disappointing. Is your thesis also the same, and what were the number that you were working with for the India business volumes and versus the 13%? So how are you looking at yet again a volume led questions, but this time for Varun Beverages?
So in Varun, clearly we are seeing that in spite of a soft base, last year the base same quarter was a minus 7% volume. So on that, the around 14% volume growth is a disappointment, I will say, because on a 2-year basis, that comes to only 7% kind of volume growth on a 2-year basis. I think for that category, that is not something which investors wanted. I think broadly consensus and we were disappointment, I will say, because on a 2-year basis, that comes to only 7% kind of volume growth on a 2-year basis. I think for that category, that is not something which positively versus the expectation. This quarter, they negatively disappointed on the volumes. Please note that June quarter, there was a heat wave in many parts of the country. Of course, there were a few rains also. But generally what we are seeing is because of Campa Cola, there is a grammage addition in a lot of the packs. And that helps the volume growth of Pepsi, Coke, etc. Because for the same pack, you get extra grammage. But in spite of that, volume growth on a 2-year basis is disappointing. And second thing is slightly margins also was below the street expectation. And that's why although headline numbers are almost in line for Varun Beverage versus the street and our, But Construct, if you see volume growth bit lower and margins also bit lower in the India part of the business, that is where I think the stock has corrected sharply, because Campa has done really well. Campa, if you see in Q1, has delivered almost 50% of what they delivered last year for the full year. So which means Campa would have seen a strong growth in Q1, and Campa is ramping up a lot of the capacity. So we see that long term this industry will see disruption from Campa coming in. Of course, next 1 or 2 quarters there is going to be heat wave because of El Nino, but definitely even in June quarter there was a heat wave, but still the volumes were below expectation.
Very quickly, Abneesh, just a couple of key questions. So this structural competition that you're seeing from Campa, and as you mentioned, you've seen a 50% growth just in this quarter itself, as well as the raw material price impact. I think the conference call for Varun Beverages also starts at 2:30. So how are you looking at the competitive intensity now? Because it can't be that it just wane away, right? So what do you think would have worked in quarter 4 that didn't in quarter 1? As well as, do you think that there will be some structural measures that the management of Varun Beverages will have to highlight as well?
So we'll wait for the call. Just a clarification, it is not a 50% growth for Campa. They don't give out quarterly growth rate. What they mentioned is in Q1, they have achieved 50% of what they did last year. So it's not a 50% growth. I wanted to clarify that. Coming to Varun, our sense is clearly 10 rupee price point will become bigger in this industry. Campa works at a 10 rupee price point. Campa is now going to come out with aluminum cans in the Campa also. In the energy, anyway, Campa is doing quite well. So I think 2 things of disruption will happen for legacy players. 10 rupee price point will become a very important price point. Currently, Pepsi and Coke operate more at higher price point. So that is one level of disruption. Second is the trade commissions can go up faster. So that can have some impact on the margins for the industry in the medium long term, because Campa operates almost double the margins of legacy players. So that's why I think that level of disruption can happen. We'll get more clarity in the call. I think in this business, clearly you'll have to see on a 6-monthly basis. Quarterly volatility will be there given when the season is, but definitely on a 2-year basis, the growth was not up to the expectations for Varun.
Also, just one final question before we wrap, because of paucity of time. DMart has been the other key, laggard today. We of course had the meet today, the new CEO coming through as well. What was your read through for this, as well as your current stock recommendation on DMart as well?
So as I said, none of the results or the calls were warranting a 5 to 7% dip in the stocks. As I said, today it's an overreaction, because clearly, except IT, most of the sectors and stocks are not doing that well. So it's an overreaction in most of the cases. Coming specifically to that event which happened, I think clearly the competition from quick commerce is quite severe. We have seen Amazon now and Flipkart minutes were not there in the base last year. Now they've really ramped up significantly across many cities. So that will continue. And even on the store addition, I think Street was looking at a more ambitious number. So it seems that the 85 stores addition which they did last year, there are some question marks whether they'll be able to beat that handsomely. I think that is the second thing. But as I said, none of the event or results warrants a 5% or 7% dip. I think today it's an overreaction. So we could see some recovery in all these 3 companies in the near term going ahead. Not today, but today it's an overreaction.
Got it. Abneesh, and I don't presume that you have coverage on Swiggy, right? Because of course there's been a management change there on the quick commerce side. But just checking if you have any coverage or not on Swiggy, at least under your name.
No, I don't cover.
Got it. Well, we'll let you go on that note. Abneesh, thanks so much for joining in, giving us your views about the sector, about the space and the big names that come through as well. But viewers, we'll slip into a very short break, come back with all of those questions posed to our guest for Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. Let me welcome in our guest now, Kunal Shah, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at Mirae Asset Sher Khan, and Astha Jain, the Senior Research Analyst at Hem Securities, now joining in. Both of you, thank you so much for joining in today. Astha, just the first question, and we had a couple of them asking this question on Swiggy today because you've seen, a big management change yet again come through in the Instamart business. And the stock has given a good positive 3 to 4% kind of a reaction. So the first question to you, what do you make of the new news flow, the new change coming in, a reputed name coming through for the quick commerce business? Do you feel that the valuation differential versus Eternal now could have some more chance going into Q1 earnings for Swiggy?
So I think, first of all, good afternoon to everyone. Yes, this change is very much required because what we were able to see that their business, especially this business was under pressure, which I'm talking about right now, Instamart. So Instamart was under pressure and they are receiving very good competition from the rivals. So yes, this management change is really very, very important for Swiggy at this point of a time, because what we know that Miss Sinha, Nandita Sinha, she was she was a very good mentor at Myntra, and she has scaled that business very well. So I think the kind of experience which she's getting in, I think that is really that will really help Swiggy. And these skills are very, very important, especially when we are talking about the businesses like Instamart. So first of all, my idea here is that yes, this is very important step, and this and that's why markets are also giving thumbs up. Secondly, what I believe that whenever a new CEO comes, then definitely he or she always emphasize on the unit economics, and then I think that will a main key for the Swiggy business at this point of the time. So rather than going for expansion directly, their always emphasis is on first of all improvement on the existing unit economics of any company. So I think that is also very important for any new CEO to come in, who is coming in. So I think that is why markets are giving thumbs up, and this is strategically a very, very important step. My idea here is that now investors have to just see that how she will going to improve the profitability, because the Instamart growth, what we know, was very slow. So how the profitability will going to improve, we will have to see. But my idea here is definitely this is a in the short term, markets are liking it, and that is why we are seeing this kind of momentum.
Got it. Well, thanks for that view, Astha. So definitely a shot in the arm for Swiggy. But Kunal, let me come to you very quickly now on CAMS. That's the other key counter that Madhu Babu, who's from Hyderabad, has a question on. Wants to know if she can continue to hold. She's bought her at 770. What's a short-term view on the stock?
Yeah, firstly, good afternoon to everyone. See, I think on CAMS, I think the capital market themes now becomes very stock specific. I think CAMS remains one of the strongest pack from the capital markets. So it has been hovering around and taking support around at 740, 745 zone. So that's a very strong demand zone for the stock. So my sense is continue to hold with that stop loss. I am expecting the stock to go towards the mark of 820, 830 on the upside.
Right. The other one coming through is from Shrikant, who's from Bengaluru. Now, we had a detailed discussion on Varun Beverages with Avnish. Also, now he wants to know about a 6-month view. So he's bought these shares at slightly more elevated levels at almost 605. He's holding 1800 shares. So on the fundamental side of things, he's gotten a view. But Kunal, on the charts, how are you looking at it? Definitely, this is a big downtick now. But any kind of stabilization visible right now?
I think the level of 420 is very important. We need to stabilize around this mark. If there's stability in the next 1 to 2 trading session, you might see a smart recovery coming in. So I think if he's holding, continue to hold. 420 should be a stop loss on a closing basis. If that is breached, then probably we'll be heading towards 380 on the downside.
Next one that's coming through is on Muthoot Microfinance. Abdul Rashad, who's from Kerala, is holding these shares at 247. So currently sitting on some mild profits. Wants to know a 6-month view, Kunal, if he should still continue to hold. It's a relatively recent listing, but on the charts, so would you recommend him to continue holding?
Yeah, I think till the time 230 is not taken out on the weekly charts, we are seeing selling pressure from those levels only. Till the time that is not taken out, we will not see the momentum coming back. If he's holding, continue to hold with a strict stop loss of 210. If that is breached, then exit your longs.
That view, Kunal. But the next question, and this one's on KPIT Tech. Now today, of course, a very vast move that we are seeing across the tech names as well. But for Sudhakar, who's holding these shares since 2024, he accumulated it at elevated levels of 1,085. So currently sitting on deep losses right now. Asta, given the conviction, I think that the street has gotten from Coforge numbers, I think today, would you just recommend him to continue holding at this point of time and maybe sell on rise, or would you recommend him to average a little bit as well?
So I would recommend just hold from current level perspective, because what we know about the KPIT Tech is, first of all, it is a global leader in the automotive software. So I mean, this company has got, a very niche kind of a business, because it is into the, it is a engineering software company exclusively in the automobile space. And now they have got a very, very strong clientele, because they are working with some of the world's, leading automotive components or automobile OEMs. So that is one of the very strong point for the company. And I think going ahead also, yes, the way we are seeing, there is an increasing demand for the software content, and the transition to the electric mobility is the most important part for these companies. Definitely, this company is going to benefit from this. So yes, one should remain invested in this counter. However, I'm not recommending averaging out at the current level, because I just want to investor to hold this counter. Let's wait for some more time rather than averaging out. Maybe some dips can be awaited for averaging out, but right now just hold is a strategy for this counter.
Right, got that view, Astha. But the next one coming in on Reflex Industries.
More time rather than averaging out. Maybe some dips can be awaited for averaging out, but right now just hold is a strategy for this counter.
Right, got that view. Share. And this is Sankar Narayanan, who's a regular viewer of the show, wants to know if he should still continue to hold. What would you recommend, Kunal?
I think I continue to hold the stock. There has been some smart recovery from the lower levels. Even on the weekly charts, the stock has been able to sustain above the 20 and the 40. That becomes now the new support, which is around 301 on the downside. So till the time 300 is not breached on the downside, the view remains positive. I am expecting the stock again to go towards the mark of 360, 380 on the upside.
360 to 380. Got that view, Kunal. But let's now start the rapid fire.
Now the new support, which is around 301 on the downside. So till the time 300 is not breached on the downside, the view remains positive. I am expecting the stock again to go to
around in this edition of the show. So we were speaking to Avnish, of course. So we're taking a 4-minute rapid fire round now. Kunal as well as Astha, the drill. The first question on delivery. Our viewer is holding shares at 523. He's holding 2,000 shares, Astha. Would you recommend him to continue holding, average down as well?
No, I would recommend continue holding this counter. Don't go for averaging at this point of the time. And price target which can be set for the delivery is around 520 odd level, because we all know that it is one of the leader in the India's logistics space, that is integrated logistic market.
The next one's on Raymond. Our viewer is holding shares at 750. Wants to know if he can continue holding and what's a short to medium term target here. Kunal, so currently sitting on a loss. What would you recommend?
I think utilize bounces to exit the stock.
Next one's on Sagility. Recently came out with earnings as well. Ray, who's from Bengaluru, holding shares at 42. Astha, what's your view now on the stock post earnings?
Our view is just hold this counter, because we may see further upside from here, maybe sometime later on. So 46 and 48 can be set as a target for this stock.
Got it. Next one's coming from Shivakumar, and we've been getting a lot of queries on the SBI funds IPO as well. Astha, I think we spoke about it during the issue on the listing as well. You recommended, your recommendation of, I think, buy at that time, and correct me if I'm wrong. Now, Shivakumar has actually got it and wants to know if he can invest more for the next 1 to 2 years.
So for SBI Funds Management, for the IPO, our view was subscribe,
Hmm.
and in fact, it has given some small listing gains also. The problem is that the size was very big.
Yeah.
So definitely, with such big sizes, high premium cannot be sustained. So right now, my idea here is remain invested in this counter, and adding of more is recommended, but at the lower level, not at the current level, maybe at a level of 550 also, or the ultimate price target of 650, 660.
Got it. Well, so quarterly updates continue to be very important for SBI funds as well. The next one's on Deepak Nitrate. Our viewers were holding shares at 1690, and this is Raj. Wants to know any kind of tailwind visible on the charts. Kunal, can you recommend him this stock?
See, I think it is consolidating at the levels. I think 1600 is what you should keep a stop loss on the downside. On the higher end, the immediate hurdle is at 1700. So this is a 100-point range in which the stock is stuck. Above 1700, you will see the momentum coming back.
Next one that's coming through is on Kalyan Jewellers. It's been definitely a counter has seen a very strong up move. But Krishnamurthy has been holding this stock at 597. He's holding a very decent quantity of 1000 shares. Astha, would you recommend him to continue holding, and how should he look at the current position? Should he average down?
We have seen strong up move on the back of a strong, Q1 FY27 update. So my idea here is just stay invested in this counter, and the price target can be set somewhere at around 650 to 660 odd levels.
Next one that's coming through is on Power Grid. Our viewers holding shares at 261, asking that it's been consolidating and if it's a good time to add more. Kunal, your view?
See, I think
50 to 660 odd levels.
Next one, asking that it's been consolidating and if it's a good time to add.
Overall, the momentum will start about 290, 300 on the upside, but utilize this dip as a buying opportunity.
The next one coming through, and this one's on Happiest Minds. Came out with earnings yesterday as well, so your stock saw a reaction early on. But Astha, how did you view the counter? I think it's because the guidance is 12.5, and I think this quarter has been slightly more slower. Our viewers holding shares at 395. What's your view?
View is like what we believe that results were okay. They were average results which the company has posted, and on the back of that, this stock can be a slew mover. So just hold this counter with a price target of 410.
Got it. Well, that was the last question of the rapid fire as well as this edition of the show. Thanks so much, Astha as well as Kunal, for helping us solve all those queries. But viewers, out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Thanks so much for staying in. Hopefully that view on FMCG at the start of the show helped you. And let us know if you want to know a little bit more deeper in terms of the sectors. 2 p.m. is the time to write in to us for your stock related queries as well. But do stay tuned. India Market Close comes up next.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real.
Hello and welcome to India Market Close on NDTV Profit from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio with myself, Hiral Datia, and Puneet Javeri as well. Interesting day of trade. It is expiry, and that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of volatility as well. Look at where Nifty 50 is absolutely flat right now, Puneet. If you talk about the range as well, 24,041 to 23,961. Not even a 100-point range on an expiry day. So the range is absolutely narrow. And you're seeing resistance which is coming in at levels of 24,000 very precisely.
Well, most certainly, yeah. And that continues to be the flavor, right? Because there are two separate segments. One's IT that continues to do well on the back of Coforge. And then there's FMC, just taking the sheen out of what we've seen today for the market. So when you look at the heat map too, you'll see at one cohort on the top of the left of the screen that continues to do well, and that's largely led by Coforge. So you're seeing TCS, Tech Mahindra, as well as Infosys doing well. HCL Tech also up 2% odd. While you've seen some follow-on buying come through on Nestle today, so that has been the interesting factor. Weak results by HUL, which is at the bottom of the screen, and hence probably that's lead to some follow-on buying on Nestle at this point of time, up 3.8%.
But you know what, with Nestle as well, the uptick has continued in terms of since earnings. Likewise, if you have to look at an Eternal as well, last 2 to 3 trading sessions, that uptick with regards to Eternal and Swiggy has continued. Though you saw some bit of profit booking that came in terms of Swiggy on the back of the Instamart CEO who's gone ahead and resigned, and that has been taken over by Nandita Das. So that stock is in focus as well. But BEL, again, reacting to numbers. Coal India, there is a bull versus bear case scenario because it's a very mixed view coming in from brokerages. However, the stock is reacting negatively there. Apart from that, if you have to look at healthcare, Dr. Reddy's, Max Healthcare, two names that I can see which are on the downward momentum. However, Eicher Motors, 1.5% up move. The company will be reporting numbers tomorrow. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch out for. The cement pack, you have Ultratech, which is up 0.7%. You have Ambuja as well, which has reported numbers some time ago. So it's a pretty interesting mix. Let's just look at the contributors first, and then we look at the other aspects as well. If you see in terms of contributors, Puneet, it is TCS, Infosys, two from the consumption names, Eternal and Titan, which are kind of trying to support. But ICICI Bank, a downer. RIL, that's another heavyweight which is actually trying to put pressure. And you have HUL and BEL, both of them are event-based downticks that you're seeing on the back of earnings. So it's pretty much even Stevens, and that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of a move.
Well, most certainly. Let's look at the sectoral heat map as well, because that is the other factor. You have IT, of course, clearly doing well, up now 3.4% as well, while the consumption index also, the durable index up 0.8%. But if you can look at the Nifty FMCG, also look at the constituents as well. because you're seeing, of course, selective moves come through on this one too. And hence, while Nestle, of course, is almost up 3.8% now, Marico has a good quarterly update. We'll wait for some more clarification to come through in terms of the results, but those continue to be important. So is Britannia up 1.8%, and there you go. One Beverages, the other casualty of the day. 2:30 onwards, the conference call will start, so we'll get you more perspective and cut into what the management has to say as well. Let's just look at the Nestle and the intraday moves that we've seen on Nestle, the daily chart, because that is very important too, because you've seen follow-on buying through, as I mentioned, and then throughout the day that late spurt coming in just in the last half an hour, and that continues to be for the bigger names.
Yeah, let's look at the broader markets as well. Let's pull up the mid cap and the small cap index, and then we look at the advanced decline ratio. I mean, again, very volatile. You have the mid cap 150 nearly at the day's lowest levels, your small cap 250 as well at the day's lowest levels, with cuts of nearly 0.6% coming in there. So that's where the pressure is building up as well in terms of expiry session. Look at the mouth, it's clearly widening. Your declines are way outpacing your advances as well, nearly more than double. You're almost at a 1800 decline versus a 800 advance number. So it is telling you what's happening to the market breadth as well, and it's the broader markets which are taking a beating to some extent right now, because your benchmarks are absolutely flat. Bank Nifty also at the day's lowest levels or near the day's lowest levels. If you look at the intraday chart of Bank Nifty as well, there you go. So the financials are also down and about in trade, underperforming the benchmark indices as we speak. So that's the market setup. But Puneet, let's quickly take the viewers through the factors that we should be watching out for as we speak. Let's look at the levels. In terms of the factors, Nifty is flat. Bank Nifty down nearly 260 points, and this is on expiry day. That's exactly what we're talking about. Your IT is holding ground, as Puneet was mentioning, while the banks have slipped in trade. And if you have to look at the consumption side of the story, the biggest pain point in trade today, DMart, that stock is under pressure. HUL, that's another one. So all of these are contributing. Now your rollover data as well, Puneet, if you want to add color to this one, at 64%, and your Bank Nifty rollovers at 71%. What is that indicating?
Well, that just shows clearly that, you know, we've seen a whole month where the bearish momentum just continued for foreign investors along the others. So you've seen, of course, most positions being rolled over, but for the Nifty, that continues to be the indication that it's not as strong as something like Bank Nifty right now in terms of comparison, but also in terms of its own average of close to 68 to 70% lower at this time. So we'll see more color on this tomorrow, where we have today's data point
coming in as well.
But that's the picture where there's some strength for the Bank Nifty, but for the Nifty 50, that's clearly not visible right now.
Absolutely. Let's look at the stocks with the highest rollovers as well. Nippon India AMC, TVS Motors, Bajaj Holdings. On the other side, if you have to look at the other names in terms of levels, resistance at 24,010, that's the first point, and that's from where you're seeing that rebound on the downward side. Support is coming in at 23,920, so that is also a pretty narrow range in terms of where the resistance and the first level of support come in for Nifty 50. On Bank Nifty, you're seeing resistance on the upside at 57,050, and you have support coming in at 56,800, and you are at the day's lowest levels as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if any of these support levels are breached in terms of Bank Nifty and what happens from here on. But let's get in our guest. We have Sunny Agarwal joining in as we speak. Sunny, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. My question coming to you is, an absolute range bound kind of a trade is what you're seeing, no major moves. What is the sense that you're picking up right now? Because your crude is somewhere in support of the Indian markets. Your rupee is in support of the Indian markets as well right now. Your war situation is kind of under control on the back of the truce. Do you think this is the time to start accumulating, or do you think there is still a wait and watch mode from here on?
Yeah, good afternoon, Neeral, and thanks for having me on the show. I think definitely time to accumulate stock as the macro economic concern, as you rightly pointed out, especially crude oil prices, USD, INR, both are in favor of Indian equity market. And just to add on, I mean, this earnings season has been playing out very well, especially on a mid and small cap pack. You will see many companies are reporting very good set of numbers. So I think any volatility or any sideways consolidation is a good opportunity to accumulate quality names where we are seeing a very robust growth outlook. A case in point, companies like Eternal doing well even in a weaker markets like today. TVS Motor, Bajaj, both has given a very strong set of guidance. So TVS, I think Bajaj has already seen a good up move. TVS thinks that there is likely to be a catch-up rally going forward. So again, a stock-specific market, but definitely buy on dips is a strategy which investors should adopt.
Got it. Well, Sunny, good afternoon. Welcome to the show as well. We'll, of course, get into more context of, the individual spaces we talked about, but just a broader, larger cap view on IT right now. We'll, of course, get into Coforge as well, but how are you looking at the large cap IT peers now, given that there's some impetus coming in from Coforge earnings? How do you look at that cohort?
Again, large cap IT pack, we all know that FY27 is likely to be a muted year in terms of growth. So maybe closer to 2 to 5% 2 to 5% kind of growth, which most of an IT companies have alluded to. So I think the predominantly the growth is relatively better on a mid cap pack, and that is the reason we are seeing a thumbs up from the market as far as mid caps are concerned. Within large cap tier 1 IT pack, I think if somebody want to accumulate and with a view that FY28 and FY29 is likely to be relatively better in terms of earning growth. So I think Tech Mahindra is the one stock which we feel after delivering consistent margin improvement over the period of last 8 to 10 quarter can do well going forward. SCL Tech again can be a slightly outperformer as far as the tier 1 IT companies are concerned. Mid cap, I think no doubt, I think Coforge has given a very robust guidance today. So FY27 is likely to be very strong for robust for Coforge, backed by organic growth, and as well as with the recent acquisition, even that will contribute to a full year healthy growth for FY27.
Okay, so that's with regard to Coforge. In fact, that stock is at the day's highest levels, 10% up move coming in there, and that should be the stock of the day. But clearly, there is a global AI trade reversal that has happened as well. Nvidia, AMD, Micron, all of them has actually fallen sharply, while your IT ADRs actually gained in trade. So that is one of the key points that we're tracking in terms of IT. Secondly, yesterday you had a Jefferies which went ahead and upgraded IT to a neutral, and they added Infosys to their model portfolio. So that was a second big trigger that we were watching out for. Thirdly, if you have to look at the Q1 earnings as well, they have largely been in line and strong. Q2 is what is on the cards. But before we head across to my colleague, let's quickly listen into what the management of Varun Beverages has to say at the conference call on the back of the Q2 numbers.
We are all well positioned to deliver sustained and profitable growth and creating long-term value for all our stakeholders. I would now like to invite Mr. Gandhi to share the key highlights of our operational and financial performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to everyone joining us today. Let me provide an overview of the financial performance for the second quarter and half year ended 30th June 2026. Revenue from operations net of excise and GST stood at rupees 84,512 million in Q2 of 2026, up 20.4% year-on-year. For H1 2026, revenue increased by 19.4% to 150,254 million. Growth during the quarter was primarily supported by a 19.8% increase in consolidated sales volume to the level of 466.7 million cases. As mentioned by Chairman, in India, we saw healthy volume growth in 20s since the onset of the season, with the exception, of course, of April. International markets also delivered a healthy growth, with volumes increasing by 38.4%, including the contribution of 11.8 million cases from Twiza in South Africa. Net realization per case, beverages at the consolidated level improved by 1.2%, supported by better realizations in international territories. Gross margin improved by 44 basis points year-on-year to 50%, supported by a higher mix of international business. In India, early stocking of key raw materials and savings in sugar consumption, driven by a higher mix of low sugar, no sugar products, helped maintain gross margins despite the inflationary raw material environment affected by West Asian crisis. EBITDA stood at rupees 23,430 million, registering growth of 17.2% year-on-year, with the EBITDA margin at 27.7% in Q2 of 2026. EBITDA margin declined by 76 basis points year-on-year, primarily due to consolidation of Twiza business, which currently operates at lower margins. In India, the EBITDA margins improved by 38 basis points. driven by operational efficiencies arising from healthy volume growth, partially offset by higher other expenses, primarily transportation and distribution costs. PAT grew by 15.1% to the level of 15,253 million, supported by strong volume growth across India and international territories. Depreciation increased by 33.6% due to the commissioning of new plants in India last year.
Well, that was the management of Varun Beverages. We'll of course keep getting you more updates because we need that management key takeaway on the domestic volume growth part. But when that comes through, we'll get you more updates. But let's go across to our stock of the day now. Coforge continues to be one and out because that has led to a strong gains in the IT pack. Jasmeet now joining in to give us more perspective of what worked for the company.
Well, thank you for
more updates, but let's go across to our stock of the day now. Coforge continues to be one and out because
for that now, if you look at this particular counter, quite interesting setup for the Coforge altogether, and stock is up nearly 10% after the continued downfall that we have seen in the overall IT pack. Let's quickly understand the top 5 key reasons what buzzing and what's leading to the overall rally in the stock. While the first one is the CC growth. CC growth for this particular quarter has come in at 22.3%. When you look at QOQ basis, given the company had acquired Encora and that addition also added up to the overall CC growth is at roughly 22%. In terms of like for like, the CC growth in this particular quarter is 5.5%, still higher compared to the other IT folks out there which are delivering 1 to 2% of growth. In terms of the overall CC, in terms of the organic space, it's nearly at 1.1% ahead of what we were expecting. Now, in terms of the EBIT margin, the overall EBIT for this counter has come in at 16%, higher than what was guided by the company, and the company states whatever they were guiding for the entire year is already achieved in the Q1, and that's the second key reason where the stock is rallying and buzzing into today's trade. Now, in terms of the third aspect, the overall deal wins, we do know that the company has roughly signed $691 million of deals in this particular quarter. That's roughly 25% of the overall order book. In terms of last 12 years, the deal win stands at $2.2 billion, showing a good visibility going ahead. The third aspect is the overall segmental revenue. We do know that the company has reported broad-based growth, while the healthcare and high-tech vertical buzzing and gained about 11%. In terms of geographies, we are also noting that the geographies have delivered the similar broad-based growth, while the overall EMEA space for the company is delivering good growth up about 8%. Now let's quickly understand what's the way ahead and what management is guiding going ahead. Firstly, they have maintained the FY27 guidance, and they also state that they want to be the highest margin IT company among the mid-cap space. That's a big statement the company has made. Now, second aspect is the company states the Q2 deal momentum is seeing a positive up move, and they expect the deal wins in Q2 to be equivalent to what they had won in FY27 altogether. Now, in terms of other key aspect, they also expect the overall FY27 guidance is already achieved in advance, could see a healthy uptick going ahead in the entire FY27 year. And lastly, let's quickly understand the valuation aspect of the company. Now, when you compare Coforge with Persistent, giving the similar range of the industry, we do know that the overall current PE for Coforge is 32x compared to large cap IT between 13 to 14x. In terms of Persistent, slightly expensive compared to Coforge at 44 odd times. Now, in terms of 5-year comparison, we do note that Coforge still trades below its 5-year average, so as Persistent. Now, lastly, in terms of the overall return potential, for this particular counter, the current analyst ratings are roughly 40, out of which 34 have buy call in this particular counter, and the up move return potential expected 2%. So this brings to the last question. Can from here, can we expect a further uptick in terms of the overall up move of the stocks, and can there be a re-rating?
Can there be a re-rating or not is the question. Thank you for that, Jasmeet. In fact, Akshay Bhagwat also quickly joins in. Akshay, welcome to the show. Your view when it comes to a Coforge on the charts, already up 10%, or anything else that you like from the IT pack, because there is good momentum built up over the last couple of days.
Good afternoon to all. Yes, Coforge definitely is the momentum counter backed by positive news and results. So I believe from a BTST perspective, or even from the momentum perspective, the targets of 1750 look achievable in the very short term. And today's development on the technical front opens the doors for upside still 1950 on the positional front. So yes, buy or hold is the view on Coforge.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Coforge goes. But moving on. Aeroflex, let's pull up that one on the screens, because the revenues have seen a good uptick. Margins have expanded as well. That stock is up nearly 5.5%. Asad Daud, Managing Director at Aeroflex Industries, joins in to talk to us about the quarter gone by and the outlook in terms of FY27 as a whole. Asad, welcome to the show and always a pleasure to speak to you. The kind of revenue growth that you've seen in the first quarter seems to be exceptional. Now, what has led to this growth? And going ahead, do you think it will be realistic to expect a similar kind of trajectory in FY27? And if not, where do you see it normalizing?
So thank you so much for having me here. So first of all, the growth in Q1 has been because of the increase in business coming in both from the core business of flexible hoses and flexible hose assemblies, and also the new business of the data center skid assemblies. Both have contributed to this significant growth especially in Q1. On an overall year, if I annualize that, we are looking at an overall growth or targeting an overall growth of between 30 to 35% in FY27 as compared to FY26.
Asad, thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. So, we've got that number out as you mentioned. Just give us some perspective of how this will help in terms of margins too, because you've seen a very big increase in your domestic share of business. I think it's increased to 42% this quarter versus 28% on the same time last year. So when you mention, is this largely the domestic data center business that's reflected in the numbers now? And how will that look at margins? Because you're generally very export heavy. The margins were good there. Will it be maintained at this 22 to 24% range?
So yes, the data center business domestically has been a significant contributor for the increase in the share of the domestic as compared to the export. However, export itself has grown by almost 40% in this quarter as compared to the same quarter last year. In terms of the margins, so definitely exports overall has a better margin as compared to the domestic. But specifically, if I talk about the liquid cooling skid assemblies, I think the margins in that product is on a blended level at the same level as compared to our overall company margins. So we expect that in the next few years, our target is to reach to an EBITDA margin of 25%.
Okay. The other question I have, Asad, for you is your liquid cooling solutions for AI data centers. What share of your revenues in terms of FY27 will come in from this business compared with your traditional flexible hoses business?
So for this financial year, we expect the data center skid assemblies business to contribute about 25% of the overall business. And going forward over the next few years, we expect the contribution from this business to reach up to 30%.
So when you're talking about the contribution that is coming in, there is a lot of competition in this space that comes in from international markets as well. So if you have to look at global and domestic competition, what differentiates Aeroflex in this category? Because the AI workflow itself is increasing.
So yes, if you talk about the India market, I think we have the advantage being the first mover in this space. And I think we have shown that, in terms of the competition is that the ability to deliver and to deliver at scale. And over the past few quarters, we have already shown that we have the capabilities to deliver at scale, which the new players who are coming in India market have not yet delivered. Now, when we talk about the international competition, so most of these international companies or our competitors, they work in their own markets. Right now, they're not present in India. And our focus would be that once we have the base as the India market, then we will also start to export our skid assemblies in the international market as well.
Also, sir, sorry, you mentioned that your current data center business, what is it expected to go through? You gave a number. What was the number?
So this year we expect it to contribute to 25% of the overall business. And then over the period of the next few years, this business should contribute, anywhere upwards of 30% of the overall business.
And just one, if you can give us some perspective, because even in your presentation, you mentioned the value coming in, I think, close to 32 odd crores in this quarter for the liquid cooling skid business. You also mentioned the average price per skid has actually come down materially compared to last year. So it's, I think, about 3.1 lakh rupees versus 4 lakh 98 last year. how should we look at the price per unit basically? Because as you go through, you will increase, of course, your utilization. Now you've given a range as well between 1,10,000 to 5,50,000. Right now you're bang in the middle of that. But where can we expect this, and how is the price determined? Is it based on competition, or which factors do you look at?
So to talk about this, every data center, the design of the skid assemblies is different. Even in case of even on a specific floor of a data center, the design of the skid assemblies would be different. And depending on the design of the skid assemblies, the price is determined. So every skid will have a different price. And if you see our average price ranges at approximately between 3 to 3.1 lakh rupees per skid, and that is the range that we have right now. But this the price of the skid is not the right parameter, because it can change dramatically. Like we mentioned, it can go to as low as 1 lakh or it can go to as high as 5 lakhs. So the idea is that you should look at the overall revenue that the skid business is contributing.
Interesting. So it's this entire play itself is what the street is eyeing as well. But thank you, Asad, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. In fact, we'll be happy to do a detailed discussion as well in terms of the newer businesses that are getting built as we speak. But let's quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा, आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. But let's now go across to my colleague Somit Sarkar, joining in with all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit, what are you picking up?
Well, firstly, it's Adani Energy Solutions. Now, what dealing rooms are indicating is that the QIP that opened yesterday, there is strong demand coming in for this fundraise by Adani Energy Solution, and dealing rooms are also indicating that domestic mutual funds and insurance companies were among the major buyers for this QIP that opened yesterday. A couple of other stocks, CG Power and GE Vernova. Now, there are sell flows on the large HNI and the PMS desk. Dealers indicate that the fallout in AI trade that we saw today has led to selling pressure in these counters as well, because these companies were said to be the beneficiaries of AI infra going forward. Hence, this sell-off coming in in GE Vernova and CG Power in trade. For Paytm, that stock has been gaining. There are buy flows on the PMS desk. Dealers are indicating that the expected block deal by SEF partners has been called off momentarily, and hence this buy flows coming in for Paytm. When it comes to RBL Bank, buy flows on institutional desk is what dealing rooms have indicated. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter in trade, and delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side. And lastly, given the fact that it's earnings season, GAIL is one counter that dealing rooms are focused. They are saying that there are buy flows on the large HNI and PMS desk. Dealers are indicating that the Q1 numbers are expected to be quite strong, and it could be a beat across all segments is what dealing rooms have indicated for GAIL.
Okay, so that's with regards to a couple of stocks which are buzzing in trade right now as well. And in fact, what I can pick up over there is CG Power, GE Vernova. There are sell-flows, and that has been a space where we've seen good amount of accumulation as well that has happened. In fact, let me head across to Akshay Bhagwat to take his views. Akshay, from all the names, been a space where we've seen good amount of accumulation as well that has happened. In fact, let me head across to Akshay Bhagwat to take his views. Akshay, from all the names that Somat actually mentioned, anything that you like that could be on investors' radar?
You can look at GE Vernova because the stock has corrected, and it's nearing an important 200-day moving average support, which is known to see a pullback once it nears or tests the support zone. So the level roughly is around 4,000 to 3,950, and I believe there has been some recovery in intraday trades, and the chances of a relief rally pullback from the current zones are high. And if it follows on the expected lines, you can look forward for potential recovery bounce till 4,500.
All right, but Sunny, also just a quick question. Actually, we spoke to you on the larger cap IT players on Coforge as well. Is because we've already seen a 10% up move. I think that bulk of that demand or that pressure on the stock now seems to be relieved. So, is there still a lot more room to go? Would you recommend getting into the stock now? And if not, what else do you like in the IT pack in the mid and the small cap space?
Coforge, definitely, as you rightly pointed out, post today's con call, that was a pre-market opening. We have seen a very sharp up move. So maybe a buy on deep is the right strategy when it comes to Coforge. Definitely, valuations are slightly below the 5-year average. So there is a probability of catch up as the uncertainty regarding the earning growth get over going forward, especially because of this Encore acquisition, which is likely to drive the profit growth ahead, and all the merger related expenses are likely to get over by second quarter of FY27, and third quarter should be a kind of a very robust quarter in terms of earning growth. So Coforge definitely buy on deep is a strategy. Another stock which we like from an IT pack is Oracle Financial Services. Again, that company has delivered a very fantastic set of numbers, but again, there also we have seen a very sharp up move post result. So maybe buy on deep strategy again on Oracle Financial Services. And one company which can be on radar is the First Source Limited, which has been consistently delivering a healthy set of numbers. So maybe that company can also be on radar among the mid-size IT pack.
Okay, so that's with regards to a couple of names that are coming in as well. But thank you, Sunny, thank you, Akshay, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to both of you as well. But moving on, Gallant Ispat. Let's pull up that one on the screens because weak steel prices and pellet plant maintenance has weighed on the performance, though the stock is locked in upper circuit because margins have remained absolutely resilient. Now, with the maintenance complete, your utilization is set to normalize, whilst the expansion and captive mine plans remain on track to support your future growth and profitability as well. We have CEO Mayank Agarwal who's joining in to discuss more on this. Mayank, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you as well. We've spoken about stable revenues. There is sharp margin and profit compression as well, and this is on the back of higher raw material costs because of the pellet plant shutdown. If you have to look at the remainder of the year and compare it to the first quarter of FY27, how different is that going to look like?
A very good afternoon to you as well, ma'am. Lovely and pleasure always talking to you as well. Yes, as you rightly mentioned, the share market has shown us a lot of confidence on that. Coming back to your question, looking at the quarter one performance, it is in line with our business plan, what we have crafted for the year. And while being into construction steel industry, usually the first 2 quarters are broadly muted with regard to the demand due to the monsoon season. So with the current projections laid out by the government, where the steel construction activities remain to be growing in the range of 8 to 9% for the current year, we are very optimistic that in the Q3 and 4, which is the prime quarters for us, we'll be able to do exceptionally well and as per the business plan we have laid out for the year.
Mayank, very good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. If you can give us some perspective of what is your, what has been the, in this quarter, largely the cost side, because your EBITDA per ton has largely been not too affected, right? Just a 1% downtick on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Could you give us some perspective of how realizations have shaped up in this quarter? Have they largely remained soft, as you mentioned, since Q1, Q2 is it's a little softer for the industry as a whole? So is cost management something that you focused on this quarter, and hence the number that you're showing?
Yes, definitely. We have focused on the cost management, and we have changed our strategies in terms of procurement processes, etc., which has resulted into the the margins keeping intact if we compare it on Q4 to Q1, where the per ton EBITDA is almost the same. And with the part of the ongoing 3,000 crore capex, which we are doing from internal accruals, there are 3 buckets to it. The first bucket is the capacity addition, where we are going from 1 million to 1.23 million, and that capacity will kick in the second half of the current year, which will further enhance the revenue and the profitability EBITDA substantially in the H2. So that will be actually driving the growth in the current financial year. Whereas if we talk about the costing side, the raw material prices have a little bit gone up because of the geopolitical situations. But with the strategical approach in terms of sourcing, we have somewhat been able to curtail it. While on the realization side, we saw a very nice uptick in the first half of the Q1, but slowly and gradually as the monsoon set in, we saw the realization diminishing. So Q2 will see the muted demand as is expected every year, but with the capacity addition kicking in the H2, along with the improvement which is expected and is generally what we have seen every year, we are very optimistic about the entire year performance compared to the last year.
So are you saying in terms of FY27, if you have to...
The entire year performance compared to the last year.
So are you saying in terms of FY27, if you have to look at the levers that will realizations, costs or increased value-added products, where should someone look at?
So ideally, the cost, the realization is somewhat governed in steel sector, as we all know, by the demand and supply dynamics. The capacity addition, the cost reduction, and the kicking in of 85 megawatts solar also, which is planned in Q2 and Q4 to be commissioned. So the cost lever would definitely somewhere where the cost has to be going down. It is expected to go down in the current year, backed by additional capacities which are coming in. And in addition to both these things, we are also targeting to achieve a better capacity utilization as a whole. So while at one end, 25% approximately capacity addition would be seen in half of the year, backed by these cost levers of solar and other raw material sourcing, we are very positive and optimistic with regard to the FY26. We are very optimistic for FY27.
But Mayank, just one question. As you mentioned that in the second half you will have some of those capacity come through. The last 3 years we've largely seen revenue being stagnant at that 4,200 to 4,400 crore mark. Will it be safe to say that this year we could cross that 5,200 crores, since you only have half a year of capacity expansion, and next year is when you could target that 5,500, 6,000 crores in terms of revenue. Would that be a fair assessment?
Definitely, it would be a very fair situation. And in the last 3-4 years, the revenues has been muted, but if we see the profitability, it has gone up to double. So even currently, we are operating at about 18% EBITDA, despite all the geopolitical scenarios in the last quarter. So while we have made ourselves fit from the point of view of integration and operational efficiency, of course, there is room to improve further. We are all set to add this 25% of the capacity, which would definitely drive the revenue broadly to the extent what you have mentioned. And for FY28, we even have the captive mines kicking in for iron ore, which will further insulate us from these geopolitical scenarios while adding substantially to the profitability by more than 2,000 rupees on per ton of steel making.
So interesting there, Mayank, investors will all accept a weak quarter, but I think the question is going to be whether the first quarter of FY27 was actually a trough when you talk about where margins are concerned, and whether the steel sector is seeing that growth emerge, or is it going to be a longer period of earnings pressure? That's what the companies will have to actually respond to as well in the coming quarters. But it's going to be interesting to watch out for FY27. Thank you so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. We'll quickly slip onto a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the top buy today and sell tomorrow picks as well. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
याद है ना मैंने क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉल मार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर
Welcome back to India Market Close on NDTV Profit from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio. Now, Rajesh Bhosle from My Advisor Alpha and Nishal Maheshwari joining in as well. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. Rajesh, we're below that 24,000 mark, already. There is good amount of stiff resistance coming in at those levels and being exposed. Now, Rajesh Bhosle from My Advisor Alpha and Nishal Maheshwari joining in as well. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. Rajesh, we're below that 24,000 mark, already. There is good amount of stiff resistance coming in at those levels and being expiry. How are you looking at the start tomorrow?
Range bound expiry, and if we see the entire July series itself has been very range bound. Nifty has been facing resistance somewhere around 24,250, 24,300, and on the downside 23,600, 23,800 has been acting as a support. So overall, if you see the chart structure, Nifty is moving in a ascending triangle formation, and as long 23,600 holds, bias is positive. But as you highlighted, the momentum is missing. On the higher side, if we see 24,050 to 24,100 is the resistance. Once that is broken, we can expect momentum back towards 24,400, 24,500. So buy on dip would be suggested, as we see 23,800 to 23,600 as a very strong support.
Got that view, Rajesh. But let me also welcome Nishal Maheshwari, market expert, now joining as well. Nishal, thanks so much for joining in. Very good afternoon to you. We actually discussed about IT in the first half of the show. Are you also looking at more favorably in terms of the mid-cap space, or do you prefer the large caps given the valuation comfort? What bucket do you live in?
I think largest mid-caps is the bucket basically which I favor. I think one of the stocks today basically has come out with very, very strong numbers. And my logic remains to be that if you are too small, basically it's This is going to take a lot of investments also. So to pivot is not going to be easy. And if you are too large, basically, then again, it will take a much longer time for you to pivot. So I think largish mid caps are the place to be. They are showing outstanding numbers. And I think they are finding their business in the new era.
So that's with regards to where IT goes. Now, let's look at the consumption pack. Let's pull up the FMCG majors, HUL, DMart, Varun Beverages, and a Swiggy. There is some news or the other in all of these counters. But Mahima joins us first up to tell us what's really happened with the HUL, DMart, and Varun Beverages. Two of them reacting to numbers, and DMart with regards to the new management and the analyst day that has happened. So all the stocks under pressure. Mahima, what are you picking up?
All right, so a slew of consumption names buzzing today, and not a good day for sure for all of these names because all of them have tanked. I'll start with HUL first. A couple of things that have not worked this quarter. I think volume expectation was anywhere between 6 to 8% but came in at 5%, largely impacted on account of price hikes. In terms of the revenue and PAT, that was a miss as compared to the estimates. 200 odd crore miss versus the estimates, and the entire 200 crore missed in the top line was translated to the bottom line as well. Personal care volume growth came in at 3%, which was much lower as compared to what it's done in the last quarters. When we spoke to the management, Priya and I did say that overall in the personal care space, the premiumization is taking over. Premiumization is where the volume growth is coming, but the mass segment structurally is seeing a downtick in terms of volumes, and plus price hikes have also impacted the volumes. PAT was of course down on the back of one-off tax credit. Now, in terms of key takeaways from the management commentary, I think calibrated price hikes will continue going forward. Next quarter, sequentially a 2 to 5% inflation is what the management is expecting, and on the back of that, they will be taking calibrated price hikes. Personal care, like I said, is seeing a structural change within the mass category. They've reiterated their volume growth strategy from here on, and overall no change has been made in the margin guidance of 22.5 to 23.5%, and demand will stay steady is what they're saying. The next one is Varun Beverages. I think a couple of things that have not worked for Varun Beverages this quarter. The first one is, I think, the top line growth, which came in at 13% for the India business, was that of an expectation of anywhere between 18 to 20%. So that's one that the street is not like. The second one is weak volumes in India business have impacted the overall top line growth. Plus, the consolidated EBITDA margin was down around 80 basis points. The EBITDA margins was largely impacted by the international business margin, which was down almost 100 basis points, and India business margin was, however, up by about 40 basis points. The con call, of course, is at 2:30 p.m. and that's when we'll try to understand as to what the management commentary is going to guide us towards for the entire calendar year going forward. For DMart, I think the what sources are telling us and what the key commentary is coming in from their analyst meet day, I think weak store guidance. What they've said is that the management has said that store guidance growth in terms of FY27 is going to be around 15 odd %, and this implies a 75 store addition versus that of 85 store additions that they've done last quarter, versus the expectation of 100 store additions in FY27. Competition, they've said, is kind of intensifying, but overall on quick commerce, they've not made any particular commentary. Weak same-store sales growth in metro stores is offset by decent same-store sales growth in lower tier towns is what the management has also kind of suggested in the commentary. But of course, the key commentary will be coming in once we have the brokerage notes coming in. So that's the whole and soul of what's not worked for DMart or what's spooking the street for DMart specifically.
Well, thanks so much for that, Mahima. But Nisha, let me come back to you because, HUL definitely came out with earnings this morning. You've seen pressure on the stock as well. And on the opposite side, you've seen follow-on buying come through on Nestle. So do you feel post the results that have come through, there's a clear signage of preferring the place where you have earnings certainty at this point of time? And what do you like in that larger cap FMCG bucket at this point of time?
So I think the issue is about growth. I think whether it is DMart, whether it is HUL, I think market is looking for growth, and I think these companies I'm not saying they are not growing. The only issue remains to be the growth versus the valuation. I think that is a challenge for all of them basically, because if I remember it, DMart used to be doing a 25%. Now it is doing around 15% kind of growth. So I think it has to recalibrate as far as the valuations are concerned. Similarly, I think in case of Lever, 8-10% kind of a growth with 50 times of valuation, basically, I think it's difficult to make money in these kind of stocks. There is a premiumization which is happening, and you should look for stories basically where there is a clear and a very, very focused premiumization story is growing. I think that's where I think the focus should be as far as FMCG is concerned.
Premiumization is the story that you're watching out for. Stay with us. We'll quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पीओके के फाइल यहां पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट
Welcome back to India Market Close on NDTV Profit from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio. Now, we have been talking about the consumption pack, and you have Swiggy also, which is in focus because their quick commerce platform, which is Instamart, the CEO over there has resigned. That's Amitesh Jha, who has resigned, and you have Nandita Sinha, who's been appointed as Instamart CEO as well. Now, she will be becoming the new CEO from the 3rd of August, and you have Nandita Sinha, who was also the former CEO of Myntra. And you know, you've seen a whole host of resignations since listing, Puneet, in terms of where Swiggy goes. Starting from February 2025, where you had M. Sridhar, the company's second compliance officer, who resigned. Then in April 2025, you had Sahil Barua, who's the independent director, who actually resigned. July 2025, Sumir Juneja and Anand Daniel resigned as nominee directors. In April 26, you had Lakshmi Nandan Reddy Obul, the co-founder and whole-time director and head of innovation, resigned. April 2026, you had Roger Clark, who resigned as the nominee director. Then in June 26, you had Instamart CEO Ankit Jain, and the CBO Hari Kumar quit. And now you have Amitesh Jha, who's gone ahead and resigned as well. So a whole host of leadership changes that we've seen since listing. Now, does this mean that this is becoming an overhang with regards to the old team and the new team coming in is getting resolved, and now probably there will be some bit of change in strategy that will take forward?
Well, most certainly, and I think it's the underperformance that we're seeing, right? For the Instamart business, you've seen a Zepto IPO come through, and hence all of that has also had a big impact on Swiggy and its valuations. But Nishchal, let me come back to you on Swiggy very quickly, because do you feel that with a reputed name coming now to heading the Instamart business, there could be some valuation catch up of Swiggy versus Eternal, because that gap had just widened, and then you had the Zepto IPO news come through and it had widened further? You're seeing some buying follow on today. Would you be a buyer at the current price juncture to just see that valuation differential reduce versus Eternal?
So that valuation gap has remained from the time the IPO has happened. And that valuation gap is basically, I think, is justified also because we look at it, it is half the size of Blinkit, Instamart business. Similarly, in terms of margin, similarly in terms of the kind of losses Swiggy has not been able to still work around. So I think that's why that's why this kind of a valuation discount. If the performance improves at Swiggy, definitely I think this discount should go down. But I think there is a long way to catch up for the new team which is coming in, basically to once again see a rebound in the business.
Okay, so that's Eternal and Swiggy as well. And in fact, HUL, interesting point, the company is set to record the worst intraday loss in 6 years. That is what our team is indicating. The last time we saw a drop like this is 23rd of March 2020. And this is going to be the worst intraday loss in 6 years that HUL will actually post out in today's session. But moving on, a lot of other stocks are buzzing in trade, a lot of other stocks which are seeing an earning impact as well. Shivam joins us with the entire list. Shivam, good afternoon. What do you have for us?
Yeah, starting with the first one, which is Kalyan Jewellers. The stock has seen a strong uptick of over 6% in today's session. Also, this stock has snapped around 3 session losing streak and hit 11-month high in intraday trade. Next stock is TCS, which has seen a gains of around 4.5%, and the stock has been trading for higher for the 4th consecutive session. Also, if we compare it on the recent swing low basis, it has been up around 22% and trading near previous month high. In terms of earnings, we have Suzlon Energy, in which the PAT has gone down by around 7.8% to stand at 305 crores. Also, the EBITDA has seen a decline of around 300 basis points to stand at 15.6 crore, and that's why we are seeing a decline of around 6%, and the stock is also trading at lowest levels since April 2026. Lastly, it is TTK Prestige, which has seen the PAT increasing by twice to 59 crores. In terms of EBITDA too, it has doubled to around 81.7 crores, and this is due to a strong demand in the domestic industry. Also, the stock has gained around 11% and is trading at highest level since October 2025.
Okay, so interesting names there. Thank you so much for that. In fact, on the charts, the question is, are you seeing any, momentum picks over here? Rajesh, over to you on these names.
So definitely, TTK Prestige looks good. It's continuously moving in a higher top, higher bottom structure, where every dip towards 20 EMA is getting bought into. Today as well, there is a flag formation. So if we keep a view of around 3 to 5 months, possibly the stock can head towards 800 levels. And on the downside, if we see 650 seems to be a strong support. Along with that, we also covered TCS. So entire IT basket is into bus. The IT index itself is forming a strong reversal formation. So possibly TCS can extend it more toward 2550 to 2600 levels. And finally, Kalyan Jewellers has been one of the outperformer. If we see from the July swing close, it has moved from the levels of 350 to 610 levels. Still, the positive momentum is intact. Possibly 720, 740 levels can be seen. There's a fresh flag breakup. So as long 560 volts, one can have a positive approach.
Okay, so that's with regards to where TCS goes as well. But moving on, Ambuja reported numbers as well, and on the sidelines of what the numbers are looking like, whole-time director and CEO of Ambuja Cement, Vinod Baheti, talks about what the numbers look like and the outlook going ahead. Let's quickly listen in.
Ambuja Cements has started financial year 27 with a disciplined and resilient performance, delivering stronger profitability, improved operating margins, improved operating and cost efficiency, and continued strategic execution despite a challenging operating environment. Cement demand remained stable, supported by infrastructure, housing, and construction activity, while industry profitability faced pressure from the higher imported fuel prices, elevated freight costs, and the overall geopolitical tensions in West Asia. With focus on cost leadership on quarter-on-quarter basis, we have reduced cost by rupees 206 per metric ton, which led to improvement in EBITDA by rupees 196 per metric ton. This is after absorbing cost of rupees 110 per metric ton on account of the West Asia geopolitical situation.
Got it. Well, that was, of course, the management of Ambuja Cement. But let's also, go across to my colleague Parth, because L&T comes out with earnings today and will be, a crucial one post the West Asia crisis. A lot to watch out for. But Parth, what are you picking up?
That's right, Puneet. L&T will be reporting its Q1 earnings today, and the revenue growth is likely to be in single digits because of the disruptions, like you rightly mentioned, that we saw in Middle East during the current quarter. The EBITDA margins are expected to contract a little bit due to the execution delays and also the rise in commodity costs that we saw because of the same reason during the quarter. The company's core engineering business is likely to report muted growth, and the order inflows are expected to remain on the weaker side due to the delayed tender conversions that were faced by L&T. Now, if we talk about the expected numbers, then on a consolidated year-on-year basis, the revenue is expected to rise over 6% to reach around 67,500 crores. On the other side, EBITDA is expected to grow 3.4%, while EBITDA margins are expected to decline 20 basis points year-on-year. Also, net profit is expected to rise about 10% to reach almost 4,000 crores in the first quarter of FY27. Now, if we have a look at order book and execution, the core order inflows are estimated to be around 65,000 crores, which is a decline of 15% year-on-year. And if we exclude the service segment, then inflows are expected to be around 58,500 crores. The strong order book is expected to support the FY27 execution in the upcoming quarters. So there will be three key things to watch out for. Number one, the execution recovery across both domestic and foreign projects. Second, order inflow pipeline that currently stands at around 17.8 lakh crores, and the third is any commentary on the Gulf project execution given the disruptions that we had faced in the recent months.
Thanks so much for that, Parth. But as we wrap as well, you've of course seen L&T moving 0.8% just before the earnings as well. But Nishal, from the L&T perspective, what should investors look at? Is it largely the forward commentary? Because of course we've seen the valuations come through and reach a level at this point of time. What will you be watching out for from the earnings?
Well, I think L&T is in a situation where the management cannot give you much confidence, basically, because it's a geopolitical situation and they are facing the outcome of that. So I think L&T, yes, valuations are favorable, but long-term holders can only look at acquiring L&T at these prices, because unless this Middle East situation sorts out, I think L&T will face a tough time even in the coming quarters.
Well, we'll of course watch out for all those numbers. But Nishal as well as Rajesh, thanks so much for joining in, giving us your perspective across a whole bunch of stocks and spaces. But as we wrap, the market closing, you started off the day and largely this show as well with flattish moves on the Nifty 50. That has largely continued. Look at the heat map also very quickly. That shows you that perspective across key stocks. So TCS actually now the biggest gainer for today. And what a move on this counter too. It's almost seen a 15% up move in this month. You've also seen good moves on Tech Mahindra come through, so on Infosys. But also watch out for Eternal. Post that 220, 230 mark, it has been seeing a very strong buying. Momentum continued going into earnings. Momentum is continuing post earnings as well. You've seen Coal India, BL and HUL now down 7% in trade. The valuation comfort is there, but market is clearly looking at growth more favorably at this point of time, and puts in perspective into what if the expectations are from the FMCG names, especially in this particular quarter. Look at the sectoral heat map too. We spoke about it at the start of the show that the IT index continued to be the top gaining one, and that is how it will be ending. You're seeing the India defense down 2%. The advanced decline ratio is the other one for the broader market picture that has continued as well. Declines largely, having a larger impact today, and that is how it ended, close to 1,800 stocks declining in trade. In terms of the mid and small cap index, largely seeing some pressure today. So while there have been for the benchmarks that there are some spaces that work, some didn't. The mid cap 150 was up only 0.9%, small cap 2, and finally the BSE 500 as well for these individual movers. You saw a clutch of them. Coforge definitely the top gainer, up 9.8%. So was Lodha actually, up 9.2%. You had a big brokerage call upgrade coming through on the stock, and that favored the company too. Mastek was one other big beneficiary of Coforge numbers. Kalyan Jewellers back in fray of investors post that big move, up now above the 600 rupee mark. So was TTK Prestige on the back of earnings. On the losers though, on earnings misses, you had all the top 3 names. All three, continued to be under pressure, and how. While Equitas Small Finance Bank was the other one that was under pressure last hour of the trading session when the earnings came through. But that's the picture of the markets. Thanks so much for joining in. A lot more action on the other side. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Co-powered by CoinSwitch.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned into Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin near the $63,000 mark on macro uncertainties ahead of Fed meet. Russia passes the first comprehensive crypto law. FATF crypto travel rule adoption is rising. And lastly, India's CBDT detailed guidance note comes out on crypto. Well, with just 3 days left for filing the IT return, make sure to check the TDS deductions which have been made in the financial year 27, especially for your crypto transactions, because you can claim 1% TDS amount back as a refund. Now remember, the 1% TDS is like an advance tax, while your real profit is taxed at a flat 30%. Now if your total TDS paid is higher than your final calculated tax, the government will refund the extra money into your bank account when you file your income tax return. But let's first understand, how does TDS work? Your exchange cuts 1% every time you sell or trade crypto, even if you made no profit or even faced a loss. This is 1% is just a tracking fee sent to the government, not your final tax bill. All your deducted TDS shows up in your official income tax department portal under Form 26AS. That's nothing but annual statement, or AIS, which is the annual information statement. But let's look at the numbers now. Imagine you sold a crypto worth rupees 1 lakh during the year, and your exchange cut a 1% TDS, that's around 1,000 rupees. At the end of the year, you calculate your actual tax you had. Of course, a small tax total profit is there. Then your final 30% tax on that profit comes only 400 rupees. Since you already paid 1,000 rupees via TDS, but your real tax due is only 400, the extra 600 is yours. You can claim this 600 back as a refund by putting your crypto details in your ITR. Now in conclusion, you can claim your 1% TDS back as a refund if the total tax deducted by your crypto exchange is more than your actual tax due. Now as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों। कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm Himakshi Bahugna. Let's get straight into the show and see how the markets have fared today. So viewers, markets have ended in red, and this is after a largely range-bound session with the Nifty failing to sustain above the 24,000 mark. Now, market breadth, however, remained negative as declines have outpaced the advances in the session. Next up, we have Nifty IT, Pharma and Auto, which are among the only indices to end in the green. FMCG and defense stocks among the top laggards during the session. And next, counters that were buzzing away in trade were Varun Beverages. So that has dropped nearly 8% after the company has reported its second quarter, that is April to June results, with margin contraction weighing on the investor sentiment. While revenue growth remained healthy, higher input costs and operating expenses put some pressure on the profitability front, and the stock came under sharp selling pressure as the street has focused on the weaker margin performance despite continued demand for the beverages. Next counter that was buzzing away in trade was Orient Pro Solutions, that has plunged as much as 12% after the company reported a weaker first quarter performance, with both profit and operating margins coming under pressure. So while revenue growth remained steady, higher employee costs and project-related expenses weighed on the profitability, disappointing the investors. Next counter to look at is Lodha Developers, that has nearly doubled from their April lows, climbing 99% to an 11-month high. The rally has been driven by strong residential demand, robust sales bookings, and also optimism around the real estate sector. Now, investors have also cheered the company's healthy balance sheet, project pipeline, and even the consistent execution, helping the stock outperform both the broader market and also its realty players. Viewers, our next counter to look at is Suzlon Energy, which has reported a mixed first quarter performance, with revenue rising 22% year on year, and this has been driven by higher project execution. So however, net profit has declined as margin pressure has weighed on the earnings. The company attributed the softer profitability to changes in project mix and even execution related costs. And Supreme Industries has reported a strong first quarter performance with net profit rising 29% year on year to 281 crore rupees. So the company has also posted healthy revenue growth, and this has been supported by strong demand across its key product segments, and the results reinforce optimism around the company's growth outlook, and it has been backed by steady demand, capacity expansion and even improving operational performance. Viewers, next counter to look at is Hindustan Unilever. So its first quarter earnings have missed the street estimates despite posting record sales growth, with 5 key factors weighing on the performance. So higher input cost, increased advertising spends and unfavorable product mix all impacted the profitability. While revenue remained resilient, these factors have really dragged the earnings below the expectations, leading to a decline in the stock. Next counter to look at is Avenue Supermarts, which has seen its shares come under pressure ahead of CEO Anshul Asawa's first investor interaction since taking charge. So investors are expected to closely track the company's strategy on store expansion, margins, competitive intensity and even demand trends. Next up, we have Swiggy, which has appointed former Myntra CEO Nandita Sinha as the Chief Executive Officer of Instamart, which is its quick commerce business. So she will take charge on August 3rd, replacing Amitesh Jha, who has resigned to pursue the opportunities outside the company. So Sinha brings more than 2 decades of leadership experience across Myntra, Flipkart, Britannia and even Hindustan Unilever. Next counter to look at is City Union Bank, which has reported a healthy performance for the first quarter, with loan growth accelerating 25% year on year. So the bank's net interest margin has improved to 3.78% from 3.54% a year ago. And this is reflecting better lending yields, and asset profitability has also remained stable, with return on assets inching up to 1.57%. Next counter to look at is Equitas Small Finance Bank, which has reported a strong turnaround in the first quarter, returning to profit after a loss in the year-ago period. Now, net profit came in at 184 crore rupees. And this has been supported by a sharp 31% growth in the net interest income to 1,029 crore rupees. Also, the asset quality, this has improved, with both gross and net NPAs declining sequentially. Next counter to look at is Pfizer India, and it has reported a steady first quarter performance, with net profit rising nearly 7% year on year to 205 crore rupees. So revenue has increased 8% to 653 crore rupees, while EBITDA has jumped almost 18%. This is lifting the operating margins to 37.9% from 34.8% a year ago. The improvement in the margins highlights stronger operating efficiency, although other income has declined during the quarter. Next counter to look at is Cholamandalam Investment and Finance, which has reported a strong first quarter performance, with consolidated net profit jumping 46% year on year to 1,656 crore rupees. So total income, if we talk about, so that has risen 22% to 8,957 crores. And this is reflecting healthy growth across its lending businesses. Separately, the board has also approved a plan to raise up to 55,000 crore rupees through non-convertible debentures, providing additional funding flexibility to support the future business expansion. And viewers, keeping up with the earnings momentum, we have Pine Labs, which has reported a strong first quarter performance, with net profit rising to 19.6 crore rupees from 4.8 crore rupees a year ago. Revenue grew nearly 20% year on year, and this has been supported by healthy business momentum, operating performance. It has also improved significantly, with EBITDA now more than doubling to 95 crore rupees, while the EBITDA margin has also expanded from 12.9% from 7.2% last year. So the results really highlights improving profitability and operating leverage for the digital payments firm. Viewers, Johnson & Johnson has proposed a settlement of up to $5.5 billion to resolve the majority of lawsuits alleging its talcum-based products causing ovarian cancer. So the healthcare giant continues to deny the allegations, calling them meritless, but says that the deal would really help bring years of litigation to an end. So the proposal covers around 76,000 of remaining claims and will require approval from the legal representatives handling the vast majority of the cases before it can take effect. And China is set to tighten the tax rules for energy resource companies by gradually phasing out the long-standing urban land use tax exemptions. So while tax breaks will continue for certain infrastructure land, companies benefiting under the older policies will face higher tax liabilities in phases starting September, making marking another step in Beijing's effort to really streamline the fiscal policies. And viewers, let's slip into a short break and we'll be back with more action on the other side.
क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद, तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Market Express and I'm Himakshi Bahugna. So viewers, there is some relief for the flood hit, Assam, with the situation showing some signs of improvement and no fresh deaths reported over the last 24 hours. But the crisis is far from over. More than 4.4 lakh people across 6 districts continue to battle the impact of flooding, with Shivasagar and Jorhat among the worst affected. Now, nearly 90 relief camps are still sheltering thousands of displaced residents, while the Dhansiri River remains above the danger mark in parts of the state, keeping authorities on high alert. Looking at more national news now, viewers, parliamentary proceedings continue to remain disrupted over the NEET paper leak issue. Now, the Rajya Sabha has now been adjourned for the 7th straight day as opposition parties have pressed for a discussion on police action against the protesters in the national capital. Meanwhile, in the Lok Sabha, the government has agreed to extend the debate on the anti-paper leak bill to as much as 10 hours. So, the opposition, however, also questioned the absence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah during the discussion, keeping the political confrontation firmly in focus. And the fallout from the July 20th Parliament March continues. Retired Delhi police officers have now sought permission to stage a protest at Jantar Mantar on July 31st, alleging attacks on police personnel during the demonstration. Delhi police has claimed that over 100 personnel were injured after anti-social elements have infiltrated the protest, while demonstrators have accused security forces of using excessive force. The move is likely to add another political dimension to the ongoing controversy. And after a spell of steady monsoon morning showers, Delhi is set for more wet weather, and the IMD has issued an orange alert warning of moderate rainfall and gusty winds across several parts of the capital over the next few hours. So while the showers have brought temperatures down and kept the air quality in the satisfactory category, authorities are advising residents to remain cautious as the rain activity is expected to continue. Now let's look at some global news, our viewers. After days of heightened tensions, US President Donald Trump is saying that there's a good chance of progress in talks with Iran, with both the sides holding fire for a third straight day. Now, but even as diplomacy really takes the center stage here, Trump has warned that the pause is temporary, and even the US is prepared to resume strong military action if negotiations fail. So the developments come as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrives in Washington for crucial discussions. And here's a powerful magnitude 7.1 earthquake has struck Japan's Kumamoto prefecture on the southern island of Kyushu, prompting authorities to issue a tsunami warning. Now, waves of up to 1 meter are expected, with residents in coastal areas they've been urged to immediately move to higher ground and even follow evacuation orders. Now, Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has confirmed reports of injuries and also at least one building collapse as emergency teams really assess the full extent of the damage. And here's Germany is grappling with fresh security concerns after a deadly attack at Berlin's Pride celebrations. A van plowed into a crowd before the suspect really allegedly launched a knife attack, leaving one person dead and dozens of them injured. And the incident has reignited the debate over laws governing known extremists, with Chancellor promising decisive action, while the far-right AFD has really stepped up the criticism of the government's handling of security and even Islamist radicalization ahead of the key state elections. Whereas France is preparing for its fourth major heat wave of the year as soaring temperatures intensify the country's worst wildfire season on record. Now in the southwest, firefighters continue battling a massive blaze near Bordeaux that has already scorched tens of thousands of hectares. Now, while the crews made progress overnight, officials really warn that the situation remains fragile, with hot, dry conditions threatening to fan the flames once again. And as the world of work evolves, education must keep pace. Now, at the sidelines of NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, Atlas Skill Tech spoke about bridging the gap between academia and industry and how education is adapting to changing workforce demands. Let's listen in.
Let's also talk about the tremendously important role that education plays, tying in with industry and that entire, complex understanding that we've got.
Yeah, thank you for having me here this evening. I think it's been a fantastic award ceremony. Heartiest congratulations to NDTV. At Atlas Skill Tech University, industry academia integration has been something that's been at the heart of what we've been working on. I think at a time like today, we've seen what's happening around us in a country like India. Employability, entrepreneurship, and really creating opportunities for the youth, I think, is a joint responsibility of not only industry but also academia. And at Atlas, it's our endeavor that we use this rich demographic dividend that we have and really create a country which the future of the globe depends on.
No, absolutely. And speaking of creating a country, right, I have to ask you, how is your definition of education or the way that you treat it? How is that changing? Because it's a very, very fast-moving world that we've got there.
I think in today's day and age, with the AI revolution that we're seeing, knowledge is everywhere. So I don't think education institutions can anyways be the imparters of knowledge, but I think they have to become a platform that creates opportunity for youth, opportunity in employment, opportunity in entrepreneurship, and I would say most importantly, opportunity to bring society together. So there's a huge responsibility on educational institutions like Atlas Skill Tech University, and we hope that along with all the stalwarts who are here this evening, we can actually make a difference.
And small finance banks have emerged as a key driver of financial inclusion across the country. At the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards, AU Small Finance Bank shared its outlook on the sector's evolving role and its growth prospects. Let's listen in to a snippet of that conversation.
what I really wanted to ask you is, in terms of small finance banks, right, what is the kind of role that you play when it comes to the economy that has been very swiftly changing as well?
Oh, okay. So I think we all know that SFB came in picture in 2017, all 10 of us. And the whole design principle is around financial inclusion. Because, you know, by design they say 25% has to be in unbanked area. Your branches has to be in unbanked areas. 50% loan book has to be lesser than 25 lakh. Your priority sector requirement is 75%. So it's primarily to do small lending and to get a big money from the customers. So in my opinion, it's a perfect banking, you know, because banking is always says about there are saviors and there is borrowers, right? So I think the people who have money, they can give us at a better rate and we can deploy to those people who really need it. So this model has really worked very well, you know. In my rough estimate, the total asset in SFB is close to now 4 lakh crores with a customer base of close to maybe 40 million. And we have 50% market share in liability and assets, you know. So I'm very happy that we are doing banking and also doing this kind of inclusion, right? Yeah.
No, absolutely. And capital deployment, inclusion, all of that is extremely important. One more important thing that I wanted to ask you about, in terms of the financial parameters that you had, for the purpose of this award, what was the one thing that you were really very excited about in terms of numbers or growth estimates?
So the one number which really makes me very excited is the number of customers, you know. Whenever I see, and I track it every day, you know, you heard that our SBI, you know, people saying that they acquire 65,000 customer a day. You know, my number would be around 10,000. So, 5,000. So that number, you know, is too exciting number for me to be in business. Because, you know, once you acquire this kind of number of customers, you're helping somebody to take loan, to do payment transactions or to do some kind of deposit transaction with you. So bank is fulfilling that time, right?
No, absolutely. And sir, since you talked about tracking numbers very closely, and it's quite great that you actually track that number with that kind of rigor, but I also wanted to get an estimate in terms of the industry as a whole. What are you then expecting in the next 5 years that's got you excited then?
Okay, so I think, you know, we all have to notice that fact that we are not the industry, right? Yes. The industry has to do well. India has to do well, Indian market has to do well, Indian consumer has to do well to make back better, right? But what I have seen in last 5 years that there are much policy reforms done by a regulator that is very enabling. You know, the liquidity is good enough. Your NPA are very less in the system, and there is good demand coming up, especially in last 1 quarter. So I believe that bank will always be an enabler to support India growth.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुँचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most.
Market ends just below flat line ahead of the IIP data today. Investors also monitor US-Iran talks on Nifty and Nifty Bank's weekly expiry. HUL and Bharat Electronics are the top losers on Nifty today over weak earnings. HUL ends at a 4-year low after a lackluster quarter ended June. Consumption stocks see selling pressure after poor show in Q1 earnings, plagued by lower margin and volume impact. Price hikes dents HUL's demand growth. Varun Beverages misses the margin estimates, and weak guidance drags DMart. Stocks fall in the range of 4 to 8%, dragging the FMCG index down by about 1.5%. Rupee strengthened today during early trade. Traders suggest RBI intervention helped rupee in trade today. Indian currency closed at 95 rupees 86 paise against the US dollar. Oil prices extended their losses after a pause in fighting between the US and Iran, with Brent hovering around $86 a barrel ahead of Trump and Netanyahu's meeting, while Iran's foreign minister discusses security of Strait of Hormuz with Saudi Omani counterparts. Top brass changes continue at Swiggy's quick commerce arm Instamart. Announces former Myntra CEO Nandita Sinha taking charge as the CEO as Amitesh Jha steps down today. Instamart saw COO and CBO changes last month. In an exclusive chat, delivery founder Sahil Barua dismisses competition due to e-commerce players embarking on in-house logistics. Says low-cost services to assure growth and ability to deal with elevated crude prices due to war. Decade of courtroom battle may end as Johnson & Johnson agrees to $5.5 billion settlement in baby powder cancer litigation. Long-running legal saga nears end. Another day of showdown in Parliament over anti-paper leak bill. Union Minister Jitendra Singh says amendment in paper leak bill brought to make law more stringent, while opposition demands debate on pellet gun use on protesters. India's Commonwealth winning tally adds Sarvesh Kushare clinches India's first silver medal in men's high jump at Commonwealth Games. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Profit 360 and I'm Nisha Poddar, and let's take you through all the important developments that are really transpiring in the world of business. First, let's begin with a Nifty 50 company really going to announce its Q1 earnings, and we are talking about the large cap company Larsen & Toubro. It is all set to report its Q1 earnings today in a matter of an hour or so, and our colleague Parth is right here with the key expectations on the L&T Q1 showing. Tell us, Parth.
So L&T will be reporting its Q1 earnings today, and the revenue growth is likely to be in the lower single digits because of the disruptions that we saw in Middle East during this quarter. The EBITDA margins might contract a little bit due to the execution delays and the rise in commodity costs. The company's core engineering business is likely to report muted growth, and the order inflows are expected to remain weak due to the delayed tender conversions during the quarter. If we talk about the expected numbers, then on a consolidated year-on-year basis, the revenue is expected to rise 6.1% to reach almost 67,544 crores. On the EBITDA side, the company is expected to post a growth of 3.4%, while EBITDA margins are expected to decline by 20 basis points year-on-year. The net profit for the company might rise 10.1% to reach almost 4,000 crores during the quarter. If we have a look at the order book and execution as well, the core order inflows are estimated to be around 65,000 crores, implying a downside of 15% year-on-year. Excluding services, these order inflows are expected to be around implying a downside of 15% year-on-year. Excluding services, these order inflows are expected to be around 58,500 crores. The strong order book is expected to support that FY27 execution in the coming quarters as well. So the key things to watch in the result will be, number one, execution recovery after these disruptions in both domestic as well as overseas projects. Also the order inflow pipeline that is currently around 17.8 lakh crores, and lastly the management's commentary on the Gulf region project execution, given the kind of disruptions we have had over the last few months.
That's right, Parth. In fact, stay on. In fact, markets really end in the red after a largely range-bound session today, with the Nifty really failing to sustain above the 24,000 mark, and the market breadth also remained negative as the declines really outpaced the advances in the session. Parth will take us through the complete market roundup as well. Tell us, Parth.
So Nifty has closed in red today, seeing a downtick of almost 0.1%. This was led by two companies, HUL and BEL, both of which were the top losers of the index. Both of them seeing this downtick because of the results. HUL had reported weaker than estimated results, in which volumes grew by just 5% versus an estimated range of 6 to 8%, and as a result of which HUL saw a downtick of almost 7%. While on the other side, BEL also reported a mixed set of numbers because of the higher semiconductor costs that they faced in the previous quarter, and that's why the stock was down around 4.5% as well. On the broader market side, Nifty Midcap 150 has outperformed the benchmark with the index gaining almost 0.1%. This was led by Kalyan Jewellers and Hexaware Technologies, both of which were the top gainers of the index. Kalyan Jewellers gaining almost 8%, while Hexaware Technologies also saw an uptick of over 5.5%. On the other side, Nifty Small Cap 250 has underperformed the benchmark with the index closing in red, down almost 0.5%. This was because of Capri Global and GSPL, both of which were the top losers of the index, each seeing a downtick of almost 7%. On the sectoral side, all of the sectors except Nifty IT, Nifty Realty, Nifty Auto and Nifty Pharma have closed in red. Nifty IT was the top gaining sector, gaining over 3.5% today, led by TCS and Tech Mahindra. TCS seeing an uptick of almost 4.5%, while Tech Mahindra also closed in green above 4%. On the losing side, we saw Nifty FMCG that was down over 1.5% today. This was led by Varun Beverages and HUL, both of which saw a downtick of over 7% today. Varun Beverages again on the back of weaker results. On the sectoral trend side, Nifty IT has ended in green for the third consecutive day, while Nifty Realty, Nifty Auto, Nifty Pharma have closed in green for the second day in a row. Also, Nifty Bank, Nifty PSU Bank and Nifty FMCG have snapped their two-day gaining streak.
All right, thank you so much, Parth, for getting us all the highlights coming in from the equity markets. And the big highlight was that the IT sector was the best performer, while FMCG really dragged, and overall consumption pressure is really showing up in the market. Now, a quick check on the Indian currency and the crude prices as well. The rupee closed at 95 rupees 86 against the US dollar. However, it really strengthened in the early trade as RBI sold dollars and also improving global sentiment. Meanwhile, take a look at the crude oil prices. They continue to cool off, with the Brent slipping back to around $86 a barrel mark, and after the US really paused its bombing campaign against Iran. So that has given some softness to the crude oil prices, easing the concerns over the immediate supply disruptions in the Middle East. So a lot developing on the global arena to really take stock of rupee as well as crude. Now, HDFC Bank has formally concluded its internal review into the MSRDC deposit arrangements, clearing the way for the next big governance milestone, and sources tell NDTV Profit that the bank's Nomination and Remuneration Committee, or NRC, is really expected to meet soon to deliberate on the reappointment of the CEO Sashidhar Jagdishan. Now, the internal probe found no malified intent or personal gains, terming this matter as a business overreach. Remember, now the board has already issued the warning letter and also a 1 lakh rupees penalty on the 3 executives, which has been communicated yesterday. But the bigger question is, once the NRC really finalizes its recommendation, the proposal will be sent to the Reserve Bank of India for its approval. In fact, quite a choppy day, and HDFC Bank was seen under pressure through the session on the back of this particular impact coming in. All right, Swiggy is witnessing yet another key leadership change, and Instamart CEO Amitesh Jha has really resigned with immediate effect, with the company appointing former Myntra CEO Nandita Sinha to take charge from 3rd of August. Now, the change comes at a crucial time as Swiggy really sharpens its focus on the quick commerce business amid the intensifying competition. Notably, this is the latest in a series of high-profile exits since the company's listing. And over the past year, remember that Swiggy has seen the departure of its company secretary and various other, levels. But this one is an important one because the quick commerce competition is really growing at this particular moment. And at this time, Swiggy's Instamart has seen a full top brass change, with the CEO changing today. And on the other hand, just a month back, the COO and CBO positions were also changed for Instamart. So lots happening in that particular space. Let's hear out from the whole-time director and CEO of Ambuja Cements, Vinod Baheti, about the company's Q1 earnings as well.
Ambuja Cements has started financial year 27 with a disciplined and resilient performance, delivering stronger profitability, improved operating margins, improved operating and cost efficiency, and continued strategic execution despite a challenging operating environment. Cement demand remained stable, supported by infrastructure, housing, and construction activity, while industry profitability faced pressure from the higher imported fuel prices, elevated freight costs, and the overall geopolitical tensions in West Asia. With focus on cost leadership on quarter-on-quarter basis, we have reduced cost by Rs 206 per metric ton, which led to improvement in EBITDA by Rs 196 per metric ton. This is after absorbing cost of Rs 110 per metric ton on account of the West Asia geopolitical situation. Our strategy remains focused on creating sustainable value ahead of volumes. Hence, we use the opportunity to maintain 12% of our kiln capacity in terms of scheduled maintenance, absorbing additional cost of Rs 50 per metric ton, while we built up clinker inventory of 1 month and coal inventory of almost 3 months, giving a competitive edge in second quarter. Trade sales increased to 78%, supported by growth in premium products, which stands now at 34% of the trade sales, while blended cement sales remains robust at 85%, thereby helping to improve on cost on account of lower clinker factor, which has now reduced from 67% to 64%, almost 3% reduction in the clinker factor.
All right, that was Ambuja Cement, but let's shift focus to a big corporate voice on NDTV Profit today, and it's an exclusive conversation Fresh from winning the New Economy Leader of the Year at NDTV Profit's Business Leadership Awards, Delivery CEO Sahil Barua spoke to me about the competition in India's logistics sector and the role of third-party players and how the company is really tackling the higher fuel costs through operational efficiency as well as the thrust going forward towards electric vehicles. Listen in. Mergers and acquisitions that was really done by the company of Ecom Express was basically because of one of these pain points where a large concentration client had really gone in-house. That's why, is this posing a competition in your sector and any impact going forward?
Not really, because in-house logistics arms are sort of uniquely suited to serve the needs of the companies they spring out of. And so at the end of the day, they're not really well suited to servicing, if you're servicing a very, very large marketplace or a very, very large retail arm, it's very difficult to then go and be able to serve an SME business who's selling online on a Shopify store. It's very difficult to design processes and systems to actually be able to serve their very unique and small needs. And that's why not just delivery, but third-party logistics exists for that reason. So in that sense, while it may appear that competitive intensity is going up, the reality is it's only going up in the accounts, from which captive logistics are coming out. And there are really only 3 large captive logistics arms in India. The rest of the market continues to be served by third-party players.
How are you really navigating the challenges of crude oil prices being at elevated levels? And earlier we thought that it was short-term in nature, but now probably we have to deal with it for a longer period of time.
Yeah, fuel obviously is a fairly major input cost in logistics. I think our approach has been pretty simple, which is how do we minimize our exposure to fuel cost inflation. The way we do it, one is by investing in significantly more fuel efficient trucks. And so since we run significantly larger line haul vehicles across the country, fuel has a sort of lower relative impact on deliveries economics compared to people who are running smaller trucks. The second obviously is across our in-city logistics, we are increasingly trying to move to electric vehicles. So our fleets actually, I think we've grown maybe 5 or 6 times in the last 6 months alone since the fuel shocks began.
Right, logistics business, remember, impacted hugely because of the crude oil prices being at elevated levels. On to an important global news development, and Johnson & Johnson has agreed to pay $5.5 billion to settle tens of thousands of lawsuits alleging that its talc-based products caused ovarian cancer, and the proposed settlement, one of the largest in the company's history, is aimed at resolving the long-running litigation linked to its baby powder and other talc products. Now, Johnson & Johnson, however, continues to deny the allegations, maintaining that its talc products are safe and do not cause cancer. The settlement still requires court approval before it becomes effective. All right, moving on then to the financial services space then, and Godrej Capital is making a significant entry into the fast-growing gold loan market with the acquisition of Kanaka Durga Finance, marking its first inorganic expansion in the lending business. In an exclusive conversation with NDTV Profit, the CEO, Manish Shah, spoke to my colleague Piyush about the company's expansion roadmap and its plans for an eventual IPO and how it really intends to fund its next phase of growth. Listen in.
In terms of funding, the promoter had infused capital. You say you will reach 100,000 crore on lending side over the next 5 years. Now, once you reach 1 lakh crore, you also enter the RBI's upper layer list of NBFCs. And it says that once you're classified in that, then you have 3 years to actually get listed. But would you actually wait that long? Or in terms of listing of Godrej Capital, when do you see that happening?
Yeah, so we're, these businesses are best listed for various reasons. On the lending side, one is that you have a continuous and ongoing need for capital. You also, just from a governance perspective at that scale, you're right. Upper layer for us, when we get to 100,000 crores, it'll be split between the NBFC and the HFC. So one might argue we may have more time, but we very much think that the right time to list would be, in the next 4 to 5 years. You're right. We've been, the promoters infuse capital. We will, by the end of this year, in the lending companies alone in Godrej Capital, have 5,000 crores. Over the next 1 to 2 years, we continue to expect, funding from Godrej Industries. But thereafter, it would be incumbent on us to look at other avenues of equity, and it very much culminating in a listing over the next 4 to 5.
Right, moving on, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a historic 2-day official visit to New Zealand, where the focus is on deepening the bilateral ties, including advancing negotiations on a free trade agreement. Now, the visit marks the first by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 4 decades. Beyond trade and diplomacy, well, the visit has also highlighted the cultural links between the two nations. In fact, NDTV Profit's Nimit spoke to Daniel Eugene Wade, a member of the New Zealand's indigenous Maori community, about these shared similarities. Also, let's take a look at a snippet of that conversation.
What would you say are the key things that have been preserved from the times that, of course, maybe not right back when you started, and the things that have actually changed, maybe for the good as well? People evolve for the good as well as, some things stay preserved. So what do you think are the key things that have stayed the same and things that have changed?
One thing that I'd like to share is that we still have that communal way of life. We still do everything together. So as a village, we still cook together. We still respect each other's space. We all bathe together. Yeah. So we have a bathing communal area where we all bathe together. And we have just that, what the village people call whakawhanaungatanga, which is we're all together as one. So the Māori people are also known as tangata whenua, which are people of the land. So we are the land and the land is us. And that's one thing that the village people embody, that we are connected not only as a people, but also to the area, to our environment.
And that's really similar to Indian culture as well.
I understand.
Because we're very communal and we're very social, and the community is in fact more important than the person is something that's written in most of our religious and our lifestyle texts throughout history. Yes. Do you see similarities between the Indian culture and the Maori culture?
It's quite interesting that you asked that question, because we do have a strong Indian community that do come on our tours, and I do notice the similarities between the Indian people and the Maori people and their connection to Mother Earth as well, and also the principles and the belief systems around nature as well is very, very similar.
Now, Air India has expanded its services to Amritsar, making it the second airport to really join the airline's hub and spoke network. In fact, Danish, our colleague, joins us from the ground to give us more details on what is this facility and how is it going to help the consumers as well as Air India. Danish.
Well, your next Air India international flight from Amritsar could be a seamless connectivity, as Amritsar Airport has now become the second airport in the country to feature Air India's hub and spoke model. Well, what is this hub and spoke model? If we talk about the current circumstances, if you are planning to fly to an international destination from, say, a tier 2 or a tier 3 city, then originally you were first supposed to take a domestic flight, and then either you reach Delhi or you reach Mumbai to continue your onward journey. And throughout this, you are also supposed to recheck in your baggage, and you are again supposed to go for a security check. But now, with this hub and spoke model in place, what Air India is trying to do is the fact that if you're planning to fly to an international destination and there is no direct international connectivity of that particular destination from the Amritsar International Airport, then what Air India is offering to its passengers now is this hub and spoke model, in which once you check in at the Amritsar International Airport, over here, your immigration, your customs, your baggage, everything will be taken over here. And when you reach Delhi or when you reach Mumbai to catch your original international flight, at that point in time, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about immigration, because it will already be done at the Amritsar International Airport. You don't have to worry about security scanning of your luggage, as it will already be done at the Amritsar International Airport. So you just have to reach Delhi and you have to continue your onward journey to international destination. Well, the government's intention is that in the coming few years, the hub and spoke model will be brought down to at least 40 airports. Right now, it is only at Varanasi and Amritsar, And as per the airlines, it is only Air India that is offering this hub and spoke model. So all in all, if we see, this step has been taken by the airline and by the government to ensure that there is seamless connectivity for the passengers as India's aviation journey has just begun.
All right, India's aviation journey has just begun. Thanks so much, Danish, for that. Now let's take it straight to the monsoon session of the Parliament, which is on currently, and the logjam in the Parliament really shows no sign of easing. On day 7 of the monsoon session, well, the spotlight is on the anti-paper leak bill, with a heated debate unfolding in the Lok Sabha. Introducing the legislation, Union Minister Jitendra Singh said that the amendments are really aimed at making the law tougher and curbing examination malpractices more effectively. However, Congress demanded discussion over the pellet guns used during the students' protest. Meanwhile, Union Minister Jitan Ram Manjhi really introduced the MSME Development Amendment Bill in the Rajya Sabha. Listen in to what the Union Minister Jitendra Singh had to say on the floor of the Parliament today.
The earlier bill and the amendment today are, in a way, a reaffirmation of this government's deep commitment to safeguard the welfare of the students and the youth of this country. And at the same time, it is also a reiteration of Prime Minister Modi ji's resolve not to allow anyone to compromise with the future of the children of Mother India.
Now, in other national developments today, after a spell of steady morning showers, well, Delhi is set for more wet weather. Now, the Indian Met Department has issued an orange alert warning of moderate rainfall as well as gusty winds across several parts of the capital over the next few hours. While the showers have really brought temperatures down and kept air quality in the satisfactory category, well, authorities are really advising residents to remain cautious as rain activity is expected to continue. And staying with more developments when it comes to the monsoon season, staying with the heavy showers really pelting various parts of the country, there is some relief for flood-hit Assam, with the situation now showing signs of improvement and no fresh deaths really reported over the last 24 hours is definitely a good news coming in. But the crisis is far from over. More than 4.4 lakh people across 6 districts have continued to battle the impact of flooding in the state. Nearly 90 relief camps are still sheltering thousands of displaced residents, while the Dhanseri River really remains above the danger mark in parts of the state, keeping authorities on high alert in the state of Assam. All right, and on to the sporting arena, and Sarvesh Kushare created history at the Commonwealth Games by becoming the first Indian to win a silver medal in the men's high jump, clearing 2.25 meters. Now, the national record holder delivered a landmark result for the Indian athletics. It was also India's best day of the games so far, with the contingent really winning 6 medals to take its overall tally at Commonwealth Games to 10 now, including 2 gold, 5 silver and 3 bronze, moving up to 8th in the position of the medal standings. So kudos to our team at the Commonwealth Games. And on that good note, it's time to say goodbye to all our viewers from this team of Profit 360. But keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
क्या सिखाया था? सिल्वर के लिए स्टर्लिंग मार्क, गोल्ड के लिए हॉलमार्क और
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के लिए सिर्फ पी मार्क।
इस बार तो माँ से भी बेहतर बना।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुँचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। vandeBharatam.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Welcome to KYC and you're watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. A very interesting show I get you, and also at times you get recently listed companies to understand what's their story. And today also I have got a very recently listed company. But before that, try to guess the stock, what I'm talking about. The first hint I would like to give you is it's the only listed domestic ocean cruise player in India. I'm sure a lot of you must have guessed it by now, but the ones who haven't, I have more hints for you. The board recently approved a share split. And remember, the IPO listing just happened this month itself. So many corporate actions are happening. We'll try to understand why. Also, another hint I would like to give you apart from this is a strong recovery of 30% from the recent lows have also come. Interesting name, right? And I'm sure on a weekend or a long weekend or maybe even a 7-day trip, you must have taken it or your friends must have taken it on Cordelia Cruises. But the company's name is Waterway Leisure Tourism. That is where the brand of Cordelia Cruise also comes in. But we try to understand why are we calling this company and is this recently listed? What's the story? Everybody's talking about it. What's the actual business model? Has Dalal Seat actually understood how to value a company like this? What should we look? What we should not look? It's a first time for us. It's first time for you. Secondly, let's look at the second question. What would it be? And that is the elevated cruise prices. Is it going to impact the fuel cost or the other expenses going ahead as well? And we'll try to understand more about the progress of onboarding 2 new vessels. Currently, the company is just having 1 new vessel. So this is very much important trigger. Also, let's move on to the next question. Is the rationale behind the share split? Is it to gain the retail participation? What happens next? But Street is concerned. Concerns comes on the debt reduction plans. What are the levels to look at, or does this industry command higher debt? We try to understand that as well. And the FY27 top line and margin guidance, any forward-looking statement which the company can give. And yes, company has come out with its numbers, so it's not in a silent period. So we'll try to ask the management any numbers are there or not, any new routes which are planned in the coming quarters to expand, because India's coastline is huge. So these are the key questions we'll try to understand from the management. But let's try to understand what's the key details for the company. And of course, one of the most important thing is it's India's only listed domestic ocean cruise service. Also, let's pull out the second point. It was recently listed in July 1st, 2026. Now let's get into the details about it. There was a fresh issue
It was mainly funded for vessel expansion and not debt reduction, and that is where the question mark comes for me. What happens to that debt? It has just one ship, it's called MV Empress. Around 55,700 guests sailed in the first quarter itself. Also, looking at that, company has 7 ports in India. That is where they operate. They don't own it, but they operate in that. There is of course mother ports in Mumbai and Chennai. Also, the market share in the overnight and the ocean coastal cruise industry in India, it's mind-boggling. It is 79%. So you can imagine what level of dominance the company is having in this industry. But before that, you should know what this industry is all about. The abbreviations are there. There's available passenger segment, that's called the cruise days availability. So these are the important numbers to look at. One is of course the load factor I'm talking about. Let's pull in of course the key other details also, what you should be knowing before actually analyzing a company like this. There is an average ticket prices where you do revenue divided by passenger cruise days, and of course load factor means the amount of people staying in. But the entire story, 93% of the revenue comes from the ticket segment itself. Onboarding or any extra numbers, they come in, especially if you talk about it in this 7% number. But the issue is bonus issue. Why? Let me tell you, it was recently listed. Now they have announced a 1:10 ratio bonus segment coming in. And secondly, the board has approved, but the shareholders approval is still left. So it will be pretty much interesting, and it was approved on July 10th. 1st July listing, 10th July board approval. So we try to understand when is that going to happen, and we'll try to get the rationale also behind this. But moving on from the bonus issue, let's talk about the other key details for the company, and let's pull out the other details from the bonus issue. Is the cruise tourism in India. That's also very much important. Almost 11,000 kilometer coastline network. There is 110 waterways, over 20,000 kilometers. This of course includes sea and river inland ports. Strategically located on the key global cruise routes, and especially India becomes very much important. Ocean and coastal cruise market that's expected to grow between 20 to 25% over the next 6 years. So this itself is a very big trend. But what may work for waterways leisure? That's the first question. The first one is share split. They may increase the retail participation. That's the first point. Second point, let's talk about it. And this is the 2 new vessels. When they get onboarded, especially from the IPO proceeds, is what the company has stated, then the entire picture changes. Strong pricing power and passenger load factor, both of them is at play because they are having a significant market share, and the way things are going, everybody is going behind their brand. Scarcity premium in this industry, and overall the discretionary consumption that has also picked up. The pocket sizes have become big, and that is why these are the positive factors for the company. But on the other hand, there are some concerns also. The elevated debt levels, the debt equity ratio, is it stretched? We'll try to understand that. Second reason what may not work for the company is the geopolitical risk and the seasonality at play. So we need to figure out, are there more summer routes coming in, or is there action only in winter, or there's the weekends? High capital intensive business, whether Dalal Street will like this or not, we'll try to understand that. Also, let's talk about another important point is the higher fuel cost that has been impacting the margins, and we have seen that how elevated these fuel costs are right now currently. Also, one more reason is there what may not work for the company is the lack of analyst coverage, and it's a very nascent industry and also very nascent player, at least in the global context also. So we need to wait it out, understand what's the business model looking like, and then maybe come at a decision. But it was very interesting, so that's why I got this company quite early in KYC, and it's not even been a month since it's been listed. But let's talk about the KYC ratings, and of course I have tweaked some ratios to give a little bit of benefit of doubt to the company. Especially I have added operational parameters here because it doesn't make sense to judge the company on return ratio. There's a lot of variability here, and we need to give in some time to understand this. This is new to me, new to us, new to the analyst community. Actually nobody's tracking it, but at least I am tracking and getting you first-hand information. Let's talk about the street cred shareholding. These are the usuals which you already know, but I've got a peer analysis, and to be honest, in India they don't have a direct peer analysis. There might be hotels, or there might be global cruise companies as well, and the outlook, we'll try to understand that. But remember, the management hasn't given much as such, so we'll try to take it out from the management. Let's talk about income statement, what's happened here. Of course, we see a good up move in FY25, a slight moderation in FY26, but remember, take things with a pinch of salt. There were so much things which have happened globally, and that has impacted the industry, the spends as well. But overall, there is a scarcity premium here as well. Also, looking at the income statement of the first quarter, there is a variability. The revenue did go up, but the bottom line numbers and the EBITDA numbers, they did show a downfall coming in. It was around down year-on-year basis. There's also a seasonality at play, but we'll get to that when we talk about the business model. So let's keep this a neutral rating right now as of now, and let's see what happens going ahead. Balance sheet, well, a little bit of concern is there for me, and of course I'll talk about it. The borrowings are on the elevated levels. The FY26 numbers, the debt equity ratio is 1.27 times, and they did an IPO. The proceeds have gone for lease payments and also expansion of the other vessels. So the overall debt has not been reduced, and that is where a little bit of concern came of mine. We'll try to understand from the CFO of the company is when the debt reduction plan comes, or is there any way to manage the balance sheet. But as of now, it's a thumbs down. So we spoke about income statement, we spoke about balance sheet, but let's try to understand how the cash flow pans out, and little bit of lumpiness is definitely there on the conversions front, and there is a seasonality at play, so we cannot do much about it. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating right now. Let's take some more time to understand how this cash flow metrics actually develop. Let's talk about operational parameters, and largely they have done well. The passenger load factor occupancy rate, which I had explained to you earlier before, judging a company like this is the first time, that has gone up significantly, and it's now at 105%. Now you must be wondering, how can an occupancy be 105? Well, it's pretty easy, there can be 3 occupancies or 4 occupancies in the berths itself. So this is the only industry technically where you can have 105% occupancy. The revenue per passenger, it's going decently up. What was there at FY24 at around 10,500, that has gone up and it's hitting that 12,500 mark. So it's a very gradual increase. It looks like an inflation move, but yes, that's how they're capturing the wallet share, and this is something which I like. So it's a strong thumbs up as well. Shareholding, it's just been 1 quarter of earnings. There isn't much. Promoters are having 89% stake. So you can expect promoter stake dilution, in recent times. In the next 3 years, they have to get it down to 75%. So we'll try to understand that. But as of now, FIs are just having 6% and a very low float for the public. So this is one very important point if you are a prospective investor in this counter. The float is very less. There'll be big variability in the segments. But as of now, it's a neutral rating. Let's talk about street cred, how things are panning out for the company. I would like to give a thumbs up. Now you must be wondering, just 18 days, why am I giving the thumbs up to the company? The IPO price, you saw there was a listing was on the lower side, and then concerns started coming, big sell-off came, and then company came out with a unique strategy of this share split, and after that the momentum changed in the market. The price was 808, so it's back to its IPO price. So the market is trying to understand and try to figure out what valuation should be given to this counter, and from its lows it is a very swift recovery. So hats off to the management on their strategy. So that is why I have given an extra 0.5. So it's a thumbs up for the street cred. But let's talk about outlook, and this is where if I take 1 step, I'll take 2 steps back. Why? Long-term consumer discretionary spend is very strong. There is a scarcity premium, and that's why everybody is going about it. But the moment 2 vessels come in, the entire operational economics changes. So these 2 are really, really important and positive points for the company. Also, thirdly, the improvement in the metrics would be expected. This is a second order effect of what I just spoke. But lastly, the concern remains is the way the business model is. There is an oil, geopolitical stress, and does this continue for next 1-2 years? Does the pressure remain on the business? That's what we'll try to understand, and that is why the near term and the medium term a little bit of question mark, but long term definitely strong. So I'm going to keep this a neutral as well. Let's get you the entire picture of the KYC ratings for waterways, leisure, how things actually pan out, and largely remember it's just been 2 weeks of overall, you could say, the entire numbers coming in. Balance sheet, a little bit of stress coming in, but the operational parameters for whichever limited data we have is strong. Income statement, cash flow, let's keep it neutral for now. let's talk about, of course, the street cred and the shareholding. That's why I've given a thumbs up for it. And outlook and peer analysis still remains neutral. So this is the overall setup looking like for this company. And the final rating coming in for Waterways Leisure is 4.5 out of 8. It's largely in line with the numbers which we have given. I've given a little bit of benefit of doubt because it's first time we are getting a company like this. The market actually doesn't know what to value it, neither do I, but I try my best to give you a very simplified way of approach coming in. But we'll have two important speakers also, Chairman and CEO of the company, Jürgen Beilam. My spelling might be a bit wrong, pronunciation, but nevertheless that's who he is. And he's the founding member of the Indian Cruise Line Association as well. So that 1% or the top 10% of India would be their first customers for them. Also, we'll have Nishikant Upadhyay. He's the CFO of the company with more than 27 years of experiences, and he has experiences in some big conglomerates. Talking about it, this includes SL Group, TBZ, and Wockhardt as well. But the conversation with the management will continue, but just after a break.
पर जब इंसान प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य को आत्मसात कर लेता है तो वो मधुर और लालन पोषण करने वाली बन जाती है। पी मार्क सरसों के तेल ने प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
प्राकृतिक तरीके से सरसों के तेल को बनाया है शुद्धता और गुणवत्ता के साथ।
The mustard specialist since 1933. बरसों से सरसों।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300 300 300।
Welcome back to KYC, and now we are joined in by the management of Waterways Leisure, and we are joined in by Jürgen Beilam. He's the chairman and CEO at the company, and also interestingly founder and member of Indian Cruise Line Association, and the CFO of the company, Nishikant Upadhyay, joins in. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to have you, and it's the first time your company is coming in KYC as well. Industry is new, so is the company, and we'll try to understand the business model first. Jürgen, I want to understand, how is this company placed in this Indian context of, cruise line, whether it's domestic or international routes. Just, if you could just explain us, like a 5-year-old, what this company is actually all about and what's the moat here.
Well, first of all, thank you and good afternoon. Thanks for having us. It's actually, we're not that new anymore. We're already here since almost 5 years, and we're operating what we call domestic cruising in India. It is actually a business model. We are no different than any other cruise line in the world. The only difference is we cruise within India mostly. So we do have during the monsoon season some international sailing, but what is the difference? We as an Indian-based company, we are eligible to pay taxes. There is a law called the cabotage law, and international cruises are basically in tax heaven and tax-free as they cruise every day to a different country. And as an Indian-based company, we are eligible to pay taxes. There is a law called the cabotage law. And international cruises are in India, because of the sheer size, we can't go to many different countries. So therefore, we a cabotage domestic cruise model, the only one in the world, by the way. Why India? Third largest coastline in the world. Don't need to tell you, we have 1.5 million inhabitants here in India. But here's the most important thing. The niche market of cruising is not as big as people think. Only about 40 million people go cruising internationally to make all the cruise ships really to the top load factor of 100+%. Now, if you think today the capability of easy, affordable cruising is about 12-13% in India, which makes that alone almost 200 million people. Now, if you take that number, that alone could fill 4 times, 5 times the requirement of the global market share for cruising. Now,
this is a very interesting take you have given, Jürgen, but I want to get in Nishikant also in our conversation. The elevated cruise, the crude prices, the costing, which was impacted in your Q1 numbers as well. I just wanted to understand, can this continue in the second and third quarter, or you thinking that these numbers might be hedged or a little bit of bottoming out is at play?
So I think if you talk about my numbers as a percentage of revenue throughout the period since our journey, the percentages almost are flat. So there is an absolute number increase, but in terms of percentage, it is same. Only and only the line item which is impacting is the fuel cost. So if you refer my Q1 of 2026 with Q1 of 2025, there is an increase of around 14 odd crores in the fuel cost. If that cost is removed, then entire percentages of expenses as a revenue are largely same over the throughout journey of the organization.
Very stable business model, and that's what Dalal Street wants to understand, and slowly it's happening in your stock price as well. But Jürgen, I want to get you on this. 2 new vessels will be joining your fleet. What are the timelines looking like, and by when we can see that?
So actually we only more 55 days away from the first vessel joining us. That will be September 25th will be the handover, and the operation will start after some branding and rebranding of the business. It will start exactly on October 23rd. Now we are looking at extremely forward to this, because obviously the new vessels we are getting, they're bigger, they have 200 extra rooms, the premium cabins increasing by 400% to almost 270 luxury suites and balconies, which all our Indian guests are looking forward to. And on top, our onboard experiences. We have about 9 different restaurants on the new ship. We have a lot of new offerings. So we're looking forward to. And the next ship is coming exactly in 12 months from now.
Right. So we'll be targeting up. So the next 12 months, you'll have 2 vessels joining your fleet, and of course the story changes from there. But just wanted to get Nishikant in the rationale for the share split. Everybody was talking about it, the share split announcement from the board coming in right now. Also, I think the shareholders approval is still left. Is it to increase the retail participation, because now your price is above the IPO price now?
You are bang on it, because we want that volatility should go away, and because see, there is only 10% of inventory which is there in the market, right? So, and it was volatility, so we want to have the retail participation at a larger level. And if you see our IPO when it was run, the retail participation in the subscription was highest, almost 5%.
Enough, but as a retail holder, shareholder, remember the float is still quite low for the company, and 89% stake, the minimum public shareholding norms kick in. So there will be, of course, reduction of the promoter stake. But another concern is the debt portion. In the IPO itself, the proceeds were not actually used to get the debt down. So for this industry, a debt equity ratio of 1.27 times, does it sustain? We just want to understand, because Dalal Street hasn't understood that.
So good question. So first of all, I will brief you that the Empress vessel which we have acquired, the price at which we acquired, it was a COVID period, which is almost at a price of $9 million. The present value had I would have acquired the vessel right away. At this point, the price is $52 million. So that's the case. The asset size in the balance sheet is showing lower. But yeah, we have taken a debt for the purpose of having the ratings in place. That was the main objective. Otherwise, I am sitting on a negative working capital, which is almost to the extent of 100 to 150 odd crores. If you see my financials over a period, you will see that there are customer advances lying, which are very large number. March generally it is around 100 odd crores. And if you talk about my debt, it is from IDFC, and which is only 100 odd crores. Right. And so just for the purpose of rating, it has been taken. That's it.
Fair enough. And whenever there is a rating upgrade, the finance cost comes down, the cost of borrowing comes down. This is for the uninitiated. And for an asset-heavy business like theirs, this is a good move as well. But I want to understand the numbers, because the Q1 guidance numbers were not shared. Jürgen, is there any numbers which you want to share on the overall margins as for the next 1 year, 2 years maybe? On the long term, any numbers are there to share?
Well, I cannot really go that far ahead in terms. We have the number in our mind, but again, just think the existing vessel does approximately 600 crores of revenue. Now the new vessel has 200 rooms more, 400% extra suites. So we work very heavily on cabin mix. So just imagine that the amount of cabin rate going up and the potential looking forward, it's incredible. So we are in a very, very good place looking forward. So.
Okay, this is the last question, Jürgen. Just a short one from you. Any new routes you are adding?
Yes, we do. We have a lot of international sailing during the monsoon. We are going to Singapore, we're going to Thailand, Malaysia. And in 2028, with the next new ship coming, we are sailing all the way from Mumbai to Sydney, 34-day cruise, 16 stops.
To Sydney, 34 days. That will be insane. But gentlemen, we are out of time right now. Thanks a lot, Nishikant and Jürgen, for giving your time and clarifying the doubt regarding your company, your actions, and even the industry. It's of course a very new and a nascent one for Dalal Street. Thank you, gentlemen, and best of luck for the future.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
So that's the management of Cordelia Cruises, to put it perspective. But little bit of momentum coming in the stock post its clarifications and the debt reduction plans. For interesting stories like this, stay tuned to NDTV Profit and keep watching KYC.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं।
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. In the mutual fund space, increasingly fund houses are using quantitative indicators and models to supplement what their fund managers do and their research teams do, because oftentimes they get lead indicators from these quantitative models. In fact, there are also obviously factor-based funds that are available for you to invest in. These we've spoken about in the past. They're called smart beta. But there is one particular fund that has always been very interesting to me, and that is the multi-factor fund that is run by SBI MF. And to talk about that and what it's currently pointing to right now, I've got Sukanya Ghosh, who's the fund manager at SBI Mutual Fund. Sukanya, thanks so much for taking the time. Let me first ask you to describe how this multi-factor fund works, how this quant fund works, because it has its roots from the research practice that you had many years back, right?
Thank you, Alex. Yes, so we run a quant fund, which is sort of like a multi-factor framework in that we have created in-house. And you're right, the thought came from what do analysts basically look at when they are researching a stock, and we tried to find out parameters that were common across all analysts, and they would ideally want to look at that when they want to start researching a company. And then obviously they bring into a whole qualitative impact, but for the framework we wanted to look at the initial parameters, and for that we looked at stuff like, what do they look at in the fundamental financial statements, so like balance sheet numbers, where what is a quality company, what would they define as a quality company. So companies that have low leverage, have very strong fundamentals like high ROEs, stability in income. Then we looked at the valuation, something that all analysts would look at, and they would see whether it is cheap versus their own history, cheap versus their sector, or cheap versus the market. And so these were certain factors that we looked at, and they will broadly be classified as a quality factor or a value factor. Then you look at things that are more forward-looking, like whether that company or that sector is seeing some revisions, upgrades or downgrades, and what is the forward expectation of the business model. So that is sort of like the growth factor or the earnings momentum factor. And the last thing is that there is momentum in the market. There is something called price momentum. So whether the company is seeing a medium-term price momentum, there is a consensus building up where that this stock or this company will be has improved in its fundamentals, and hence there is a price reaction that will happen. So combining all these four parameters, we kind of created a multi-factor framework. And what we do is that based on these four parameters, we rank our universe, and we create a portfolio of companies which have the best looking best across all these four factors.
Okay.
So yeah.
So just to understand perfectly what you're saying, and you've described it pretty well, but I just want to understand. So based on these factors, there is a score that is assigned to the stocks that are within your universe, and the blended score based on whatever ranks highest would rank highest from the selection point of view as well. Is that how it works?
Yes. So what we do is that we combine all the four factors. And the reason why we do that is that now there are these cycles in markets where, a certain factor works really well. So if you go back to 2020, then you'll see a value factor, which was outperforming all the other factors. And then if you go way back in 2013, then quality was a very strong factor in Indian markets. But it's very difficult to kind of predict which factor will do well. So we believe that these four broad factors are what we would look at when we look at a company and we do research. So we will combine all those four factors rather than taking a very specific call on a certain factor, so that factor may have a cycle going against it, and you may get penalized for that. So that's the reason why we went into a multi-factor. So we blend all the four factors rank, and we come together with a one quant rank, and that's how we create the portfolio.
Very interesting. So therefore, hypothetically speaking, it is possible that the fundamentals of a particular sector, say for example the IT index and the IT sector by and large, the research team or the researcher that is responsible for looking at these companies may look at the numbers and may look at the outlook and say that it's not necessarily looking very good, but then the quant indicators might indicate that there is the possibility that it's turning a corner. That could be one possible scenario, right?
It is a very realistic scenario. So what would happen is that the analyst will be looking at it from a fundamental perspective, where it will look at his business model, and will look at many qualitative factors also while analyzing it. Here we are just basically looking at that stock versus all the other stocks in. So while this stock may be seeing or not seeing earnings momentum, it may be way cheaper than all the other stocks in the universe. And hence you would want to kind of also allocate something there because it is cheaper than the rest. And it is not seeing maybe downgrades. So it is not, it's not seeing maybe upgrades, but it's not a negative view on it. So we combine all these four factors. Sometimes an sector analyst will be looking only into their sector, whereas in this case, we're looking at the entire universe, and we are rating the stocks versus each other across all the sectors. So it's quite possible sometimes that we may have a slightly different view from the analyst. Sometimes the sector may be an analyst may be very positive on a sector, but the numbers may not be still showing, but he or she is taking a qualitative view on that. So yeah, there could be differences in.
That's a fair point. So I'm glad that you explained that. Now coming to the fund itself, Sukanya, right? So there are two aspects here. You have the framework which continues to be used by the active fund managers and the research team as well, because sometimes they then go back to the drawing board to see whether they've overlooked something. So that's quite interesting. But there's also the fund itself, right? So I'm trying to understand what it's indicating right now, because it might just tell you whether momentum is coming back to the fore, or whether value is the most important factor to look at right now? What are the indicators that it's pointing to right now?
So value had a great run last year. So if you look at 2025, the value factor did really well. Post, say, March, a factor that has traditionally done really well in Indian markets, quality, has started recovering slowly. So we have seen slow improvement in the quality factor performance. And yes, momentum, if you look at real near-term price momentum, has improved recently. But quality is the factor that, if you look at 2026, is the factor that has been seeing a turnaround, significant turnaround, especially when you look at historical numbers and quality underperforming for a long period of time.
Very interesting. So therefore, Sukanya, in your experience, and you've been looking at this framework for so long, so you probably be able to tell us, how quickly do these trends change? In that, if quality has started coming back into the fore, is there the likelihood that that will continue for some time? Or is that not something that you can take for granted?
Surely not something that we can take for granted. What also we have seen is that if we go back 10, 15 years back, the cycles were longer. You would see a certain factor outperforming for a very long time. In the last 3-4 years, that scenario has changed a lot, where the cycles have been shorter, and you would see like a certain factor working for, say, a couple of quarters and then it turning around, because markets have been very volatile. So while we are seeing that initial turnaround in quality, I would like it to, be consistent a little more, and then we would want to call out saying quality is outperforming significantly. It's the initial stages of a turnaround. Value has not performed the way it has performed in the last year or so. So there seems to be a change in the factor ranks, but still early days, I would say.
And how often does the portfolio get reset based on the indicators that you see? Like, for example, as you pointed out, quality has come back to the fore. So has that reset in the portfolio already taken place?
So we rebalance on a monthly basis, but the churn may not be as significant every month, because there could be the same factor or the same type of styles working month on month. So you wouldn't see that kind of a churn. But in the recent, let's say, last 2 months or so, we have slowly started seeing quality and factor improving, and hence the tilt increasing, and also sort of sectors which are traditionally known as quality sectors also increasing their weight in the portfolio. So this is more like a near term that has happened in the last 2-3 months post-March, I would say.
And finally, Sukanya, what are the learnings that you had? I recall the press conference when this was launched, and it's been quite a while. So I'm just wondering what the learning has been based on the performance of the scheme.
So learning have been, one thing is obviously that while markets have also changed, like, as I mentioned, we are in a scenario where trends are not staying that long. Markets are changing very fast as compared to what we had seen historically. So we as a model have to be far more nimble. We have to pick these signals faster than what historically used to happen. So you would want to enter a factor when it's changing sooner than the markets catch it, so that you would want to generate alpha from that. So that is a big learning, that what we used to believe that there'll be a certain cycle and there'll be a certain factor that will work for a long period of time. Maybe that's not the case. It's not been the case for the last 2 years for sure, where factor ranks have been changing quite significantly every alternate quarter or so. So that nimbleness has, and I guess with more and more smart beta and quant funds coming in, that nimbleness has to increase, and that's the biggest learning that I would say.
Absolutely. All right. So Kanya, pleasure speaking with you, and thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, we have to slip into a very quick break. Stay tuned. We've got more on the other side.
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
ये युग तुम्हारा, ये रण तुम्हारा, हर चुनौती तुम्हारी, हर शिखर तुम्हारा, तुम ही हो भारत का स्वाभिमान।
हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप हर सेक्टर, हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, हर उम्र के इनोवेटर्स ने दिया जबरदस्त प्रतिसाद। तभी तो वंदे भारतम में एप्लीकेशंस पहुंचे 25,000 के पार और रजिस्ट्रेशन डेडलाइन बढ़कर हुई है 30 जुलाई। आप भी भारत के सबसे बड़े ग्रास रूट इनोवेशन मूवमेंट से जुड़े। वंदेभारतम.org पर रजिस्टर करें।
पीओके के फाइल दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters. Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets.
Corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit, and this, of course, is Your Money Matters. I want to talk to you about the holding of your small cap funds. And a lot of you invest in small cap funds, but do you know how much your small cap fund is actually investing in small caps? Chances are that they've got a significant allocation towards large and mid cap funds. Let's talk about that in some more detail and whether you should adjust your expectation or your choice of mutual fund based on this data. Varun Fatehpuria, founder and chief executive officer of Daulat Wealth Management, is joining in. Varun, hi, thanks so much for taking the time. This is a segment of the mutual fund market where there are some very large schemes that are forced to take allocation in larger cap stocks just because further deployment is difficult for them. So the first question, which are the mutual fund schemes that have a very large mid and large cap allocation, and why is it?
So Alex, I mean, we were just also going through the data in preparation for this, and we saw that a lot of the funds actually end up holding about 35% of the assets in either large and mid cap stocks or cash in combination. But that is also a function of, where the market is and the deployment pressures that we talked about. So let's say if you were to just provide a list of the funds that hold a higher large and mid cap allocation compared to the small cap allocation in a small cap fund, we have Invesco at the top of the list, which holds about 34% of its assets in a large and mid cap. Then we have Edelweiss in the second number at about 29%, HSBC at about 29%, ITI Quant closer to 27, 28%. So what we see that the top 5-6 schemes in this category, at least from the large and mid cap allocation, end up holding about 27, 30, 33% of its assets in large and mid cap for the reasons that we just discussed. Obviously deployment pressures, but maybe also a function of the market and how small cap has performed over the last 18, 24 months when it's reached its peak in September 2024.
Could be a strategy as well, right, Varun? Because the regulator and the way that it labels small caps, it says that at least 65% of the allocation based on assets under management has to be in small caps. And this is designated by the AMFI, the Association of Mutual Funds in India, on a 6-monthly basis, right? You have the classification of small caps, and it's pretty wide to say that all stocks above, so there's 50 to 100. So 100 stocks is large cap, the 150 above that is mid cap, and then everything above that can be in small cap. So it could be strategy as well, right?
Yeah, so if I just look at it from a regulation perspective, yes, it enlists that the small cap fund needs to hold a minimum of 65% in small cap companies. That's 250 and beyond from a market capitalization perspective. The remaining 35% is at the complete discretion of the fund manager, the fund house. So if they do not find the valuations attractive, they could move on to cash. If they want to manage liquidity, if they want to for whatever reason, they could be into large and mid cap. And Alex, that is a strategy that we have been seeing actually a lot of the larger sized AUM small cap funds actually tend to gravitate towards over a period of time, just by the virtue of, getting so much inflows from investors in that bull market period, that there is genuine deployment pressure at any given point in time. And so to manage liquidity, to manage redemption pressures, even though a lot of the fund managers would not say that openly, the portfolio construction ends up drifting towards large and mid cap names. So that is something I would say investors need to be mindful about and check before they want to invest in any particular small cap fund.
Hypothetically making the argument here, Varun, if a fund manager, because of strategy, is feeling the need to push as much as 30 or 35% of assets under management into large and mid cap, because they feel that they're not comfortable with the valuations of small cap, just hypothetically, then wouldn't you be better off as an investor, if you trust the fund manager, investing in a scheme that allows them to go all the way to 50 or 75% in large and mid cap?
Yeah, I would say the expectation when you're investing into a small cap fund really matters. So if you genuinely want exposure to companies beyond the top 250 companies, because let's say you already have enough of an allocation to your large and mid cap, either through dedicated large mid cap funds or a flexi cap or a multi cap strategy, and then you start investing in a small cap fund, which tends to have a high overlap with large and mid cap, then you're not really actually getting exposure to the growth segment of the market that you intend to. And that is why I would say it is critical for investors to, understand what you are getting into, because if there tends to be an overlap with your existing large and mid cap holding, then yes, probably in a market where the small cap is not really performing well, you could be able to control the drawdowns. But in a raging bull market, you will probably not be able to participate in the upside as much as you would have hoped that you would be able to do from your small cap fund. So that is a distinction that you need to have from a portfolio perspective of what you are getting into, what you are buying into, and is the small cap fund true to label and providing you the exposure that you want to get.
As an advisor, and if I were to potentially come to you and say, Varun, I want to invest X% of my portfolio, usually about 25% of my portfolio, into a small cap fund, would you say the ones that you described at the top would be in your list and would be true to label?
So I would say, Alex, we did some numbers, and what we have usually found over a 3 or 5 year period, that the funds which have a slightly smaller sized AUM tend to perform better over a 3 or 5 year period, just by the virtue of the smaller sized AUM that it has. So let's say, for example, a fund of 1,000 crore want to take about 2% position in any of the small cap stock. it could exit that 20 crores in any given market condition without causing a significant impact on the price of that small cap stock. But that same 2% position in a 40,000 crore fund is a 600 to 800 crore bet that the fund manager is taking on any particular stock. And obviously, that is a number that is significantly more difficult to exit when the markets are not very supportive. So that is the reason I would say just the flexibility and the room that a smaller cap sized AUM provides the fund manager to go and take on bets that they genuinely want to take is what we have found, that we as an advisor tend to also prefer smaller cap funds which have a smaller sized AUMs. At the same time, as you pointed out, tend to be more true to label, so have a higher small cap holding, maybe in the range of 75-80%, at least over a period of time, and not just as a tactical strategy. See, Alex, if they're using it as a tactical bet over a 3-month, 6-month period because they are not finding opportunities, that's fine. The problem is if they continue to hold on to large and mid cap or cash over a 12-month, 18-month period, that is when it starts to become a problem for us.
You know, I see the list that you've shared with me on a 3-year compounded annual growth rate basis. Actually, of course, you should be looking at these at with as wide a time frame as you possibly can. But I'll take this list. Maybe you have more data on the 5-year that you can tell me about or beyond. And I see Bandhan small cap ranks pretty high. You have ITI small cap, Invesco, Bank of India small cap, and Mahindra. 3 out of 5 are actually pretty small, as you pointed out. And Bandhan small cap, I think, if I remember correctly, so Manish Gunwani, and the fact that he has a pretty granular portfolio, a lot of those stocks are very small holdings, aren't they?
Yes, right. I mean, obviously, I think the list that we have provided is not meant from a recommendation perspective. It is just that it really sort of supports the data point and the strategy that we have been talking about, that even from a 3-year, 5-year perspective, the top 3 and the 5 names in the smaller cap universe actually tend to be smaller sized AUMs, right? And this is just what the data in front of us actually ends up showing. And yes, from a holding perspective, Alex, generally we have seen that most of the funds tend to end up holding a longer tail of names, just even if they are from a smaller sized AUM perspective, to manage that liquidity, whether it is a Bandhan, whether it is an Invesco or a Mahindra, they tend to have a relatively higher number of holdings to manage that liquidity so that they are not over-indexed on a particular name or an industry or a sector.
Got it. Okay, so therefore, when you're picking a scheme and you want specifically a small cap scheme, as you pointed out, you should therefore possibly gravitate to the smaller ones. But then there's quite a bit here to consider, right? Should you be, for example, looking at your volatility, which is described as standard deviation? Is that one of the factors that comes into play? Because the one thing that you will guarantee if you're going into one of the larger schemes is that you will get slightly lower standard deviation, right?
Yeah. So for this specific point also, we did some numbers crunching, and we basically bucketed the small cap funds into 2 distinct categories, Alex. One was with an AUM size between 0 and 10,000 crores. And the second bucket was between 10,000 crores and plus, right? So if I just look at the entire 30 names of small cap funds, the category average standard deviation, or the risk as we talk about, the standard deviation is about 16.5%. In the first bucket, the smaller sized AUMs, over 50% of the names actually had standard deviation higher than the category average, compared to only about 20-25% in the second bucket. So the data also supports that point that yes, smaller sized AUM funds tend to exhibit higher amount of volatility just by the virtue that they tend to hold more illiquid names, the genuine small caps of the world, compared to larger sized AUMs, which have either a higher cash holding, a higher large and mid cap allocation. And because of that portfolio construct, they have a lower volatility. So this is a choice, I would say, Alex, that investor need to make, that do they want a lower volatility and then let's say maybe a slightly lower rate of return over a 5-year, 7-year period? Or are they completely okay, trading that volatility for higher rate of return over the full market cycle? That is something that investors need to decide for themselves.
Got it. Okay. So, Varun, it's been a fascinating conversation, and I think it goes to the root of what people expect and actually achieve when they do invest in this category as a whole. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, so remember that this last conversation has not been recommendatory in nature, right? We've not gone into which schemes you should choose and which schemes you should not.